Mic check 139. Mic check 139. She a move, she a move, she a move. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. You don't know it's the 999 in the Bumblebee building. Cheese and peas and wheezem. Big up yourself, P.O. Box, nice and early. Big up yourself, Malated Goddess, nice. Woo! Big up yourself, Lady Divine in the building. Come on, you done know. 999 in the building. Yeah, second channel settings. Yeah, this one hasn't even got. I've not even done anything on this channel yet, Divine. But I'll sort that out still. But this channel has got no sort of admin whatsoever, man. So yeah, man. All right, Victoria in the building. Nice and early, nice and on time. You feel naked? All right. But yeah, I'll sort that out, man. But I'm not even on the page, man. But just bear with me, man. Because remember, this is my second one and that. So you done that already. But big up everybody still, man. You don't know the settings. Today is the 9th day, and you know that's a special day. That's a special number. But it's the 9th day of the first month, 2024, and the time is 14:53, i.e., no, not 14, sorry, 16:53, i.e., 4:53. You know what I mean? And we're doing a quick impromptu one on this Tuesday, dark, cold London afternoon. Yeah, it's already dark outside, so you don't know, get yourself nice and cozy whilst we come and roast up in here. So yeah, my family, you don't know. So first and foremost, let us give thanks and praise to the Most High that we've all lived to see another day, because no one knows the minute, the second, or the hour. You understand what I'm saying to you? So whatever I forgive thanks and praises. Fasting, you know what I mean? Anyone that might be celebrating any type of occasion, whether it be Earth Strong anniversary, christening, wedding, hope you had a good one, and I hope you was able to share some fun memories with your family and friends, because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's about family and friends. Yes, Victoria, then man, go and do your little cleaning, man. Godliness and all the rest of it, cleanliness. Come on, my barber on code. Big up yourself all day, every day. Big up to the family. You done know. So yeah, man, ain't really come to Tara too long still, but you know, right now it's a whole new year. But boy, the place hot, the place hot, the place hot, the place hot. You get me? And when the place is hot, obviously the 999 has to be in the building. You get me? Who you gonna call? 999. Yeah. But anyway, though, on a real one though, yeah, come to do a little review still, because like I said, the place I get up right now, and you know, sometimes things can be lost in translation or this and that. Oh shit! Hold on 1 second, family. That's my door. Yeah, sorry about that, family. A bit of a mad time to start, but yeah, just give me 2 seconds, cause yeah, don't know what the time is. So hold on a sec. Let's see. Yeah, sorry, family. Like I said, people them just are coming, so that's a bit of a mad time to start still. But all right then. So like I was saying, man, the place has been a bit hot, and all sorts of conversations have been going on, this, that, and the other, and you know, people go from one place to another, this, that, and the other. So what we're gonna do is just do a quick review of my brother Kale. And he jumped on what he terms as the Iceman channel. So we're gonna just have a little listen and see what I've gone. What I've gone, D?
Bless up, sis. Yeah, man. But they are. I'm here for it. Big up, family. Come on, peace and black power. Let's go.
All right then. So, like I said, we're not Tower
Oh, big up my non-black people in the chat. Big up the Victoria. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, you can just, yeah, you know what I mean.
All right, 1 second. Bloody hell. So, did you get to listen to any of the block yesterday, Divine?
Man, I
They
got to
done
watch
a.
the last part of the block. I came in, I came in at the right time, apparently, from the playback. I came in when Jordan hit the panel. That's when I came. That's when I woke up. Yeah.
Right, yeah, because he came. Or I mean, I thought he's very, very interesting. Well, not even interesting to be fair, but yeah, Jordan came on and just about condemned my girl's actions. But the first thing was, what about what boy the name Banksy? You know, so
Like
straight
Banksy's
up,
like Banksy's anything to do with us.
well, exactly, you
Like there's
know.
any correlation to us and Banksy, like choppiness.
Yeah, but what I noticed though is that I didn't really hear any of her brothers strongly, or sisters for that matter, strongly condemn her behavior, you know. And maybe they don't
And
have to, innit?
question. Was you
Mm.
expecting that? Like big and serious. Was you expecting any one of them to jump on that panel and condemn it? Be
Um,
honest.
no, only because I've learned that really they cover their, well, we have learned that they cover their people them sins, innit? But I mean, obviously he did sort of say, "Oh, well, she shouldn't be saying this and she shouldn't be saying that," but it wasn't really nothing strong. You
All
understand what I'm saying?
right. Stop. So she shouldn't be saying this, she shouldn't be saying that. Compared to if I was to have been what I was gonna do initially yesterday and jump on that panel and start Lego off on all of them and all of their cultures and all of their flipping religions, would you think they would have the same? Oh, she shouldn't have said that. Or do you think it would be what Rashma loves to do in the chat and say, "You're racist"? Yeah, you know they love about racism, innit? When you give them back as good as they're giving, you know they like to cry the racism, right? So do you think if I had jumped on that panel and started slewing them, their religion, their prophet, their cultures, their everything about them, their race, everything, do you think it would have been the same talk?
No,
And there we go. There we go.
that's the
Yeah,
exact
that's the
point that I
crux of the
made
problem. That's the crux of the problem for
yesterday
me.
on the block, because I was saying at the end of the day, if 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 that sort of thing had happened on the block, well, in the past it probably may have done so. Biggage gets the blame for all them type of things there. Do you know what I mean? Hold on a sec. And the way you cut that is so mad, you know that, innit?
And I just realised.
Would
Yeah, you cut that
Oh,
mad, man.
I thought it was me.
No. Well, my son cuts bun mad, like no one else is supposed to eat the bun to us. Right, sorry about that, because like I said, that was a bit of a mad one when he came in. So yeah, I'm in agreement with you there, still Divine. But that's why I had to say
That doesn't mean
yesterday
I'm not
that
going to do it. I'm not saying that to say that I'm not going to do it. I'm just not ready to do it. But when I do it, my point is this: when I do go off and I start slating, because even Sis Mel at one point come in the chat and tell me about don't make them draw me out. I said, F that. I started going off in the chat. Now imagine if I came on the panel and started doing the most on the panel. The exact same way this dirty little stinking piece of fucking bingy. I don't know which part in Asia she come from, yeah. But the same way she was doing on their panel, if I went off the exact, how much times today do you think in that chat yesterday, do you think my name would have been attached to racism? How much times? And this is my problem. You see, if Banksy's doing his racism, it's blatant racism, right? Wendy's doing their racism, it's blatant racism, right? When black people do their racism, but when Muslims do it, all of a sudden it's, well, we've got to defend the religion. Oh, we've got to look after our prophet. Well, I got to fucking look after my identity, yeah? I got to look after my blackness and my black people, yeah? So the same way you lot hold your fucking stupid fake religion, exact same way that I hold up my blackness and my identity. Let's put it like that, Mr. Jordan.
Indeed. So let's play a bit, and let's listen, see what I go on. Because yeah, look like more spice in the blood clip pot. So make we see what I go on.
Like slave. But when you go into the Jordan, right? That's why I always say right, I'm saying to myself, because
it's and obviously we are the minority, right? I feel like especially if you are, and I know you're not Muslim, and I'm not saying you support Islam, but because the mere fact that you respect Islam and you don't go against it puts you in a minority on G Block, right? People kind of go at you for it. It's kind of and I'm not saying you're doing this, but this is what the right, behaving terribly, right? I see them behaving really terribly. My assumption, because like you, let's say I have knowledge of Pan-Africanism, and I know that brother is going completely against everything that.
Oh, let me rewind. What the fuck?
Yeah, I missed that. Sorry, start
we're in the
again.
process of reparation. I'm speaking with a lot of Pan-Africanist
Why
lawyers,
does he keep bringing up reparations?
And then came upon himself to say, well, anyone who approves of the N-word, they're sellouts. So I'm thinking to myself, like, why would you say that? Why is he saying all these things? And it's because of where he's from.
You know, Aduki Gold isn't a Muslim, right?
Yeah, I know he isn't a Muslim. I know that. But at the same time,
I agree they're silly comments, but I mean, I agree sort of Halima could be attached to me and my community. Right. But do you think Aduki is also, you know, attached to? Should I be calling that out?
Well, the thing is, right, you see with Aduki, right, he's from the European ancestry and that, right? So the thing is with Aduki is that I know the reality, Jordan. We spoke about this many times, and I know that it's not the religion, because for myself, I've investigated, and as well as what Pan-Africa's forefathers, they had a way of separating religion and personal and politics, etc. Right? So what I'm getting from him is that it's learned behavior of his upbringing, of trying to kind of control the situation, and that, like, for example, last year we was on a panel, and like I can't believe what he said. Well, I'm not surprised by it when he said about the you know, the N-word. Like, me and brother Veli, we sorted it out, you know, ordering good forbade the bad, and then he literally kind of dismissed us, and then came upon himself to say, well, anyone who approves of the N-word, they're sellouts. So I think to myself, like, why would you say that when, you know, you've got two African descendants that has literally kind of like abrogated and corrected the situation? So that's what I'm saying. It's like, it came out. So he's not a Muslim, right? But I do believe that the European community, right, do need to kind of like, you know, be mindful of the what's name, because people even think that they come to me and say certain things, right? Now here's the thing with myself, right? Everything I do is political, and that I don't personally hate people. What it is, right, is that to separate on ethics from the institution is very important in that. I'm very
Yeah.
just because I know it's not the religion. I don't care what anyone says, right? It's not the
Yeah,
religion.
I
The
hear that.
religion, you know that I've been on the panel, you see, because I've told you already and I've made it perfectly clear. We're in the process of reparation. I'm speaking with a lot of Pan-Africanist lawyers, right? And we're going for the Arabs, whether they like it or not. You see what I'm saying in that, right? So when you yourself and other Muslims, right, and the Pan-Africanist Muslims start saying things like this, well, Islam does not promote to castrate, etc., and the evidence come. The Pan-Africanist laws have already told us, right, you can't go down that way.
Yeah.
Because evidence proves, right, that the Islam didn't promote this particular slavery. But
Yeah.
I know that it was the Arabs who came up with a code based
Yeah.
upon ethics and didn't use what the Sunnah says and came with their own thing. So it'd be
Yeah.
better for us to tackle them instead of religion because we won't get reparation.
Hold on a second, yeah.
Him and this fucking reparations, you know.
We didn't, but isn't it the Quran and Muhammad and all that where it was talking about 2 slaves for 1 and all the rest of it?
Yeah, of course it was.
So
Of
why
course it
is
was.
Kale trying to say that that's not part of Islam?
Because Kel's
Is that what
needs
he's
to,
saying? That
because
he's trying to
Kel's a
say it's not?
Muslim.
Yeah, but even if you're a Muslim, yeah, which is fine, but what we've learned over these, we know that it's definitely part of Islam. Like, hold on a minute, because I'm going to Google this already, because I don't. Hold on a second, man, because you see, I don't know if there's some remixing going on. Is slavery in Islam?
According to Brandeis University, while the vast majority of contemporary Muslims agree that there is no place for slavery in the modern world, there has not been a strong internally developed critique of past or present slaveholding practices.
Right, lawful enslavement was restricted to 2 instances: capture in war on the condition that the prisoner is not a Muslim, or birth in slavery. Islamic law did not recognize the classes of slaves from pre-Islamic Arabia, including those sold or given into slavery by themselves and others, and those indebted into slavery. So I don't know what Kyle's saying there, bub. The Quran calls for the freeing of slaves. Yeah, we've done all of this, but because anyway, let me not even go down that rabbit hole still. Let me not even go down that rabbit hole still, man. Let me not go down. But yeah, I don't know, man.
In that way.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
I hear you, Cal. Here's the thing
Right.
about the condemn game, and Muslims have been playing this game, condemn Hamas,
Right.
condemn 9/11. I don't know if you have the same within your community, that this people expecting you to condemn. So let's say I see another Pan-African, right, behaving terribly, right? I see them
Right.
behaving really terribly. My
Mm.
assumption, because
Right.
like you, let's say I have knowledge of Pan-Africanism, and I know that brother is going completely against everything that you guys do and I stand for, right?
Right.
Firstly, I would give you the respect to assume that you don't agree with it, right? I'm not gonna lump you and say, Kale, you condemn, because for me, right, I was saying, Kale, do you condemn that? Within that, it's a loaded question because I'm almost assuming that maybe you're fine with it, right? And Muslims get that all the time, and I feel like, I think firstly, and this is the thing with condemn Hamas, right? For me, it's like, why are you asking me if I condemn the innocent killing of people? Like, why are you questioning my humanity? The same thing is if another Muslim is behaving racist, right, and I get a pack of people coming up to me saying, look at you and your religion, look at that. I'm not saying you're doing this, but this is what the atmosphere was on G Block. Look at you lot, look at the state of you, this is what your prophet does, look at that. I then feel that the question is no longer Jordan, how are we going to sort this out? It is now pointing the finger at me.
Who spoke about? Wait. Who spoke? See, is he conflating things here? Because who spoke about his prophet?
Well, I'm waiting for him to say that. I'm waiting for him to say that. I'm waiting for him to say who spoke about his prophet. And exactly what did they say?
and trying to use this person's actions to bash my religion. And I guess that's the problem I find on G Block. For me, has become very unproductive anyway, and I'm sort of questioning whether it's a place.
So hold on a minute. So EDM. I mean Jordan M. Yeah. So
EDL. Stick to the first one, please.
He's moaning that, you see, and this is where it gets political. Yeah. So let me just rewind that. Yeah. So I don't misquote on that. Right. Let me
look at you and your religion. Look at that. I'm not saying you're doing this, but this is what the atmosphere was on G Block. Look at you lot. Look at the state of you. This is what your prophet does. Look at that. I then feel that
that's if you're talking about on that day, Jordan, then you're talking nonsense, because no one didn't mention the prophet. You get me? All that was said. I mean, if we're speaking about Halima, in fact, let me make the thing play. But no one didn't mention your prophet on that day. Yeah? And as I'm saying to you, my guy, so mind what you're doing, man.
Hold on.
Is no longer.
Hold on. So one person I remember now did speak about his prophet. And you know who that one person was? His own fellow ex-Muslim brethren, Banksy. Big up Banksy still. Yeah, well, Banksy brought up the prophet. I just remembered now. Yeah. It was Banksy.
Jordan, how are we going to sort this out? It is now pointing the finger at me and trying to use this person's actions to bash my religion. And I guess that's the problem I find on G Block. For me, has become very unproductive anyway, and I'm sort of questioning whether it's a place for me to go, because every time I speak I get cut off. It's kind of and you get it too, but I know you're
we all get it.
And obviously we are the minority, right? I feel like especially if you are, and I know you're not Muslim, and I'm not.
We are the minority. Who's he talking? Is he talking as a? He's obviously not talking as a white man, as a Muslim. I'm presuming he must be.
You support Islam, but because the mere fact that you respect Islam and you don't go against it puts you in a minority on G Block, right? People kind of
Shaka Ra gets it as well, because the thing is, I've said this before.
Wait,
right?
Jordan, do you know what G Block stands for, Bab? It stands for Godless Block. Can you please remember that, please?
When you're comparing Pan-Africanism and Islam, Pan-Africanism is a family business, Jordan. It's based upon culture and ancestry, and it's a family business. It's got nothing to do with religion, and we understand that as African descendants, whether you are an Afro-Arab, an Afro-Caribbean, or Afro-American, or Afro-Nigerian.
What is an Afro-Arab?
No such thing. There's no such thing as an. Don't make no one come and sell you lot fucking cookies and sugar and fucking pretty little things. Listen, black people, there's no such thing as an Afro-Arab. Yeah, you can either be Afro-Asiatic, but there's no Afro-Arab. Yeah, you're Arab, and that's what it is. You're just Arab. There's no Afro-Arab. You're just Arab.
Right, I'm just quickly done a quick wiki search. Sorry. Afro-Arabs or African Arabs are Arabs of full or partial African descent. These include primarily minority groups in Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Oman, and Qatar, as well as Syria, Iraq, Palestine, and Jordan. The term may also refer to various Arab groups in Africa. And then when we look at what an Arab is, because we have to be learning this shit, bro. So, right. What is considered an Arab? Arab, quote unquote, is a cultural and linguistic term. It refers to those who speak Arabic as their first language. Arabs are united by a culture and by history. Arabs are not a race. Some have blue eyes and red hair. Others are dark-skinned. Many are somewhere in between.
Hence why you can just be just Arab. There ain't no Afro-Arab. There ain't no white Arab. You're just Arab.
what countries are Arab? Currently, it gathers 22 Arab countries: Algeria, Bahrain, Comoros, never heard of that. Djibouti, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait. Sorry, family. God damn. Talk a minute, please.
Yeah, man. This people get ready for a roller coaster. I hope your ears are ready, Ultra, because your name comes up. Yeah, your name comes up. Benny's name comes up. Yeah, we all come up, because Jordan's right now is doing some shifting and dancing, and oh woe me, I'm a victim, and I feel targeted, and yeah, I feel pressured when I come over to the block and and I'm trying to sympathize with these so sad, low downtrodden people and see where they're coming from. Oh, get ready, people. It gets nice. This gets real nice. Give me a sec. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, man, get your listening, get yourself a cup of tea, get yourself a glass of wine, whatever your little treat may be, a coffee, whatever it may be. Get ready for the emotional roller coaster we're about to embark on. Let's go. I'm ready for this. Because this is pathetic. And ain't no one buying what Unu is selling, period. Yeah? Ain't no one buying it. Yeah? I'm telling you this right now. None of us ain't buying this. So yo, Kel, I noticed that you got the most manners over there, Sayana. Kel, as I've been saying and will continue to say, I notice you've got the most manners over there. Remember, Jordan's a whole EDL slash ton Muslim. In fact, Jordan's actually the three L's, yeah? The three L's for Kel. He's European, so he's an Iceman number one. He's Muslim. And then on top of that, he's ex-EDL. Imagine that and hear the most respect. Hear that, or he's, I don't even say he's ex-EDL. Let me correct that. He's current EDL under the guise of Islam. Yeah? I don't care what anyone says. Fuck that, yeah? But let's go. EDL Iceman. Come on, Code. EDL Ice. And this is what, listen to the good conversation that's taking place. But yet when us, the black sisters, struggle to get a one simple question answered, none of this bumper clock respect is there, but let's go.
Right, so let me just finish in terms of the Arab countries, yeah, because this is a learning curve for myself as well, right, and maybe others out there, because I think there is a little bit of confusion when it comes to certain things. So, all right, Arab countries: Algeria, Bahrain, Comoros, Djibouti, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, Tunisia, and the United Arab Emirates. Okay, but I think the important thing is to learn there that they're saying that it's not actually a race; it's just one binded by culture and history. Yeah.
So if there's not, so let's establish this there. So if it's not a race, what is an Afro-Arab? Show me the race of Afro-Arabs. And then the second question to that question, if there is a race of Afro-Arabs, are Afro-Arabs now seeking, because he keeps bringing up this reparation, so are Afro-Arabs now seeking compensation? If they are seeking any form of reparations, who are they seeking it from? Themselves, the Arabs that enslaved them. This gets beyond, this is funny.
So let me just also read this here. Afro-Arabs, regions with significant populations: the Gulf states, Levant, Yemen, East Africa, Swahili Coast, and Sahel. It says languages: Arabic, Tadar, Hausa, Fula, Swahili, Coptic, and Comorian. Religion, it says majority Islam. Related ethnic groups: Afro-Saudis, Afro-Palestinians, Afro-Jordanians, big up Kel, Al-Akadam, Afro-Iraqis, Afro-Syrians, Afro-Imanis, Oromos, Amharas, and Horn Africans. So that leaves me a little bit more confused, to be honest. Notable Afro-Arabs: Itab, Saudi Arabian singer; Anwar Sadat, Egyptian politician; Ali Al-Habasi, Omani footballer; Mohammed Al-Dayeh, Saudi footballer; Sheikh Bala, Egyptian footballer; Mohammed Hussein Al-Humadi, Saudi Arabian billionaire of Ethiopian and Yemeni descent; Khalid Isa, Emirati footballer; Tipu Tip, Afro-Omani trader and explorer; and Karhine van Bohomen, Dutch Moroccan footballer. Right, so sorry about that, family. I just needed to familiarize myself a little bit with this Afro-Arab thing. But let's make the thing play. Sorry
And
about that.
whatever it may be, and that is that you're welcome aboard to find solutions, right? To
Yeah.
sort out this situation. It's nothing to do with
Yeah.
oppressing any other ethnicity and
I
that,
hear
right?
ya.
It's to do with building up. So for if a Pan Africanist was being a certain way, if he's, for example, saying separatism, like we want to keep away, etc., I won't really say anything about that because you know there's no, our relationship altogether, it hasn't been the best of relationships. So
Yeah.
I can't see them doing anything that's, I mean, harming in the wrong way, unless we
Yeah.
have to fight, then okay. But then when it comes to the religion, right, it's divine revelation. You see, divine
Yeah.
revelation
I
and that,
hear you.
where it's like nothing to do with culture, it's to do with,
Yeah.
as you know already, you see. So when I'm hearing that Asian woman saying all these things, right, I'm saying to myself, because I've
Divine revelation, nothing to do with culture. Again, I'm not sure if I agree with that, brother Kel, because it was only revealed in Arabic, in no other. In fact, you know what? Forget that. Forget that. Forget that. Forget that. Forget that.
grown up around, right, different religions, Islam, etc., 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 right? So I know the correct way how Islam is supposed to be practiced. I've seen all that. I know how, I've got aunts
Yeah.
and all that. They've gone, although they are like Arabs, etc., and that they've gone into the Islamic university. They go and teach. They wear they're like the muhajibin, they wear hijab, you know what I mean? Munaqibin, they're covered and they teach. They're not going to be online. You see, they're not doing anything.
Yeah.
So this lady now is online, and then she's literally kind of saying bad things
Yeah.
about members of my community and that. Like, why are you talking to Brother Veli like that? Why don't you
Yeah.
attack? If you're gonna go toe to toe, don't talk about his family, don't talk about black,
Yeah.
talk about, okay, you're not a no religion,
True.
you're an atheist. Okay, but she went to places like slave. But when you
Yeah.
go into it, Jordan, right? That's what I always say. Because remember, whether people
Yeah.
like it or not, the East Indians were also enslaved as well. I got all the books. They were also enslaved as well.
Yeah.
So going that way, that slave thing and mocking like that, that's where the religion is going to get
Yeah.
pulled up on, man. You know what I mean?
Would you say, because I did make a point on the panel, I don't know what you think about it, that they didn't need to
Right.
stay and continue that conversation. I think the fact that Veli stayed and continued that conversation, because I think we know what this sister's like, right? We do know what she's like. She's very defensive. She feels her religion's being attacked all the time, and she comes out with some
Yeah,
horrible
he's
stuff.
putting up this thing. He knows she's a jihadist
But
bitch, yeah? A
am I right
racist
in
jihadi.
suspecting, and I
That's
could
what
be
she
wrong, happy to be
is, yeah?
corrected, that Veli was on their scientific, they jump on and
That we know what she like. You know she's a fucking ISIS supporting racist fucking jihadi bitch. Don't put up nothing. Talk the things and talk the truth. We know what the whole group of you lot are like when it comes to it. When they all get together, the M Stacks, the fucking what's that? CL Lives, a whole lot of you fucking jihadi fucking terrorist bitches on the fucking internet. This is what we expect. So don't come and try and pretty up now. You're not fooling nobody over here. Love it. I said if I didn't ever go on that panel last night, it would have been a different type of conversation. Remember, I told you that 'cause I'm done in every bumper clock one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. I do think that Jordan was underplaying the situation, but the thing is, that's what he's supposed to do. To be fair, in it, so we can't even be too surprised there, because amongst the many things we have learned is about covering, you know what I mean, their brothers and sisters' sins and all of these things. You get what I'm saying to you? Yeah, but yeah, that I think that was a very understated statement, Jordan. You know, oh, she's, she just do it. Do you know what I mean? When you, like Divine says, you know that she's been on the fucking the list. But anyway,
This bitch is on the whole fucking terroristic watch list. The fucking metropolitan police, everyone's looking for her in that fucking pedophile, rapist, culture vulturing fucking family. Them. And then she's up there screaming bumper clots. Yeah, I'm telling you, you not went easy. Or if it wasn't for Mel in the chat last night telling me to chill out, because I was gonna hit that link, and I even said to Mel in the chat, let me know when it's my time to respond. You got black women in your mouth too. Oh, let the black women respond. I want to drag that bitch and her prophet and her religion and that fucking Jordan. And if Kel, you want the smoke too, you could have got it too. How about that? Who the fuck do they people think they're fooling around here? This ISIS supporting fucking terroristic, but your brother's a whole blood clot rapist out here, and you're up there excusing this, Jordan. Man, fuck out of here.
Divine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry about that. Yeah, you know what? Go on. Yes, sir. All right, let me press play still.
And then they review it the next day with all of with a crowd of Islamophobes and racists, and use it. That's not how you deal with a situation like that. And that's why, look, for me, right, and my religion tells me to condemn bad even if it's against myself. So I have to condemn racism if I see it and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, trying to explain to you why on that particular channel with those particular people, I feel it's a different scenario. Did anything what I made sense with the condemn stuff?
I'll be honest with you, Jordan. Right, Brother Veli done the right thing. The reason why he done the right thing,
expose it.
Yes, he did the right thing because if you look at it carefully, ordering the good, forbidding the bad. You see what I'm saying? If nobody, remember this, with all due respect to goals, but he definitely was practicing unethical code of conduct. How are you in the back or wherever you are and you're
Was he
allowing?
definitely? I'm not saying either way, but do we definitely know that Ghost heard all of that stuff?
Okay, we can't. I don't know if you heard. I'm not gonna speculate. That's true. I'm not gonna be suspicious, and I need more evidence of that. I'm gonna say, if he was in the back, right? Okay, I'm not gonna say that. However, I will say one thing though. He should have been a bit more professional with a moderator because he knows Halima is going to say derogative things. You see, because remember, it's supposed to be preserving the religion of Islam. So he knows that she's not going to use da'wah correctly and say certain things. Now, when we speak on Brother Veli and that, right? I know people's not going to like this, but he did exactly what he did. It was very strategic, and he needs to let the people know.
I get it. But the thing is, Kel, right?
Right, go on.
If Veli went on there, right, and just had a conversation with her and she spurred it out, but if you're on there and you're also mocking people's parents that died, you're also calling names back, you're creating a spark, right? I'm not saying that Halima's justified in her response. I even heard in the review that Veli was mocking like Mexican people and stuff like that. So I think both ways the conversation wasn't good. Now the stuff that came from Halima's.
Yeah, Jordan, this is some finessing and some abracadabra bullshit, bro, because you're not even talking what you just, and you see, words, sound, and power, Yeah, word, sound, and power. And you see the way in which you phrase that, Jordan, that's some slick shit, Yeah.
So let me just say this, sis, before you go on. I play back the fucking show from Ghost's actual, and I never even play back the show. There's a person named Kermit that we're all aware of, Kermit. Yeah, big up Kermit. Big up yourself for catching all them thing there, because I didn't even know about this live. because if I did know about it, you would best believe I would have been on that panel, yeah. But I didn't know about this live. So when I caught it, I caught the premiere on Kermit's thing, yeah, and I only caught the last bit. So I had to go back and refresh it and play it back again. Now, for what I took from this interaction here, big up yourself, Luke, big up everyone in the chat, yeah. What I took from this, you know, I heard Velly and them going at it with Bysaw, you know. Let's remember how this thing here started. They were coming for Bysaw and Brian Hell, yeah, and they were dunning them up there, yeah. Next thing you know, this gal Halima jumps on the panel into the conversation and just starts going off on black people. So let me know, Jordan, where is she responding? Is she responding or is she attacking from the offset? Because we can go and play the show now. We can literally go and draw for that show and get to the part where Halima jumps on and tell and give you an accurate recount of what happened. So what are we doing here? Play on the
And that's
tapes. Let's see.
and that's what I'm saying, man. Word, sound, and power, man. But that's some abracadabra shit, man. Yeah, because you see, when you put that word response in, yeah, that changes the whole game. That changes the whole scenario. You get me? But and the thing is, Jordan, you know it didn't go like that. Yeah, you actually know it didn't go like that. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, yeah. That is what I'm trying to say, man. If you don't can't even be
This
honest
girl
with each
came
other,
onto
how
the
the fuck
panel,
you
sis. How I remember it, this girl came onto the panel. I think it was first the Simon. There was a guy named Simon on the panel. She started going off on him first, and then she switched it on to Velly and G Block, and then that was it. It was next thing you know, it was after it was Velly and the G Block, it was black people. Then she all brought up black women. No black women are on the panel, you know. She brought up black women. She brought up slavery. She told them that she comes to free the slaves. So tell me, Jordan, who's she responding to exactly at this point? Because Jordan's trying to make out this girl's just defending herself, responding. Who is she fucking responding to, Jordan, you little punk bitch? Tell me who she's responding to.
And that's the thing, it's not the first time. And that's the thing, though. He knows. Jordan knows. Ghost knows. They know what she's like. So the mere fact that Jordan's like, this is what I'm trying to say. You're trying to cover my girl's sins, man. For me, you said response. Yeah, you lost the game, man. Because you know that's not how it went. Yeah. And what that infers is that Biggage started it first. Yeah, when you know that's not the case, because like Divine has just said, Biggage was there for Bysaw and then people there. Yeah. My girl jumped on, and her first thing was about, as Divine said, just getting onto the black man, free the slaves and all this other stupid shit. And it's not the first time. Yeah. And she even called out my name and that when I'm not even there. Yeah. And she's done it before. So yeah, Jordan, you're not even keeping it real, man. Yeah, that can work still. That can definitely work, man. Hold on, fam. Oh, let me just
Ultra, big up yourself, bro. That's a fact. That's a whole fact.
His mouth was definitely worse. But I definitely don't think that Velly can be painted out as a guy that went on all sincere and then has come to expose racism. I feel that he went on to either try and antagonize and to try and look. At the moment, we all know drama brings views online, and I think it's contaminating everyone. And this just doesn't only happen on G Block; it's happening amongst Muslim channels as well. Drama, you know, fights, drama. They see the view count go up, and everyone joins in like a pack of wolves.
I don't believe, to be honest with you, that Brother Velli came for Halima. Brother Velli is being attacked by what's his name now, man? This what's his name? Brian said something. He was practicing unethical conduct. He called him the N word, etc. And that, right? So, and you know, Esau, unsynchronized son, brother. Hold on a minute, with all due respect. And you got Esau, unsynchronized son, brother, and that, right? That's saying certain things. So, Brother Velli came on to tackle them two. Now, Halima, you can't call a man a woman. You can't. Imagine if I said, right, you look like what was it? Stacy from EastEnders now. You know what I mean? You're gonna find that offensive. It's like you're a man, you know what I mean? And that you're a man, Muslim, 100%. And then so she keeps calling in them things like he looks like Sister Betty. Now Sister Betty's feminine. Brother Velli's masculine and that, right? You can't say them things. That's you know what I mean? And that. So that's where it's like he's gonna go and say certain things, you know what I mean?
Disrespect, yeah.
Yeah,
Disrespect.
it's
I don't know about. I don't know if this is a side point, Kev.
To be fair, Kel, I think my girl saying that to Big Age about he looks like Betty, I think that was probably one, amongst the lesser of crimes, as it were. And I'm surprised that you sort of highlighted that one amongst all the insipid shit that she spoke about. Big up yourself, Ultra.
Big up, bro.
And big up everyone in the building, man. Glad that you
Yo,
can
big
find
Yeah,
up,
it.
man.
big
Big
up,
up Booga Boonga. Big up
big
Louise.
up,
Big up
ladies.
everyone in the
Welcome
chat.
on.
Big up Cotton. Big up everyone in the chats, man.
You know what? 94. Like, I lost my temper the other day. Jordan said some shit that really genuinely triggered me, right? And I lost my temper. But after listening to what you just played, I think my losing my temper was vindicated. I've been vindicated because Jordan's a slimy sack of shit. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, he's slimy as hell. When I said he's slimy and he thinks we can't see it, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and the thing
And
is
it's
as well, the thing is, you know what's burning me is fucking stupid dickhead Kale is sitting there nodding his head like a good little boy, and it's pissing me off.
That's
I'm
what
like,
it is as well for me.
what are you fucking doing? And like I said, I lost my temper, and then I thought, maybe I shouldn't have shouted at him. Maybe I shouldn't have called him cunt and all this shit and dickhead and all this stuff. Maybe I shouldn't have. But now I'm listening to this recording, and I'm thinking, you're vindicating me. And not, both of them are vindicating everything that I said about them. I said, Jordan's a slimy, slippery little brainwashed fucking moron, and Kale is a fucking hypocrite. Like every minute, white people are ice people.
He's already got
I'm
energy
thinking,
for the ice people. I've been pointing that
bro.
out for weeks now.
And then I'm like, but you're just sitting there nodding your head like a good little boy. And then listen to fuckery, right? No one's going to tell me that my ancestors used to unnecessarily slice little girls' clits for nothing other than its culture and tell me I can't have an opinion on that. Go suck yourself. Go and suck yourself. And if that's an issue, come and tell me why. And then, oh man, let me tell you, Jordan's a slimy, slippery little piece of shit. I'm listening to this thing and I'm saying, even though he's saying Veli, he's talking to me. Because I'm the only person that cussed that girl, and I'm telling him he's wrong because he thinks that because people that look like him or are related to him a few decades ago used to put a blade or stone or a fucking instrument to a fucking girl for no reason other than sacrificing that little bit of skin to God. You fucking morons. Like, the same people doing these things, if you went back in time and showed them an iPhone, they would burn you as a witch. Just let that sink in for like a second. We stand on the shoulders of giants. Yes,
Wait,
yes, we
you're
do,
going a
and I
bit too
acknowledge
far.
that.
You're going a bit too far because you and your Western mentality is going to come up in a minute. So is mine, and so is Veli's. Yeah, so we're going to hear why Kel
The
thinks.
thing, but
He's
no,
going to
but
tell
listen
us.
to the thing. Listen to the thing. Listen to the thing. He said that the other day. And what's this?
Shall I
Oh, my
open it
cable.
for you?
No. This is the iPhone cable for the car.
Oh.
Yeah.
Michelle opened it.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, fucking fuck, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, what was I saying? White Western. Yeah, he said that the other day. And my thing is, listen, it doesn't matter that I have a Western mindset. I was born here, and there are some things that, despite being Western or not, we can now demonstrate things that are good, things that are bad, things that are harmful, and things that are not. For instance, Jordan likes to tell me Islam is the best thing since sliced bread, but he's a cunt. It hasn't worked for him. Just the other day, the stupid prick was lying about fucking being visited by ghosts and then molesting him. And then you've got fucking Halima. Her brother's a rapist. She's the biggest cunt on the internet. Ghost Speaker's Corner, Iduki, Ali Dawah, fucking Mohammed Hijab, and everyone that they hang around with and support. Fucking odds.
See Alive.
You
Like
see, all
we've got
of these
living
people,
demonstrations of what Islam
are
produces, and you're trying to look at
slime,
us like we can't see what Islam produces. Are you
bro.
stupid?
This is what I'm saying. This is what them man, they can't chat to me. And that's why I had to flame Jordan. Because the thing is, what pisses me off about Jordan is the dishonesty. It's the dishonesty for me. And what burns me about Kel, something completely different, is that he's just sitting there like a good little boy. I'm like, what? Bro, you bunch of fucking idiots. You bunch of fucking idiots. And if I'm honest, let Kel sit there. Let him sit there. Let him be a good boy. And that's the thing. Lady D, Nanifa, anyone that can hear me. When someone tells you who they are, listen. That's it. Let me go back on you.
That's a good one that we got from our cultural thing as well, as Caribbeans anyway. Definitely, when somebody shows you who you are, you better believe it. And I got even one better than that. I've got one even better than that, people. Yeah, and this is how it's going to go now, because you see, this finessing thing can't run for me. Yeah. This finessing thing ain't running for me. This victimhood ain't running for me. This, oh, they're coming for our religion and our prophet thing ain't running for me. Because let me tell you what we're not going to do. We're not going to tiptoe like hell wants us to do, because we've got certain people in the religion. Man, fuck that. If any black person out here is co-signing Halima and all, trying to excuse everything, fuck that black person too. That's what we're going to do, yeah? That's what we're going to do. We're going to clean up this bumper clock place. Because what we're not going to do is have people try to use our identity and our race to try and use it as a weapon against us. Oh, we've got to show love for these people. Listen, we understand there's going to be many of us can't be saved. And let me tell you something. Not for people who's over there co-signing this bullshit and trying to downplay it like she ain't doing nothing wrong and she's lost her mind and she's not well, like I heard Khan trying to fucking put out there last night. Oh, we know she's sick. You know, sick people we've got in the black community. But when you lot are ready, you weaponize all of us and throw us under the one umbrella. Those black people, those black supremacists, those black nationalists, those black Pan-Africans, you lot don't fuck to put us all in one boat, yeah? So when we're doing back the same, don't bar, don't complain, don't try to make excuses. Hold your L, yeah? Hold all your L's. Because I got one even better than that. You don't want to come and talk about, oh, we can't judge one or because this is what Jordan's going to say. You're going to hear it in a bit. He's going to say, well, we can't use one Muslim's behavior and then try to group up the whole. Yes, we can, because the whole of you have consistently shown us in the last fucking 5 years you're fucking dumb as fuck. One, you don't practice your religion. Two, your religion's full of fucking shit and fucking racism tree, yeah? And ain't no one respecting you lot out here. I'm sick of you lot having free for all of my people, my identity, want to use it when you want to fucking fight white people. And that's nothing that I can't take with these bumba Muslims here. Let me just make sure we're clear here. The enemy of my bumba enemy is not my friend. Yeah? Let me make sure we're clear on that. We are no fucking alliances with these fucking Muslims, yeah? We're never gonna have that. I don't know what the fuck Kel thinks he's doing over there, trying to forge some fucking, oh, yeah, we got to go against ICE people. Man, fuck that, yeah? We ain't got no alliances with none of them. None of them bumbaclat. Rashma, make sure you hear me good. We have no bumbaclat alliance with Uno, yeah? If you don't want to go take on the white man, go take on the fucking white man. But what you're not going to do is try and use black people to do it. That's what you're not going to fucking do. We've been here before. We've seen it before. We're not making the same mistake again. Because that's what you lot love to do. Whenever it's gang up against the YT, it's, oh, let's talk for the African problems. Let's talk about the African the slavery that the white man's done to the African people. Let's use this weaponizer and Kel, you fall for that bullshit all the time. Because you got all the energy in the world for the fucking Iceman. But when it comes to danning at the dance of the fucking Arab, all of a sudden now you want to try and peel it off and we got to be careful. We got to dance around it. We got to TikTok. Man, fuck that. You fucking Arabs can get this work too. In fact, you can get it worse than the fucking Iceman. How about that? Because the enemy of my enemy is not my pussy clout friend, yeah? The whole our enemy. Let's go there. Let's go there. Come on now and play this thing before I start getting wicked on this. Because I'm going to done their profit today. I've never done it before, but I'm done in it today.
And I don't know if it's because I see you as a man who does this, right? So, and I mentioned this in the chat earlier, right? And I know the your son's sisters, let's call it, they're not a fan of me, and I get it, and I even understand why. But I mentioned that when you're on the panel, right, or you're around them, they have a certain protection
Just out of interest, Gordon, what does that mean that we're not a fan of you or whatever? Like, we've spoken a few times and that. So why do you need to say things like that? Why not just say, "Oh, bam, we've had a conversation, we've had a disagreement"? Like, why are you trying to layer the thing like that? I mean, a lot of people don't seem to be a fan of you, to be fair, Jordan, man. But yeah, go on, build the stage still. Isology settings.
Right.
I feel that anyway. So if any guy speaks to them in some negative way, even if they're in the wrong, no guy
Right.
is going to start abusing them and cussing them and insulting them. And I feel like that's how we should treat women, even women that are behaving badly. This is my opinion. I don't like seeing a woman. That's why when I came on and jumped on the panel, I don't like seeing a woman just bashed. But I think, look, if the men didn't like it, they should just sign out. You can just walk off. But to stay on and join in with this, and I know she was saying some horrible stuff, but at the end of the day, I don't see men and women as equal.
So Jordan's solution is not to tell my girl not to use such insipid, disgusting language, but it's for the other and which is a little bit similar to my brother Kel, really, when we were getting had divine. If you remember, he said, "Don't respond, just go on mute and say that we don't feel protected." Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe isology and you know what I mean? Maybe there's more in common than we thought, because my man's not trying to blame and it's a very similar thing, actually. Once again, he wants Biggie to jump off, just, you get me, so that there's nothing, no target, as it were. And when we were told to just mute up and say that we're not being protected and all this other stuff, like, what the dickens was?
No, I think the sweetest part for me is because he's going to go on to it in a minute. Yeah, he's going to try and say, he's going to excuse as to why Ghost couldn't shut down the show from 2 hours before. So we're going to wait for it, man. We're getting there, man. We're getting there. Let's take our time.
Boy, sir.
Equal. I see two men on a panel going at a woman. I don't think that's very admirable. I think this is one of the problems on that channel, is that kind of integrity is not there.
But Jordan, with all due respect to you, right?
Jordan, so hold on a minute. This is what I mean about slimy, man. And I think this is where Ultra uses that term, cognitive dissonance, in it, because so now you're forgetting about what happened on Ghost's panel and just going on to Biggage's panel. Like, this is ridiculous, man. So you don't want you're not trying to give my girl no sort of accountability at this point. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And if I was going to be real, it's like you're just basically trying to take it away from, the thing, quote unquote. That's all I'm hearing thus far, man. And this is what I'm trying to say, man. If you don't make individuals accountable for certain behaviors, then they're not going to change their behaviors. And especially if your brothers and sisters are covering your behavior.
Just drop the link for Veli, yeah. Drop the link for Veli.
Yeah. Madness, man. Very disappointing, just, bare excuses, left, right, and center, man. Bare excuses. Very disappointing, man.
Remember that when we're dealing with war, right? You see, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he was very just. When the women and the men were going to try and invade the Islamic lands, you see, and you know this very well in that, right? The women were also being captured as well. You see, they didn't do this, because you're a woman and you're coming to invade the land, we're going to let you go. No, because you're in the battlefield. You see, so what I'm saying is like Halima, right? She's in the battlefield. She's going toe to toe with men. Now, me personally, in that, right? I don't believe men and women should be in a stance. I carry myself very differently in that. I've never hit a woman before in my life. You see what I'm saying? However, I don't want women to get comfortable, or men in real life, which don't happen anyway, to feel like they can talk to me a certain way. That's not going to happen. So women's got to understand, especially Halim, and that is that when you're in the presence of men, you see, you can't do all them things, because imagine outside and that, right? And you shouting and things like that. You know what's going to happen in it, right? You know already, man. You know already, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear that.
You know already.
I do hear that. It's a hard one for me, because everything you said, it makes sense, right? And especially for me, right? I think as Muslims, right, we should talk out against the bad, even if it's against ourselves, and maybe even no matter what situation, even if it is a bunch of frothing Islamophobes. And to be honest, I did say, you know, these comments disgusting. And the first thing when I
Right, so Jordan M, who are you calling Islamophobes and why? Yeah, that's my first question. Who are you calling Islamophobes and why? Because no one around here ain't scared of Islam. You get me? We might not like it and don't care about it, but no one ain't scared about it. Just what I'm saying to you. So you need to choose your language very carefully, Jordan. Especially you as an Englishman. You should have a much better command of the English language than that. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Personally, we would be more scared of EDL. You understand me? Than Islam, if you want to keep it a hadda. Yeah. So there's no Islamophobes around here, boo. Like we just don't care, innit? We don't care about religion, period. Yeah. But don't try
Fuck
to be
the
labeled us.
Muslims, period.
Huh?
Fuck them. Fuck them, sis. I don't know who he's calling Islamophobe. I'm telling you, I'm not no Islamophobe. I'm saying fuck your religion, Jordan. That's what I'm saying directly. Lady D saying fuck you and your religion. Now what? Fuck the Islamophobe business. I'm telling you, I don't rate it. I don't respect it. I don't give a fuck about it. Period. That is not an Islamophobe. That's me telling you I don't fucking rate your thing. Period. The same way you don't rate my blackness, I don't rate your religion. Straight up and down. That's what it is.
jumped on the panel was I condemn what they said. They didn't really listen to that and didn't take to it. But I obviously did use a bit of.
It's not that we didn't hear you, Jordan. It was just very wishy-washy, and really, the more impactful question or the more impactful thing that you said was, "What about Banksy?" You see what I'm saying to you? So again, there was really no condemnation of her. You know what I mean? It was a very weak one. But what was very strong is, "What about Banksy?" Yeah, what aboutism? Straight, as I'm sure you're going to admit anyway. Jolting, man. Take people for blood clot.
What aboutism, right? I did
God you couldn't hear
purposefully,
Beverly.
point out that they are sitting with racists on a panel discussing racism. Maybe that's stuff, and I don't know what you was a deflection, and maybe that isn't helpful. But like I say, it's just I feel that you saw the chat going wild. You saw the comments towards my religion in that chat. To be honest, probably what I should have done is not even join the stream and sign out. That's what I think.
So it's okay. I mean, I don't know what was being said in the stream, so but obviously but it's okay for Halima to be saying all the stupid shit that she was saying about black people, this, that, and the other. Yeah, not the first time or second time. Yeah. Can you hear, or is it just Biggage saying he can't hear? Can you lot in the audience hear?
Biggage, I think it's his end, sis, because he can't hear from. He's even saying it in the chat, it's in the back. It's Biggage. Drop off and try to refresh and join back on.
Yeah, so and this is why I said on the block yesterday, yeah, don't ever think, that Islam comes before, you understand what I'm saying to you, my DNA, bro, because like religion
mad.
is man-made, yeah, like I said, you get me, but we like, even according to your thing, we were created, and we were created first. You see what I'm saying to you? So your thing can never come before my thing. I tell you that. And like I said, religion is man-made. One, and I believe in the Most High, but religion is man-made, as we know.
And the Most High made me in the image of His own likeness. Understand this, Jordan? Yes, the blackness does supersede your bullshit religion. Period. Point blank. I ain't doing no going around town with what everyone else is doing. I'm coming straight guns blazing. Fuck your religion, and my blackness is more superior to your fucking religion. Now what? Now what? You want to talk about your book superior? My fucking blackness is superior. Now what? Let's go.
Been the best thing to do. And then if I get a chance to speak to Halima or jump on their channel, jump on and say, look, what happened wasn't on.
But remember, you're on a mission because you're part of the Dawah team in it. So you have to be in certain arenas and clarifying certain things. You know what I mean? Because in case you didn't notice, there's a lot of people, who don't know about the religion of Islam. I mean, look what I did the other day, and that you see, I had to use Scientific's ego. You see, because he was being very unruly. I had to use his ego because he claims to be an atheist. Okay, and he wants to be Muslim. I thought, okay, I'm going to use your ego and let the Muslim who you view as the Iceman, who don't know more than me, and he's going to share me up. And you know what happened in that? Because he didn't even know what Aqidah was. He's talking about left foot, right foot. And when you go into that ruling, it's the dua to go into the bathroom. The left and right, that's not even applicable like that. But so I had to use political science because he's just personally I don't have a problem with him. But you understand what I was doing, and Banks is right. You understand what I was doing with the both of them and that, and they both got humiliated in that. You know what I mean? You claim to be born Muslim.
I've enjoyed the streams because I think that most people, right, within the Dawah field would tell me to stay clear of these streams because they are full. The language used isn't appropriate. But I do for some reason, I like putting myself in those kind of positions, even when I'm outnumbered.
You like to be with your other brothers and sisters, man.
Either change people's minds or kind of fight the cause.
You like being with Luke and that.
I don't know if I achieve it on that channel necessarily. But look, the thing is, you never know who's watching. There may be people watching that learn something new or it changes their mind. But yeah, look, like you say, it's for me. I'm on there I almost view it as training for myself because, what scientific method and Banksy come out with, despite it being emotional, they come out with arguments that are used against Islam constantly, and they keep bringing things up, and it's my way of learning. Well, hang on a minute, they're saying this, and I should deal with it this way. So that is why I'm on there. But I do feel.
See again, Jordan, man. I think you're being disingenuous, bro. Because apparently you're saying you're a Dawah man. You're down Speaker's Corner. You must hear these arguments every week in, week out. So Speaker's Corner is supposed to be your learning ground. No? I don't think you need to make an excuse to come onto the streams, man. Just say that you enjoy the fucking bullshit along with everyone else. You like to get your ending. Don't go on like fucking G Block is a training ground and all that. Like, stop all of this, man. Like, you know what it is? Are you not used to talking to low IQ people or something, or people with no worldly knowledge or any worldly experience? Because I'm being real. Like, I feel like whoever you're talking about, it can't be people like me, bro. It can't be people like me, Star. Yeah, you must be talking about some little people, but you can't be talking about big people like us. This is crazy. Training ground. The fuck? You know what? Sorry, family. Hold on, man. Training ground. The fuck?
Now keep your eye on
more and more as I go on there. Like,
I was gonna say when you press play, move the comments so we can see the comments. I want to see what the people, the Muslims are saying, So I want to keep my eye on that. Yeah, thanks.
The thing is, I gotta go up and let me see if I can. I gotta go up and down to play it. Hold on.
Right, can you press play and then somehow move it? Okay.
It's all right. I'll go down.
I come away from that channel thinking I need to do wudu, man. I'm like this place, man. Some of the people on there. But you know what, Kel? The thing is with me, right, is that I come from that mindset. So before I came to Islam, I was anti-Islam myself. So I sometimes look at these people, and despite them saying horrible things, I know where their mindset is.
What do you mean horrible things? Bro, what fucking horrible things has been said? Like, stop all this fucking propaganda bullshit. What horrible things have been said, bro? What horrible things have been said? And to be honest, if you believe that your thing is for all mankind and for all the rest of time and this and that, you must expect questions, my guy. If you're saying that in order for me to live forever and ever and ever, amen, I gotta know about this thing. Don't you think you're gonna accept? This is what I'm trying to say. You are used to speaking to retards, man.
Right. So you know that's like the Sahaba. They understood
Yes, that's
what
right.
they call the Jahiliyyah. So you're gonna understand the people a lot more than. But what I
Yeah.
will say to you though, and this may become as a shock for you, is that unfortunately, right, you see, when it comes to my people and that, they're going to have
What?
a guard up towards Islam.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And
Hold on
there is nothing
hold
that
on
I
a
can
minute.
do about that. What I will say is,
Hold on a
Yeah.
minute.
if people want,
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Did Kale just say to the Iceman, do you know one of the problems with my people? No. Hold on, let me rewind this.
I just want to remove myself from that because I'm not Arab, yeah. So I like
Let
to
me-
remove. Me, Lady D, wants to remove myself from that.
Let me rewind this because I know that's not what I just heard. No way. There's no. You did not just say that to a. Hold on a second. That sounds like when the next man says that we're collectively inadequate. Hold on, let me play it.
use political science because, he's just,
Yeah.
personally, I don't
I
have
know
a problem with
I
him.
know what you're doing.
But you understand what I was doing, and Banks is right. You understand what I was doing with the both of them and that, and they both got humiliated and that.
Yeah.
You know what I
And
mean? You claim to be born Muslim,
I've enjoyed
right?
the streams because I think that
Right.
most people, right, within the Dawah field would tell me to stay clear of these streams because they are full. The
Right.
language used isn't appropriate. But
Right.
I do for some reason I like putting myself in those kind of positions, even when I'm outnumbered, and trying to either change people's minds or kind of fight the cause. I don't know if I achieve it on that channel necessarily, but look, the thing is, you never know who's watching. There may be people watching that learn something new or it changes their mind. But yeah, look, like you say, it's for me. I'm on there I almost view it as training for myself because,
Right.
What scientific method and Banksy come out with, despite it being emotional, they come out with arguments that are used against Islam constantly, and they keep bringing things up, and it's my way of learning. Well, hang on a minute, they're saying this, and I should deal with it this way. So that is why I'm on there. But I do feel more and more as I go on there, like I don't know, I come off that, I come away from that channel thinking I need to do wudu, man. I come from I'm like this place, man. Some of the people on there. But you know what, Kel? The thing is with me, right, is that I come from that mindset. So before I came to Islam.
So sometimes you leave there feeling like you need to wash and cleanse off yourself, yeah? I hope you got that same vim or whatever when you came off of the. This is what I'm trying to say. You're not Big Age. I don't think the thing's connecting, Big Age. Something ain't connecting, bro, because it's not coming up. But yeah, Jordan, you said you feel like you have to do wudu, which is fair enough. Do you know what I mean? But all I'm saying, I would hope at least that you felt the same when you you know what I mean, came off of Ghost's channel. That's all I'm saying, bab. Get me?
Islam. I was anti-Islam myself. So I sometimes look at these people, and despite them saying horrible things, I know where their mindset is and where they're coming from.
And where's our mindset, Jordan? Pray tell, where is our mindset, man? Pray tell. I would love to know what is our mindset, bab. And remember, you were coming, and again, Jordan, no disrespect, but I hope you're not trying to compare us and yourself in terms of where you were coming from foundationally and ourselves, right? Because that would be an unfair comparison, yeah?
What do you mean? No disrespect. All disrespect. What are you doing? All disrespect. I'm not here to respect nobody today because no one don't respect us.
All right, Divine, man. It's just a phraseology. Don't take that, man. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? So please do bear that in mind when you're doing all your fucking finessing around there, Mr. Jordan. I beg all.
Right. So that's like the Sahaba. They understood
Yes, that's right.
what they call the Jahiliyyah. So you're gonna understand you're gonna understand the people a lot more than. But
So I
what I
know
will say
what the
to you though,
Sahaba
and
is. What's
this
the
may become a
Jahiliyyah?
shock for you, is that
What's the Jahiliyyah? Someone in the comments tell me what the Jahiliyyah is. I know what the Sahaba is. What's the Jahiliyyah? This is a proper little Muslim lesson today, Star. Jahiliyyah. I have to Google that still.
unfortunately, right, it's when it comes to my people and that, they're going to have a guard up towards Islam, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there is nothing that I can do about that. What I will say is,
Yeah.
if people want to convince some people to see Islam in the best light, then you know what that needs to be done, Jordan. I don't have to tell you in that, you know,
Yeah.
you see.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're gonna have their guard up. I'm not
I
gonna
hear
tell
that.
them don't have your guard
Yeah.
up, because remember
But isn't that a slight contradiction though? Because Pan-Africanism is supposed to be it's no religion at all. So what we're supposed to be trying to do is get our people away from religion, not towards it, surely. Because isn't religion one of the main things that's dividing the people? I don't know. This is a very strange, I don't know.
the Arabs. It's like with myself, right? People always say this. I can't condemn other Muslim brothers, right? My mum's like an Afro Arab of the original Arabs, and that for my entire life, I've always gone against the bad practice of the Arab and that. Can you imagine the stick that I go through in that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
I go through it. You see what I'm saying? In that, because
Yeah.
for me, I'm seeing like my mum's culture being like disrespect. You got these like, okay, you've got people who are claiming to be from that land, and look what they're doing to people. Look what they do to black people, and that. Look how
Yeah.
they represent the religion, and that. I'm seeing my
Yeah.
mum's culture and all that there, and I get it, because it's like
Yeah.
you're supposed to be with us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm saying to
Yeah.
myself, right, I'm supposed to be right with my people, right, who have represented in the correct way, because it's not all that there's definitely black Arabs that are definitely on board what I'm saying in that, because they see the way how black people are treated, so they're definitely on
Yeah.
board with that. But the point is that although you're a practicing Muslim, right, you know the Muslims have to condemn what the other temperaments are doing, even if it's, I mean, what does Allah say in the Quran? He says, oh, you believe, be just witness to Allah, even if it's upon yourself, a rich
Yes.
person, a poor person. You see what I'm
Yes.
saying in that, right? He says these things, man. So you have to do that, or my people are going to keep doing it, and I'm not going to stop them to have a resistance towards Islam until people represent it properly, if that makes any sense, man.
Yeah. I hear that. The thing, and I really get what you're saying. The thing is, Kel, that there's never going to be perfect Muslims. We're never going to have a perfect community. So if I guess it depends, because if people are gonna, there's two ways of doing it. Is
If
it that
Islam is perfect and you
people are
have the
behaving
most
badly?
perfect religion, why can it not produce perfect people? Question for fucking audience, yeah? If Islam is perfect and the religion is perfect, why can't the representative of that said religion be perfect too? Why? Why is that a hard achievement for them? Remember, you've got the most perfect religion. There is nothing wrong with your fucking religion. There's nothing wrong with your Quran and your Bamba Clot Hadith and your fucking Scott Umars and all of them shit there. So why can it not produce perfect Bamba Cleat fruit? That's what I want to know. Me, Lady Dia asked the question.
And they're seeing that, or are they looking for bad behaviors? Because you can go around any community and look for bad behaviors and then highlight it. That's what Tommy Robinson's done.
Right.
And I do feel that he's done on G Block. Now I know I get what your point about. This could be for other reasons. This could be the way they've been treated by Muslims, or the way they've, things have happened to their people and stuff. But on a side point, there's, because I know why I don't know if you've noticed, I've made some points lately about, because we've talked about things like FGM, age of consent.
Yeah.
And I feel like these are things, and I know you didn't like me talking about, I wasn't bringing up Africa as like to condemn Africa. What I was saying to them is, these are, your ancestors, people from your part of the world, and everyone's part of the world. So I could have said everyone's part of the world, maybe was better. Practice these things. And so what the point I made was, how are you? Because the arguments I hear the Sun Sisters making on that channel is, we've got science now. You know, they don't know what they were doing. You know, we've got all this now. Like you should throw away thousands of years of traditions. I heard Veli talking about, you know, we've got running taps now, so we can clean ourselves better than they did back then. And I feel like that when I hear that makes me so like doesn't make me angry. It just makes me think, why are you rubbishing people from ancient traditions?
Yeah, this is when the finessing comes now. This is where it goes.
So Jordan, like, so Jordan, yeah, your ancestors were enslavers. Would you like to keep on with that practice, Jordan? That's a very retarded statement that you just made, man. Yeah. Would you like to keep all the bad things that your ancestors oversaw, Jordan? Let me ask you that question. Your ancestors, yeah, oversaw the complete eradication of whole tribes throughout the world. Whole tribes, Jordan. Is that a practice that you would like to maintain, Bab?
Just because the ancestors did it, like Kel likes to tell us.
In Europe in the Middle Ages, you know what was going on, Jordan. Is that a practice that you would like to keep? Because you're well, like, what kind of dickhead statement are you making, Jordan? Yeah? I don't know who you're talking to, man. Like, seriously. Yeah? Of course, if we are being told that one of the reasons why FGM should happen is because of cleanliness, yeah, because there was a lack of water, yeah, and we're saying today in 2024, well, every yard's got, yeah, you're good now, Biggage. Every yard's got water. What is the need for it? Why are you gonna try to rubbish that, Jordan?
Jeez, I can hear you.
Yeah,
we can hear you, we can see you, everything.
I pick up Brother Kane. Yes, you are seeing correctly, Brother Kane. Yes, in fact, you are.
So, do you know what I mean, Jordan? I don't know what you're doing here. If we're gonna, yes, if there's certain things from our ancestral past that were not right, of course we're gonna say leave that in the past. Are you dumb? Are you stupid? Yeah. What you think? Why? The thing is, Jordan. Yeah, we know that you wouldn't cut your daughter. Yeah, we know if you had a girl child, we know that you're not gonna allow no one near your daughter's nanny. So why do you think we would?
Because we're Africans and we need to keep up the African tradition, even though we're 200 to 400 years removed. Okay, cool. Big up yourself.
Foolishness. And up till now, a proper reason can't even be given for FGM. Yeah, the reasons that we were given was cleanliness, yeah, and the
offerings to the Most High and spiritual. What kind of sacrifice to God? Is that?
So Jordan do Muslims even deal with sacrifice? You're supposed to be budding that, because apparently you don't even deal with sacrifice. But yeah, we're being told that ancestrally it was hygiene and ancestral offering or whatever, spiritual offering. Yeah, brethren. Anyway, big up yourself, Biggage, man. Just running through this still.
Come on.
Get onto the podcast.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, man, Jordan's doing the abracadabra settings, boy.
And do you know what I mean with this? And I don't really understand why that is. Is that because the black people I associate with normally are very spiritual,
right?
And when black people embrace Islam, they are often go full board with the spiritual stuff,
right?
But the black people on G Block are like this kind of atheist, very white Western mindset. That's the point I was making. This kind of
so Jordan, does that mean that the black people that you've been embracing? Huh?
Hey, Nines, hold on.
Does that mean the black people that you've been embracing?
You said something that was important.
All right, go on.
He said something that was important in that thing, yeah? He said that we was like white Western people. I'm like, bro, you're English though, bro. And you know what's mad though, yeah, is weird on my man's stance is that he's a white Western man that has a different view from a majority of white Westerners, trying to say that other people can't have a different view because they live in the West. It don't even make sense. Literally doesn't make sense. It's like a whole confusion.
It's a idiot thing, bro. We see the finessing though.
Idiot thing, man. Yeah, man. But that works with them, man. That's like on this confused kind of thing, innit? Yeah, where man's just like trying to look for a home where they can go to or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But you're doing it on the banner of fucking Pan-Africanism, and that's what I can't rate. That's what I
yeah, no,
can't
but I'm saying
rate,
that
bro.
them finesses there usually work on, say, a man that's not tight with their family or they've not got no other people to lean on or whatever, innit? Like, or differently, if you are and you're like, say, like scientific method, he speaks, his mum's a Muslim and his mum knows he's not a Muslim and they have a good relationship. So you don't have to lean on other people to make a cult or whatever. He can still have his family and not be a Muslim. You get me?
That's a fact.
So, you man want, yeah. It's mad still. Go. Come on, man. You know the lava's gonna spill today, right?
Listen, I've been bunning already. I was supposed to be bunning from last night. I was supposed to jump on your panel, but I said if I didn't jump on your panel, the conversation would have never gone the way it went. I'm telling you that right now, Velly, because no one's gonna tell me not to say what I'm gonna say. No one's gonna mute me. No one's gonna throw me in the back, and no one's gonna tell me about no fucking racism after the shit I heard coming out of Helena. I was ready to peck on their bumper clock profit last night, and remember, I
I ain't
don't deal with
saying
their
nothing
profit, you
about
know.
no racism versus anyone. I'll tell you what I'm not doing no more though, yeah, is what I was doing was facilitating conversations, yeah, and try not to make people just insult Muslims for no reason or whatever, and blah blah blah. But I realized that only in certain other places people will afford you that same thing, right? So fuck, man. Everyone loses their privilege there, man. If anyone comes to light you man up, they can just light you up, innit? Like, it is what it is. Get me? When you dons are coming onto the cool, man, fucking house slave, nigger, black Satan, black Kafir, black this, black everything, yeah? I didn't hear one peep or one pipsqueak. You get me? It's just like, yeah, cool. Let them man do what they're doing still, man. So if you man get light, it is what it is, cuz.
Yeah, I'm
It
ready
is
to
what it
like
is,
them.
cuz.
So when I do, I don't want to hear no one. Everyone that's in the chats now that's listening to me, make sure Lady D's got this on record. Lady D's going to be doing up the most racism, yeah? Lady D's going to be doing up the most slewing of their prophet, religion, any fucking thing, the Quran, any bumper clock thing can get it. And I don't want to hear no one crying. Because when it's the other way around, no one ain't, it's all a case of, oh, but she's not right in the head. Oh, she's not this. Some idiot. Listen, I'm not here for it. I'm
Don't
not here
fuck
for
that
it.
fat cunt, man. Even that fucking fat bitch Alina, cuz, man. She's a fucking inbred cunt, man. Good. She can suck her dad. Yeah. And I'm glad your dad died. Ha. Record that, Jordan. Yeah. Yeah, man. You fucking cunt. Yeah, I'm gonna make the blood drip, bitch. Come on, say nothing, man. But let's go anyway.
Scientists say this, so this is dumb. So we're going to condemn that. You know, all civilization, and they basically got this kind of morality of Great Britain that they've developed with. But I feel like it's a shame to just throw away or trash. You can talk about things like FGM, right, and say. And say, you know, my ancestors did it. That was their practice. They believed in the spiritual traditions. But the conversation was like, bun it out. It's disgusting. It's backward. And I feel like when you have conversations like that.
So Jordan M, do you not think that cutting off pieces of
So
women
fucking what?
is,
Hey, man,
is
why are you even listening to this brother cry about them? It's so fucking what?
no,
So what?
because
This
it's
man
the
don't like.
finessing
What
though, bro. Because we've
so
got a fucking
fucking what?
former EDL member, yeah, who for whatever reason has become a Muslim, yeah, and now trying to question our like how we deal with our history, this, that, and the other. This, that. I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to even take it there, Jordan M, yeah, where we come from in West Indies, we don't do FGM, bro. You see what I'm saying to you? We don't do it. We didn't grow with it. We don't know about them thing there. Yeah, we only heard about FGM in recent years. You see what I'm saying to you? So if you want to take it there, we can. You get me? I didn't grow up knowing that fucking girl get their pussy cut, bro. We did
That is not
confirmation.
a West Indian culture practice. Now, if you want to have that conversation with the Arab, then you're more than likely to keep having that conversation with Kel, because that's Kel's lineage. That's not mine. I'm not Arab. Like, you need to separate. I'm not a fucking Arab. Make sure we have this on record. Lady D's got nothing to do with no Arab. I'm African. Period. Point blank.
And on top of that, we're Afro-Caribbean. Yeah? And them practice don't go on where we come from.
Yeah, but so
You see
what?
what I'm saying?
The whole thing is, Nines, if we can find information that shows that a practice should be removed or outdated, so what if the information comes from a place that's not our own? What the fuck? How does that even matter? That's stupid, man. That means man's basically saying that only black people can use. If you are a black person, you can only use like black science, black this, black blah 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 blah. But all the other world can use any different scholar, any so and so, and follow whatever they want. Like everything that Jordan M follows is from an Arab place. None of it is from a European place. So by that definition, you're calling your own self a sellout, bro.
True.
You're selling out the white people, then.
True. It's just bare foolishness, man. It's just bare chattings, man. You don't even make no sense, Jordan. Them like seriously, yeah. I don't know what it is you're trying to appeal to Kale, but you're not making no sense, bro. You know what I'm saying to you? FGM is a fucked up thing. Yeah, we're not tech back in the chat. And like I said before, if ancestors were doing it before, then we have to leave it in the past, because in 2024, it is not necessary. Yeah, we done a whole stream on it. I don't even see how people are still talking about how the fuck can sewing up a woman's pussy could be advantageous, bro. How?
Oh man, let the pom pom be free, fam.
Whether it's a cut around, remember, because there's 4 different FGMs in it. Yeah. 4 different ones, you know. Yeah. And we went through it. You understand what I'm saying to you?
And we're still stuck on which one's worse, the 3 or the 4. We still we haven't even got to that part of the thing yet.
Well, not only that though, it's about that there's no actual advantage to it.
No advantage. What's the benefits of it? If it's something that's beneficial for the society, then yeah, cool. Like again, like with the foreskin removal or whatever, yeah. If it was beneficial for everyone to do that, obviously man would be on the opposite side of the argument. Yeah, do you know what? It's beneficial for everyone to do it. Blah 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 blah. Do you know what I mean? That, but it's just that minute because the argument for it falls on in line with my man's religion. That's the only reason why man's defending it, innit? Like if it didn't fall in line with his religion, yeah, because you can test him on that anyway. Yeah, you ask him a question later on something, a practice that's done that he feels is barbaric, that doesn't fall in line with Islam, and they will say, "Oh, it's barbaric."
He will condemn it straight up and down. Yeah, he'll condemn it straight away.
So, I don't know, bro. If man thinks, yeah, that's probably what it is, though. Nice, there, man. Does think that man them are dumb, how man's dumb. You hear me?
But the thing is, I'm sure he was asked if it was a practice that he would deal with, and I'm sure his answer was no. You get me? So I don't see why he.
That's that political answer, man. That's that political answer, cause yeah, when his youth's born, she's getting cut. He's getting cut, man. I'll tell you that for free.
I don't think so, bro. Because I don't.
Man, it's Sunnah. This is Sunnah. If he's a part of the, I think it's the Maliki or the Shafi school. One of them schools, yeah. If that's his school of thought, then that's Sunnah. Yeah, that's what you have to do. Yeah. So that's God. You get me? Yeah.
Well, I feel business that boy. You understand what I'm saying to you? But I can assure you, yeah, not mine. Not mine.
It's just disrespectful. You're not bringing any evidence other than emotional stuff.
What?
And if you're only bringing science to the table, you're just an atheist. And
what? This guy's a
But pause.
So
If you bring any science to the
Oh,
table,
this
you're just
guy's
an atheist.
you know what I mean with,
How
with
is that?
this, with
How
this,
is that?
and
How is that
I
an
don't
argument?
really understand why.
Nines. How was that an argument against the
And do
FGM?
me a favor,
That's what I'm
Nine. Go
saying.
back a
He's
little bit. I want to
using
hear it clear
actual
again. I want to hear
retard.
exact words clear again, so we can just like Veli said, play that bit up again.
What they were doing, you know, we've got all
Right.
this now. Like you should throw away thousands of years of traditions. I heard Veli
Right.
talking about, you know, we've got running taps now, so we can clean ourselves better than they did back then. And I feel
Right.
like that when I hear that makes me so like it doesn't make me angry. It just makes me think, why are you rubbishing people from ancient traditions? And do you know what I mean with this? And I don't really understand why that is. Is that because the black people I associate with normally are very spiritual, and when black
Right.
people embrace Islam, they often go full board with the spiritual stuff. But the
Right.
black people on G Block are like
Right.
this kind of atheist,
Mm.
very white.
What does that mean? Atheist,
Right.
very white.
You're
What does that mean?
definitely trying to associate FGM with spirituality. Yeah. So let us definitely make a note of that. That Jordan M is definitely saying that FGM is a part of the spirituality, because he just said the black people that he meets, they're spiritual and they become Muslim and they go all out. Yeah. Well, even if I became a Muslim, Jordan, you can trust and believe that no one ain't cutting my girl child. Do you understand me? Yeah. So at that point, you don't have to dash me out.
Nice. What does
understand
being very white mean? Being an atheist and very white. What does that mean? What does that actually is that
I
an
don't
argument?
know.
This one,
This
bro.
guy
It's not. He's not. All he's doing is trying to say stuff that Cal may say, yeah, to, rather than making any actual points, man. It's not even a point, man. You're just saying that it's very white. Like what? What does that mean? What's very white? What is education mean? You're white. Like, I don't get working with science. Does that mean that you're white? This is stupid, bro. Like, this is that shit that the bigotry of low expectation, man. That man talks about. Cause man
Yeah.
expect you to just be some dumb caveman that don't know
Yeah.
shit. So man could just point you in the directions that they want you to go. Yeah, follow us here and do what I say and rah 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 rah. It's like, bro.
It's that roll dawa, man. It's that roll dawa, man. It just reminds me of Hussein, man. That roll dawa, man. Remember Hussein always used to say, "Oh, I come from a single parent family. I'm gonna be a saint." And that's the type of dawa that they give to the black people. Them like, you lot are mad, mad.
Having a steak out, bro.
Western
Having a
mindset. That's the
steak
point I
out.
was
Western
making. This
mindset.
kind of
So
our
what
science.
sort of mindset have you got, Gordon? Have you got an Arabian mindset all of a sudden? Have you
Yeah,
been
this is
able
mad.
to
This
go from
Western mindset criticism is crazy. It's like, bro, you went to nursery, primary school, and university in England, and you're trying to tell other people about Western mindset? Pardon? What the fuck does that even mean?
It's
What does that
very
even mean?
patronizing, actually. It's actually very, very, very patronizing. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Very patronizing, because we can actually have a duality mindset. Yeah, that's what we have. We have a duality mindset. You get me?
Nine.
So,
He's
yes, sir.
basically saying, yeah, that, or without realizing it, yeah, that obviously he's been able to change his mindset, but other people can't. But basically, I don't know. I actually don't even know what he's saying here, but it sounds like this West. He doesn't think that he's got a Western mindset, even though he lives. Everything he knows is from the West, but he feels he's just a Muslim now and thinks that everything the Quran and the Sunnah says is the truth. You still got a Western mindset, though, bro. So I don't even get it. Was that supposed to be an insult? What is that supposed to be?
Well, if you
I don't know
play
what.
a bit more, he's gonna go on to explain how he hated Islam and now he come to love it. So let him go. Like, let him go.
Scientists say this, so this is dumb. So we're going to condemn that. You know, all civilization, and they've basically got this kind of morality of Great Britain that they've developed with. But I feel like it's a
What does that mean? Morality of Great Britain. You know what, yeah, Nines? I got to fly off still, man, because I got to load up the cannon, man. But I don't know what the fuck my man's talking about here, cuz, man. Hey, you having a steak out, man. Uh, uh, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Alhamdulillah for your non-Western mindset. You hear me? Say nothing, though,
He's
man.
talking nonsense though, man. Because hold on a second.
Shit, man.
black people embrace Islam, they are often they mindset. That's the point I was making. This kind of our scientists say this, so this that they've developed with. But I feel like it's a shame to just throw away or trash. You can talk about things like FGM, right, and say you know, my ancestors did it. That was their like that. It's just disrespectful. It's not intellectual. You're not bringing any evidence other than emotional stuff. And if you're only bringing science to the table, you're just an atheist. And
yo, brethren, Jordan, and bring some evidence for being pro FGM, Jordan, because you're just chatting shit, man. You're just chatting shit, man. You're actually just chatting shit. So you bring some evidence, yeah, why FGM's a good thing. Yeah, come bring it to us. Yeah. As we're so stupid and as you're so disappointed in all this other kind of stupid shit that you're telling Kel, yeah, you go and bring the evidence to make us know why FGM's a good thing.
I got one better.
To you?
I've got one better. Seeing as though he's so disappointed in us, yeah, I got one better. Jordan M, go and circumcise your blood clot gal pitney. Bring her come and show us what the after effects afterwards. That's what you do. Use your pitney as the first experience. Exhibit A. That's what we want to see. Exhibit A. And then after that, we're going to review her in years to come and find out what are the effects and what are not the effects. Seeing as though you were advocating for this shit, let you and your pitney then be the experiment for it.
Straight.
And you're gonna write off any African tradition, any religion, and you're not going to be able to converse about this topic.
What?
The thing is, isn't it? It's like
this. This is isology, fam. This is isology. I
can't condemn circumcision because, as I said before, you know, in African culture, especially the ancient Egyptians, when they used to circumcise, right, it used to be for like spirituality of priesthood, you know, when you're adult age, and it was to typify of being part of the elite, you know what I mean, and to be part of that particular group. And it's in Saqqara. I've been to Saqqara myself in Egypt, and I've seen it on the wall, and I know that you know, Amenhotep III in the 18th dynasty of Khemi definitely practiced that. The Bantus practice it, the East Africans practice it, and we know that the Abraham, he got the revelation because, you know, that particular part of Africa and that they weren't doing all that, you see. So you know the story, from that day forth his offsprings, they will be circumcised with the head and the foreskin of the man's phallus.
And that's the thing as well, Kel. You didn't even correct him, but and telling the FGM is not African, but it's Arabic, because that's one of the first things you told us, and that
it's an Arab practice that started with the fucking Arabs and has nothing to do with us. It was forced onto us because they practice it on us. Again, we are not fucking Arabs. So he's in the right place right now. He's in the right place with the right person discussing this shit. Because it's Kyle's fucking people them that practice that shit.
I don't think that he's actually educated Jordan on that fact, though. You get me? Because Jordan keeps trying to ascribe it to African culture, and that's why he's so disappointed in us. But Kale, you're supposed to let him know that it's not actually African culture, but that is Arabic culture. Yeah? Because then maybe half of this conversation wouldn't have even been had. But seemingly you're not giving him that correction just yet.
Emails. The problem is, right, is that the FGM, that has been more practice more than circumcision. Because I don't know if you're aware where that practice comes from. I don't know if you're aware of.
I heard you talking about. I know you claimed it was an Arab practice.
Yeah, well, you can research this yourself. You can literally research that. It started with Pharaoh, and Pharaoh was not an Egyptian. He was from the Amalekites, or the Amalek, right? And he, you know, the creator revealed to him in dreams that there's gonna be an anointed one, which is called Musa, is going to take you down. So he was practicing FGM under the Israeliyat, the Israeli women in that time. And you know the prophecy, he came and then he brought him down, etc. So this is basically the Black Arrows practiced that first. Here's the interesting thing: when I went to Egypt, right, many moons ago, I was very surprised to not see that story in the scrolls. I thought to myself, what's going on? Because you know, growing up, I heard all these things, etc. And then what I found out is that the Pharaoh was only reigning in Egypt for 125 years. You can go and research it because the Islam also clarifies this as well. He was reigning for 25 years, and the Akbat, or the original Egyptians, they moved out and went upper, right? And then when Musa overthrow Pharaoh by the will of the Most High, then the Akbat, they returned back, and then they decided to wipe out the rest of the Amalekites, right?
Yeah.
So that is why that particular story is not mentioned in the scrolls, and they don't write non-Egyptian. But you can research it Islamically. I'm totally correct.
Yeah,
and
fair enough. I am aware that. I am aware that circumcision happened in those areas for sure, because I know that. That, for example, the Prophet, peace upon him, there was, and I can't remember which society, but you know, because people talk about whether it's a religious thing or not. There was a ruling where, in a particular society, FGM was. It wasn't that it, you know, Islam didn't introduce it, but Islam didn't eradicate it, because it clearly was a tradition of those people. And Islam doesn't always just wipe away. You know, Islam is strictly, you can't hurt the body, you can't have a tattoo, you can't do this. But obviously, some traditions, and I think I listened to you on one of the other streams, and it opened my eyes a lot, because obviously the type of FGM you're talking about isn't actually FGM at all, even though the Westerns call it. It's a circumcision. Where, you know, without going too much detail, it's nothing to do with the clitoris. It's sort of the skin over the top, isn't it? So it's not non-invasive. So the thing is, on G Block, our conversation was, let's ban out FGM.
Yeah, let me make sure I got this correct. So in one breath, listen. In one breath, it's Islam doesn't condone the harming of in the body, like tattoos, cutting of any sort, piercings, all of these kind of things. Cool, right? It's all harmful to the body, but somehow Islam can pardon the cut. And here how he tries to neatly slide it in, just the cutting of the tip. You know, just this little cut. Is it still not cutting? Is there still not harm being done to the body? Like, what are we doing? So does Islam flipping condone it, or doesn't it?
He said it's not even invasive, Divine. This is
Well,
why
this is what I'm saying, and this
people,
neat fucking trickery words that they think they're using ain't running on me, and it ain't working on me.
The disrespect, man. This is what I'm trying to say. It's all man-made bullshit, man. Yeah. How are you gonna say Jordan M, but it's not invasive? It's just it's sickening, man. Absolutely fucking sickening. It's not invasive. You must think you're talking to absolute retards, man. Absolute fucking retards.
The FGM was.
Yeah. And like I said to Kale, in the West, they call it FGM. Yeah. Female genital mutilation. Any type of cutting, that's what they call it. In them parts there, they're going to call it circumcision, happy birthday, whatever. Yeah? So don't do this sly shit that you're doing. Don't wash, bro. Like, seriously. I think you must be talking... you must talk to people that don't go to school, Jordan. Like, you must talk to real dunce people, man. Seriously. This is so disappointing listening to this, man. You don't think that we're very clever. And I think that's probably where Biggie spoke about bigotry of low expectation. And maybe that's because you lot are used to doing your little Road Darwin, whatever, and your little Jailhouse Darwin, whatever. But we are intelligent people out here. Like, remember, I'm a goddess up in this bitch. Yeah, so I don't know what you're on, bro, but this sounds fucking retarded, man.
It wasn't that Islam didn't introduce it, but Islam didn't eradicate it, because it clearly was a tradition of those people. And Islam doesn't always just wipe away. Islam is
Of
strictly
the-
you can't hurt the body, you can't have a tattoo, you can't do this.
But
But
Carol,
obviously,
I
some
thought
traditions, and I think
this
listening
sounds
to
so
you
fucking
on,
sanitized,
I listened to you
man.
on one of the other streams, and
Right.
it opened my eyes a lot, because obviously the type of FGM you're talking about isn't actually FGM at all,
Yes, it
even though
is.
the Westerns call it.
Yes, it is.
It's a
Right.
circumcision.
Circumcision is a type of
The
FGM.
cutting
Like,
of
are
the
you
pum
too
pum in any way,
dumb?
shape, or form is circumcision.
Are you
Fuck
too
off,
dumb,
Jordan.
man?
Fuck off,
if-
Jordan.
Where, you know, without going too much detail, it's nothing to do with the clitoris, it's sort of the skin over the top, isn't it?
It's sort of the skin over the top. Fucking hell, star.
So
That's right.
It's non-evasive.
right.
So the thing
It's not non-evasive, you dickhead. Are you stupid, man? How can you describe that as being non-evasive?
How can you go between a
You're
child's
dumb.
but no, listen to me. Let's just get fucking straight to the point. How the fuck do you go between a child's fucking legs, peck off whether it's a little piece, a big piece, sew it up, whatever the fuck you want to do, cross stitch, back stitch, whatever the fuck you want to do under there, and then tell us it's non-invasive. Man, fuck off. From you go between my legs, you're already invading my fucking privacy, my human privacy by going in between my sacred place. Don't fuck about. Don't fuck about with me, Jordan. You got me all the way fucked up.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, actually. I'm very surprised to be hearing this, man. It's just like, wow. It's just like, wow. Good. 1 second.
is on G Block, our conversation was, let's ban out FGM, it's barbaric. But the thing is, you brought some knowledge there to the table that should change the conversation.
What?
Because are we equivocating that?
Why would
The
it
sewing up and
change the
cutting off
conversation?
half of it. It's not the same thing, is it? And so that's
No,
where
it's not. No, it's not.
but that's where I
because-
think
What?
you weren't even given that. And that's what annoys me about somewhere, because if someone's bringing knowledge, okay, you can still disagree. But you know, like for example, the way Ultra just went on it, it's just emotional, and it's just bunning
Drop
out
the
for
link,
some
please,
moral
sis.
kind of thing you've got.
As opposed
if
to
you-
what? You're stupid. You're both stupid at this point. Yo, Jordan, I don't know. Yo, Jordan. You are not used to talking to intelligent people. I'm so sorry, man. You must take black people for actual dickheads, Jordan. Seriously to God, man. You must take us for actual dick. You ain't nah. You don't rate us, Jordan. You don't rate us, Muffs. I've come to the conclusion. You do not rate us. You don't rate us, Muffs. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. I can't believe this. This is crazy.
Let me ask the woman in the chat. Hey, Victoria. Oh, sorry, sis. I was going to ask Victoria. Victoria, if I went in between your legs and said, "No, let me just take a little," let me take a little cut.
I'm going
Would
bathroom.
you find that evasive in any way, shape, or form? Please help me out here, because I think I'm missing something. Sis, I find it fucking invasive when I go to the fucking gynecologist. I find it invasive when I go to the fucking gynecologist, yeah? When I got to go and get my pap smear, whatever the fuck smear they call it these days, yeah? I find that invasive. Can you imagine getting your fucking little bit of skin cut off or a clit cut off or a fucking pum-pum sewn up? Can you imagine that? I find going to the fucking gynecologist fucking invasive. I hate it.
Yo, big up. What's going on?
Big up, Buddha.
This again. Right. I feel so you're done with this already, man. Oh Lord. What's going on? Oh boy. But you know what? Let me ask you something though. Something came to mind after I jumped off yesterday, yeah? So you're completely against any form of FGM, is that correct?
As long as it's not for a medical purpose, yes, I'm against it. If it's for I gave you the reasons the last time, Buddha, so I'll do it
Yeah,
again. For
yeah.
instance, a boy can't piss, he's struggling to piss, it burns him. You understand, I can understand why he's getting circumcised. There's a medical reason behind it. Maybe an what's them people they're called? The Mahaphrodite, whatever them
Yeah,
people
yeah,
they're called
yeah,
that's born with two. Yeah, I understand. And I guess the parents have got to decide there and
yeah.
then which one they want. I get it. These are natural things that have to happen. But you just going to in between my legs without my knowledge, nothing, no my consent, nothing,
Yo, and I
cutting.
mean, Aya, you better slow down. Like you, who's you? Them, not me.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Anyone going between my legs just cutting for the sake of a cultural practice? Hell to the fucking no.
So that was going to be my question. Do you make the distinction between a male child and a female child? I.e., would you be okay with a boy child getting a circumcision?
No,
No. Okay. Okay.
there's no need for it, man. Because my thing is this, yeah, Buddha, yeah. If we are believers in the Most High, yeah, or whatever, yeah,
Yeah.
or them at least, right? And they say that God is perfect and this and that. Why would they think that God didn't make our undercarriages perfect, bro?
But you know, that's been my kind of like question all the while. But they're saying, I think the answer to that was it's unclean or something like that. But then
Yeah, it's just man-made, though, Buddha. Because the
right,
thing is,
but
all
I'm
right,
saying, but like
sorry,
the implication is that God made his children unclean.
exactly, bro.
They
Stop
don't
for
really.
low on that.
And we know the vagina is what? Self-cleaning. So please tell me the reasons
Absolutely.
for FGM. And we know the Most High also provided us with water. So what are we doing here? What are we doing?
And we were
Yeah.
also told, Buddha, that it's also a spiritual practice, a spiritual offering to the God.
So can I ask? Listen, I know Nine thinks I'm some sort of like semi-professional gynecologist over here, but um, I'm going to ask a couple of questions and tell me if you can if you can answer them or if you feel uncomfortable answering them. Yeah. But so I had this conversation with my Palestinian friend, right? And he said to me, "You have to do it." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "It's a hot country. Over there it's hot. It grows. It grows like a finger." And he pulls out his finger and he's saying that it grows. And I'm like, I didn't really expand the conversation with him, yeah. But from
You
what you said,
mean what grows? The pussy tongue?
no, the clitoris. You know, certain ladies have enlarged clitorises and them kind of thing there. Now, to your knowledge, okay. So the first question
But
is,
the thing is, though, Buddha, yeah, even if a
yeah,
female's got an enlarged tongue, clitoris, whatever the fuck that is, yeah,
yeah,
that has no medical implications upon her.
no, but so I'm just trying to
It's
gain
just
knowledge
aesthetics, sis. It's just the
no,
look of it.
no,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to gain some knowledge from you ladies because it's not something that I know. So with age, does the clitoris grow or is it always the same size to your knowledge?
I don't know because I can't look. I can't see underneath. I'd have to go and ask someone to have a look at it.
I can see you can see. It's the same. This is the thing, yeah, Buddha. No
Yeah.
one woman has the
Not a
exact same.
penis, man.
Wait, sis. No one woman has the exact same looking vagina as another. Not one.
And,
My
yeah,
vagina ain't gonna look like Nanifa's. Nanifa's
yeah,
vagina ain't gonna look like Melanated's. Melanated's vagina ain't gonna look like fucking Victoria West.
yeah,
Every
yeah.
woman, they got different looks of vaginas. Some have their clitoris outside their body, some have it inside. Nobody knows unless you open up your leg and show the world, nobody
Mm.
knows what anybody's vagina looks like.
But as
So
far as
if
as far as you know, there is no
yeah,
changes over age to say,
no.
okay, all right,
You
cool,
just got the vagina you got. That's it.
okay, and it stays that way from till you die, unless you have like children and then kind of things. Then it changes. I'm assuming, right?
But I don't think children change the outward part. To be honest, Woodage, you get me?
Okay.
I think maybe a lot of, yeah, maybe some girls that are just a little bit awful. Maybe their thing can change, but
No,
anyway,
but I've heard of like prolapse and all that kind of stuff, but that's a later
that's
stage.
nothing
Like
to do with
old.
FGM, though.
No, that's what I'm
That's
saying. It's older.
learn-
the FGM won't prevent that, even when you that even
No,
that's an older
exactly.
thing. All right, cool. So we've
That's all
established that
internal. Remember,
because
FGM is external, isn't it? It's all on the outside. So it's the lips, the labia. Do you know what I mean? It's all the external bits.
so I think it may be in this guy's head or culture or something along them lines, whereby he thinks, or it's like I don't know, a myth that it grows if you don't cut it. Because I was looking at him thinking I've never heard that before. Like, but yeah, that's mad. That's mad.
Nah, it's just all man-made bollocks, man. Do you know what I mean? It's just man. And like I said, when we actually researched it, yeah, there's no medical advantages to it. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying to you? There's no
Yeah.
hygiene. It's not a hygiene thing. You see what I'm saying to you? It's just like I said. They said it was a spiritual, hygienic, and an offering to the gods. And like I said, Kale said that originally it's not African, it was Arabic, and they used it on the black folks or certain, I think he said Ishmaelite tribes, if I was to quote him correctly.
Israelites, Arabs, I think. But hold on, wait. So we know that eunuchs existed during the time of the Arab slave trade. So do you think? I mean, yeah. Do you think that could be a possibility to prevent the females from giving birth, like procreating?
I'm sure it was done for all kind of insipid reasons, Buddha. Do you know what I mean? Because throughout the years, black women have been through a lot of shit, man. Forced abortion. You get me? All in the name of practice. You get me? So yeah, but
Oh, listen, man. Like during the slave days, slave era, fucking hell. Like you wouldn't do it to a dog. Some of the things they
this is
done.
what
But
I'm
anyway.
saying, bro. This is what I'm trying to say, man.
But
So we
it's the
know
excuses for us,
we
Buddha.
know
That's
all of
what's
these things,
pissing
but
us off. It's
this
not
type of
even the
shit now.
conversation, it's the excuses for it. It's ridiculous. And then when we ask practical questions, direct practical questions, okay, give me the pros and the cons. We're 3 days behind and we still ain't got the answers. Other than the most high offerings, fucking cleanliness and fucking cultural practices. That's all we can get. So you tell me
All
what's
right.
the benefits of FGM.
So listen to this now, right? So I think you was playing a video, and I think I heard Jordan M talking. So do we know whether the FGM existed in Africa prior to Islam in Africa?
Yeah, so
So
it did exist in Africa prior to Islam itself, the practice of
right,
Islam itself, right? So that would have
okay,
been the Arabs before they become Muslims. So in that
wait,
sense, yes.
no. So I'm talking about the pre-Arab expansion into Africa. So the pure Kushite
No, they
black.
brought that John Crow business with them. That came with them. That's what I'm
Okay,
trying to
so
say.
are you saying that prior to the Arabs arriving in? Okay, let me say that again. So prior to the non-Muslim Arabs arriving in Africa, the continent of Africa, you're saying it didn't exist before that.
Wait, say
You
that
know
again.
who's no?
I missed something. Say that again.
All right. So my question is this: prior to the non-Muslim Arabs arriving on the continent of Africa, did FGM exist in the continent of Africa anywhere?
Well, according to the scholar Kel and his Arab practice, apparently the Arabs brought it in. They first started practicing on the what? He said the Israeli women. And then they brought it in, they started abusing it against the black people there. And it's a cultural thing, and now we all practice it apparently. And because of that, Jordan M believes that we should co-sign it. That's what
You know
basically I'm
what? I
hearing.
feel like either Kalam or Shakara is the one I'd take from still. Like I know the man them are deep in it. But so my
Hey,
thinking is
EIE, you're
this.
looking for a timeout, you're lucky you ain't got a spanner.
So you see the thing is, like the tribal markings, the cutting of the face and then kind of thing there. Now, my assumption is from when you're starting to cut, whether it be your face, your arm, or whatever, boy, you know what I'm saying? There's from when you're mutilating a body, where do you draw the line? Do you know what I'm saying? So with that kind of thought process, did it exist before the Arabs arrived? So did the face cutting exist before the Arabs arrived? My instinct is telling me yes, it did. However, I don't know, but I'm assuming it did.
Okay, well then that means your argument will go contradictory to what Kel's argument is, because you heard him explain his one, innit? If you
I
go back
missed
a couple of seconds,
I just heard Jordan saying a couple of things, but
well,
given the
listen to what Kel said. So just go back a couple of seconds, sis, and listen to how Kel broke it down. That will probably answer your question from his point of view. Remember, he's Arab, so he should know. So he's going to tell you how it works.
You
so
have to have the ability to,
sorry, go on.
for sure, because I know that,
Yeah.
that, for example, the Prophet, peace upon him, there was, and I can't remember which society, but you know, because people talk about whether it's a religious thing or not. There was a ruling where in a particular society, FGM was. It wasn't that it, you know, Islam didn't introduce it, but Islam didn't eradicate it, because it clearly was a tradition of those people. And Islam doesn't always just wipe away. You know, Islam is strictly, you can't hurt the body, you can't have a tattoo, you can't do this. But obviously, some traditions, and I think listening to you I listened to you on one of the other streams, and it opened my eyes a lot, because obviously the type of FGM you're talking about isn't actually FGM at all, even though the Westerns call it. It's a circumcision, where, you know, without going too much detail, it's nothing to do with the clitoris. It's sort of the skin over the top, isn't it? So it's non-invasive. So the thing is, on G Block, our conversation was, let's ban out FGM. It's barbaric. But the thing is, you brought some knowledge there to the table that should change the conversation, because are we equivocating that to sewing up and cutting off half of it? It's not the same thing, is it? And so
No, it's not. No, it's not.
But that's where I think you weren't even given that, and that's what annoys me about somewhere, because if someone's bringing knowledge, okay, you can still disagree, but you know, like for example, the way Ultra just went on, it's just emotional, and it's just bunning out for some moral kind of thing you've got. But if you have to have the ability to look across at other cultures. And for example, you talked about not only a cleanliness. So let's say scientists say it's not true. Well, it doesn't really matter, because you're also talking about a spiritual side there that the African tradition had.
All right,
And
pause.
that shouldn't be rubbished. That should still be held. Who's to say that these atheists, these scientific methods and all that have got it correct?
Yes.
Did you catch that neat drop in? Well, even if science proves that it doesn't help with the cleanliness and whatever, it's still a spiritual practice. This is the slow, snaky, slippery shit that he's doing. Did you catch that?
So what was my train of thought? There was I was going with. Yeah. Either way, like I stand on my square firmly with the way I've been brought up and the morality I have, and I still think it's barbaric. Maybe somebody in that country or whichever country may think it's not, and it's a tradition. But from my standpoint, it's barbaric, and I stand by that. But I would have to say the male circumcision, which is more prevalent around the world, even in many different religions, I feel like that kind of gets overlooked, and I don't know why. If it's a male thing and it's more accepted, I don't know. But to me, it's still a mutilation. But again, I feel like nowadays you can take your child to a doctor and get it done, no questions asked. Even in the UK, I'm sure you can go to a hospital and get it done for the boy. So, but there's firm laws against the female FGM. I don't know if that's a bias towards me. I don't know. But there was a question I was going to ask you, yeah. And it's going, and it's going along the lines of. All right, so let me ask this question first, right? Between Arab women and African women, is it more prevalent within African society as opposed to Arab society? Do we know that, or
What are you talking about? FGM?
yeah?
I missed it.
I think it's mostly prevalent in African Islamic countries.
I think the same. And I'll
No,
tell
we
you for why.
researched it. I'll do it. I'll
Oh,
just do a cursory thing now because we did it before. But let me just do a cursory check now.
so the reason I'm saying is going back to the slave trade. Why would you make a man into a eunuch? Literally cutting off his penis. Okay, why would you do that? Because you've got him around your women.
Well, right.
You don't want him. You
Somalia,
don't,
Egypt, Sudan, Sierra Leone, Eritrea, Gambia, Ethiopia.
so
Oh,
the point I was making was this: like you don't want that man to bang any of your women. So once that's been removed, you know he's not gonna procreate. All right, cool. Is that the same reason why you do it to the women as well? Because you don't want them to procreate, because you don't want your country overrun with too many black children running around the place. Is that a reason, or is it strictly?
That is a reason. They don't put it like that, but one of the reasons cited is to prevent promiscuity and stuff like that. Yeah. That is
Okay,
what.
so then in that case, is it the same within like Qatar, Saudi, all of these different Arab countries? Because I was very surprised when you mentioned Pakistan. I did not think Pakistan and Bangladesh and them places done that. But I'm sure you mentioned them yesterday, which kind of shocks me still.
Yeah, there's quite a long list still, man.
And the second question I was going to ask was this. It goes back many years, actually, at least 30 years. I remember a court case in America, and it was to do with abortion, funny enough. And it was something along the lines that if a woman gets raped, she must like it at some point for her to get pregnant. Because there was an argument saying that if she didn't like it, she wouldn't have got pregnant. Now,
That's got to be the most dumbest shit I've ever heard.
right. Okay. So I don't know, because I can't remember what the resolution for that was. Because if what I'm thinking is, if you remove the clitoris, then that woman doesn't experience pleasure, and therefore you can bang her as much as you want, she won't get pregnant. You with me? So in the case of a slave, if you don't want the, like, say for instance you're a white man and you're banging a black slave, not to have the disgrace of having a mixed race child, you make sure that she's sterilized, and maybe by cutting out her clitoris and all the rest of it, then she won't fall pregnant because she doesn't enjoy it. And maybe that was the thinking back in the day during the slave eras, during the slave epochs, and that was their thinking, you know.
That could
Maybe
be a
that's what.
possibility. They could have been. We don't know what them ancestors, them of those people were doing back then, but that could be a very much possibility. Yeah. That could have been their way of thinking. We don't know.
Because to be real, like, I don't know what kind of man would stand by and let his daughter go through that kind of fuckery. Somebody else, you wouldn't care.
Sorry, I've just got to make it known. After this show's over, I will be making EIE into a eunuch. Just for the record. EIE will be harmed during the making of the show. Carry on.
What's he saying? And he's got a big box of popcorn next to it as well. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think what is the purpose, what is the genesis of this? Like, even if it's a spiritual thing, what is the spiritual thing you're doing? Are you saying you're doing it to make the girl clean? Or are you doing it to what? What is the purpose of it? You with me? Like,
It's just man-made nonsense, bro. It's just
but
man-made nonsense.
imagine in the Catholic Church, the nuns, they take a vow of celibacy. They don't even do that. You know, well, as far as I know, they don't do that. But you can imagine, like, if anyone's doing that, they say, listen, there, what? I'm never ever going to do this again. I'm going to do this and I'm never going to have sex. And that's the way I'm going to. You'd understand it, make a bit of sense. They're doing it because they want to remain celibate. There's a little bit of a kind of a, even though it's still be fucking wrong, but you half understand. And To be honest with you, if you want to be a nun, you're going to make that decision when you're an adult, not a baby. So I don't know.
There's nothing to understand as far as I'm concerned, man. But
Hold
hold on
on.
a second.
Everything is everything he's saying. Buddy is not doing pinch to help this conversation. Yeah, jump on and say something then, innit? If I ain't talking, like I'm not in the chat typing away, you know what I mean? But anyway, ciao.
Or
Let me
just
go.
because they've got
Let me
modern day
go.
science, you can't look across the other side of the world and say they're stupid because they don't follow your Western ways. That was the point I was trying to make.
But the thing is, one of the days we're gonna have a debate. I know that the science what is practiced today is a religion. You know, I've got the proof and evidence of that.
100%.
And the thing is with like with Brother Ultra and that, right, is that I understand he's like that, and I'll tell you why. It's because he's although there was conflict, there is a mistreatment, Jordan, on when it comes to black women, when it comes to these FGM, the East African women, the practices how to do it is not applied, especially in Sudan, especially in certain parts, and it's ripping away the clitoris of the women. So I understand why, brother, and that's why, for example, like, because I was getting attacked as well. You see what I'm saying? I had to take like the thing. That's why I understand where they're coming from. Although we got the knowledge, you see, the knowledge refutes it, but I'm not going to kind of dismiss how they feel because they're very guarded and secure towards the best interest of black people. So so to them, they're looking at it as this. Why am I co-signing black people being mistreated in that way?
Well, no, pause
I
that. Did you see
can't
that comment?
take away
Did you see that comment? Did you see that fucking comment? Roll down quickly while where you pause. Roll down. What does it say? Oh, it's gone up a little bit. There it is. Female circumcision is highly recommended in free how do you say that word? And is obligatory in one madhib. What's that madhib? What does that stand for? Am I even saying the word right? Madhib?
Yeah, I
Buddha,
think
how
it
do you say
means.
that?
Yeah, it's me like saying me know. I
You have to
feel like
pause the
it
normal.
means what is it now? Schools of thought. Schools of thought. So like, yeah, I think it means schools.
You see, they're calling it female circumcision, and they're trying to differentiate between female circumcision and FGM.
Right.
But FGM is just a Western terminology for the same thing. So they're just doing some slick shit, man. You know
So
what I
this is
mean?
abracadabra, because if you rolled up a little bit more in that comment section, you're going to see someone just wrote, Islam does not practice FGM. Islam practice female circumcision. Like it's not fucking one in the same. Like, just look at the comment above that. Go
No,
up a
I know,
little
but
bit.
that's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
say. We done said that that's just some abracadabra thing because in the West it's called FGM and over there or wherever it's called circumcision. So that's what I'm trying to say. They think that that's just some retarded argumentation, to be honest. And it's like I said, it's very disrespectful. Very, very disrespectful.
how they feel. What I will say is that knowledge will always prevail, right?
So what knowledge? I want to know what's the knowledge with this FGM thing, because when I asked the question, all I was told was hygiene and offering to the gods. So that's not knowledge to me, bro. That's just retarded to me. You get me?
We want to actively know, Kel, let's for the record, for the last time you asked me this question, what is the benefit to FGM, circumcision, whatever the hell you want to try to relabel it as, yeah? What is the benefit to me as a black woman getting this done to my body? Point blank. I told you the last time, Ken, I'm telling you again. Before we even get onto the Islamic side of it, the cultural side, I need to know the pros and the cons. Because until I get past that part, I can't move this conversation on no further. You first have to let me know, seeing as though you know Mr. Everything. Yeah, you know everything. You got the knowledge, you got the source, you got all of this. What's the benefits to my body? Let me know.
So, ladies, listen. Do you know what? I was gonna message Jordan M and see if he's available to jump online onto this show.
Nah,
Maybe.
fuck that bastard. I can't stand him.
Well, you're there talking about the fucking guy and playing the things like
Same
you
way he was
got.
talking about us last night and we weren't there. Fuck him.
You're there playing back the guy's video and you're talking about you don't hear him. But anyway, because like there's a couple of questions I wanted to ask, and I don't feel like it needs a Muslim person to really answer it. Like, for instance, does the FGM have to happen at the when the child is a baby? Does it can't it be done at the time when they're getting married or something? Why does it have to be at
Happen
that time?
at
You
any
mean?
age, up to any age.
What do
Yeah,
you
it
Some
mean?
can
do it
happen at
when they're
any age,
babies, some
Buddha,
do
but
it
it's
as an
widely
initiation
practiced. Yeah,
for becoming a woman and all this. So it can happen at any age, Buddha.
yeah, it can happen at any
Okay,
age, but it's widely practiced between infancy and 15 years old.
right. So okay.
So when the child is very aware.
Okay. And the other question I was going to ask, like, if a woman is not FGM'd, would a Muslim man marry a woman without FGM? And I'm pretty sure
In some
the answer
cultures,
would
no.
be, well, I'm pretty sure the majority of Muslim guys well, I don't know for a fact, but I'm assuming their wives don't have that. You with me? Like, that's my assumption because it's not something you can go and
Yeah, but
ask a
that's
guy
over
like.
here though, Buddhage. But when we done the research in the countries that we spoke about where it's generally widely practiced, yes. And some women
But
won't
but
even be
but
able to get a husband if
but,
they haven't
but
had it done.
okay, but try and see my understanding. Yeah, Islam is Islam is Islam, right? So whether it's over here, over there, or anywhere else, it's still Islam, right? So if it's said that a
It's
female must
illegal in England. That's why now they take their children to their respective countries to have it done.
well, let me finish the point I'm making. Yeah, so if they're saying that a it's haram for a man to sleep or marry a woman who hasn't had it done, that means every single Muslim woman who's married in this country by right should have had it done. But I can imagine that that's not the case. I'm sure that there are some people within this country, well, a lot, I'd say the majority of women in this country that are Muslim haven't had that done. So therefore, by rights, they shouldn't have got married or shouldn't have been able to get married, but yet we see that they are. So I need some clarification. Is it Islamically prohibited to marry someone who hasn't had it done, or it is? Because I know a woman, a
No,
Muslim.
they're gonna say it's not Islamic. They're gonna say
No,
it's
you know,
cultural.
let's not do that. What I would love for you to do though, but like I know you're good with going over to those kind of channels, yeah. I would love for you, you're posing some really good questions, but you're posing them wrong. I would love for you to gather that intelligence and bring it back to us. I would love for you to do that. Those very same questions you have, that will be very good questions for Muslims. Because we can't give you those answers being kuffar and kafir. Yeah. We don't have those answers to those questions. We're just Caribbeans, you get me?
Mm. And like
Reanimator is saying that it depends on the sect. And
yo,
that's
big
what I
up
mean.
Reanimator.
Buddha, a lot of it is cultural as well. Because I'm
Well,
not.
then there needs to be a distinct separation between culture and religion. For example, a Muslim woman cannot marry anyone who's not Muslim. You with me? Or is that right? Can they marry
Yeah,
Christians?
that's a
No, they
fact. They,
can't.
they're not allowed to marry. They're not allowed to free
Yeah,
mix. No, not at all.
but the Muslim man's allowed to marry a Christian woman,
Yeah, he can
but
marry
not.
any woman, and long as I think she does she have to convert or no? I don't know.
No, they don't because they're
The woman has to convert to marry him.
no, they don't because they can be, so long as they're Abrahamic faith, so they can be Christian or Jewish, but anything else they have to convert and become Muslim.
You know who we
It's-
need up here? We need Jen Wallace. She knows a lot about this stuff, and she's also a woman. Hey, somebody do a call out for Jen Wallace. Go and look in Veli's chat and see if Jen Wallace is over there, because she'll be able to help us a lot with a lot of this stuff. And she knows, she studied this Islamic thing. So if she could come out here and shed some light for us, that would help.
And so, like,
Well,
yeah, it's a bit mad.
All right, let's
Like-
just try and get through the rest of this then, and then, or let me just see a couple more bits.
And I'm saying is that when it comes to, because there's a hadith where the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? He said to Handala, which is one of his wives, he says that when you circumcise the girls, right, do not disfigure the face.
Yes,
because
it
it's
describes
beautification for them.
the circumcision that you described.
Right. You see, and that's because that circumcision, right? As I was saying, he says, do not disfigure the face, because beautification for the men and for you. That circumcision links up to how the ancestors did it. That's
does,
the
yes.
correct way circumcision. The
Yes.
other way, right, outweighs it. So right, is that unfortunately the ice people have basically made FGM, and but they put the 4 steps of it, right? So even if you put the correct way that you and I know, and that it still classes FGM. So that's where all the attacks come in. I know that that's not FGM, because FGM, already
who calls it
chopping.
FGM? That is going to be a European model that is going to call it, because it's again
Yeah.
that's the point I made, is we're using it to go look at those people over there, they're barbaric, they do FGM.
That's right, yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've always it just annoys me when I see people collectively falling for that. But I think
Yo, Jordan, you're gonna have to tell me why it's not barbaric, Yeah, and you as well, Kel. Actually, you're both gonna have to tell me why cutting a woman's pussy is not barbaric. Yeah, I think you two I think you're barbaric for not thinking it's barbaric. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. What right has anybody got to cut a woman, man? For the purpose of what? And like I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. It's hypocrisy, man. That's
I
what
think the answer you're gonna get,
you
Nines,
don't rate
is
your
like,
God, man, because if you're saying that your God is the most perfect thing, this, that, and the other, all knowing, all rare, knows everything for all time from the beginning to the very end, how is he not gonna know how to deal? I mean, it's hypocrisy, man. And this is what I'm trying to say, is just man getting involved with God stuff.
but Nines, the answer they're gonna give you is like the same thing I was raising earlier about the male circumcision.
But
like,
it's all bullshit, though. It doesn't matter whether it be male or female. Yeah, God made us both. You know what I'm saying?
So
he made us perfect, as far as I'm concerned. Yes, there's anomalies along the way, but he made us perfect. You get me? And if he's so all knowing and all this, that, and the other, is he gonna make a mistake on the most vital organs that we use to reproduce? Huh? Are they gonna make a mistake right there, sir? Probably the most intimate parts of a human's body. Are they gonna make a mistake there?
Nines, I'm gonna, what I was talking about, the slave thing, yeah? I just found something.
Right. So at the end of the day, you know what I mean?
Check that out in the back chat there, man.
I think you made an interesting point. Maybe that I don't necessarily take in people's feelings. It's kind of like, if they don't get it, I get a bit like, what do you mean you don't get it? This is obvious. Here's the knowledge. But you're right. Showing someone knowledge doesn't take
bring
away
no knowledge,
knowledge.
bro.
What bumper
No.
What knowledge?
You didn't bring no knowledge.
What
Jordan,
fucking
shut up, man.
knowledge?
You didn't bring no knowledge. You
There
didn't
ain't
bring
no
knowledge
other than that. All I heard was Kel's abracadabra about offerings and fucking cleanliness and fucking spiritualness. But where is the fucking knowledge? Where is it? All I'm hearing is cultural practicing. Where is the actual fact-based fucking knowledge? Man, fuck off, man.
Wow, this article I just posted I'm reading it now. It's more or less like confirming what I was thinking earlier, Maybe if you can post it in the chat for everybody else to look at, maybe.
What's that, buddy? In the back chat? You got it in the back?
Yeah.
All right, it's a newspaper article. So hold on, let's try and finish this. Maybe you can give a summary of the article.
I'd take that on board definitely.
Yeah, and interestingly, like Mohammed bin Uthaymeen, he's got a book called the Book of Knowledge. It's a very good book, man. If you get a chance, and he mentions in that book, he says that there's a difference between knowledge and understanding. They're completely different. That a person can have knowledge but don't mean they have the understanding. You see,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
even myself, I have to kind of take that on board because I'm a student type of person. I got in my house, it's libraries, etc. Especially on my father's side, how they've learned knowledge, etc. And on my mother's side, it's the same thing. So sometimes, and as you know, you're a person who seeks knowledge yourself. The information can be very overwhelming, and to balance that with emotions is not always an easy thing to do. So when someone hears information, they've got to kind of condescend and take it in, and they may not be ready to hear it. So it's going to be like outbursts, etc. That's why I can't condemn
right.
how they're feeling towards it.
You're
I can't
right.
do it, man.
And
can't
child
do it.
marriage,
Yeah.
child marriage is the same, isn't it? You know, some people just if
Yeah,
you're not
exactly.
thinking,
Yeah.
if you're not thinking outside of our paradigm, you're just
Yeah.
thinking of the worst things. But you need to
Our
understand that all
paradigm.
civilizations at one point
Who's
practice
our
this,
paradigm?
and
This is
so
an Islamic
yeah,
an Islamic
it's
paradigm. It has
it's
to
not
be.
always an easy one to
Hold on a
explain
minute.
to
No, wait,
particularly a group of
hold
people
on
who
a blood
aren't
clean
you know
minute. Hold on.
haven't heard it before.
Hold on.
yeah.
Wait
Yeah.
a
Because I know that even, for example,
wait a
what was his name?
When man says our paradigm, what are you referring to? Where's the our? What paradigm do you and Kel share? What
The
do you mean?
Arab
Our
paradigm. The Arab paradigm. Jordan's now
What
got
paradigm?
taken
Hold on a
aboard
minute. What paradigm is the
Arab
Iceman
culture.
and the black man shared at the moment? I don't get it. I don't
The
understand.
Islamic
Let me
Arab
rewind that, boy.
paradigm.
Let me rewind that, boy. Hold on there. Because that not meant nothing.
Etc. That's why I can't condemn
right.
how they're feeling towards it. I
You're
can't
right.
do it, man. I
And
can't
child
do it.
marriage,
Yeah.
child marriage is the same, isn't it? You know, some people just if
Yeah,
you're not
exactly.
thinking,
Yeah.
if you're not thinking outside of our paradigm, you're just
Yeah.
thinking of the worst things. But you need to understand that all civilizations at one point practice this,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
it's not always an easy one to explain to, particularly a group of people who aren't haven't heard it before or
Yeah.
This Jordan guy is taking the absolute piss. Who is he talking to? Who doesn't understand? This guy is taking the actual piddle, man. And my guy's just sit. No. This guy's actually taking the
Yo, sis, have you ever heard birds of a feather do what?
Bigotry of low expectation, man. This guy, what an audacity. What an like he thinks that we're yo, I can't believe I'm hearing this, man. I cannot believe I'm hearing this, man.
Yo, listen, I'm gonna have to jump off in a minute, but let me kind of summarize this newspaper article. It's a Telegraph, so it's not no Sun newspaper to right. So what they're saying is basically when African women were taken as slaves, it was more desired that, and I'll quote, women taken from Africa and sold as concubines in the Middle East were stitched as a sign of chastity to increase their market value. Yeah. So during the slave times, they were, as they said, sewn up or FGM'd, and their market value, because they're virgins still, because it's done at birth, they would gain a higher price. All right, cool. So that now became a cultural thing, because they were saying that by having the stitched up, you're more valuable, you're more clean, you're more pious, etc., etc. That now spread into the culture. So the cultures were like, well, listen, I don't want my daughter not to be pious or whatever. So they started doing it that way. And I would suggest you read the thing, because it's quite nice. And exactly what I was saying about the eunuchs. We understand why it does it to the eunuchs, and now we understand from this newspaper article why it was done to the females, because they didn't want them to get pregnant and procreate, fetch a higher price of being a virgin, but also it's, in my opinion, I don't know, I haven't seen it yet, but in my opinion, I think it's a way of controlling the numbers. You with me? You don't want to, you want them to have more slaves, so you increase your stock of slaves, but you don't want them to go up willy-nilly and have as many children as they want. So yeah. But anyway, listen, I'll catch you guys there. Take it easy.
Yeah, thanks for that, Buddha. I'm just trying to post it in the chat now still. But yeah. Hold on, let me just post that. But yeah, that's sort of in line with what Kale was saying, to be fair. Boy, what a life, man. Fuck's sake.
Because I know that even, for example, what was his name, man? There was a guy, I can't remember his name. He wanted to marry Aisha,
Yes.
anha. He wanted to marry her, and
Yes, this was
her
before.
mother
Yeah,
refused because he was a mushrik.
that's right.
You see, so
Right.
I know in them days, you know that you know that was kind of a practice. I mean, my grandparents and my mum's side and that, they were both like 13 when they got married, both of them.
Yeah.
Because in them lands, like they're like, I mean, my grandparents, like they're very like, they're
Yeah.
old, but they're both married when they was 13.
Yeah, but they wouldn't
Jordan.
have had this schooling process, would they? And staying young like we do over here. It would have been different for them. They would have been adults by that age. You know, they
Yeah,
would
it would have been different.
They would have been out
You
working.
know,
They would have been living an adult life.
yeah.
Yeah.
But now that's what I was saying to you before, right? Is like I was trying to explain to you is that if you're gonna focus, because obviously you know your religion and that, right? It's better to focus on the religion aspect because the Islam, it's for like all times, right? So
Yes.
that means that although that was practiced back then, right? That don't mean you can do it in the side that with when it comes to this, Jordan, right? You need to own it. No disrespect, Muslims need to own it. Yes, Muhammad did marry, right?
Yeah.
Sallallahu
I'm proud of the marriage.
right, he married it, you see, but at the same time, we don't have to marry to be fair in that, because even in them lands, hasn't it?
That's serious, that is. That's proud. I mean, listen, to accommodate their marriage and everything, that to say you're proud. Oh no, that's it. I'm done, Bobs. I'm done. Yo, boy, sir, if that's what you got to do to get you're proud. You know what? Let me not say nothing.
Why not?
This is why. This is where we're not proud of them practices. There, you get me. We appreciate that they thought they were right. This thing, but we're not. For you to say that you're, yo, yeah, yo, this thing is a serious thing, boy. Man said he's proud.
Like they've had children, and the birth rate, etc. Right? So I know in Jordan they can't do that. To be fair, they won't allow 6. You can definitely, if you're like 15, they'll allow that, but they don't allow lower than that. They don't allow that at all. That's been banned over there. But you know what I mean, Jordan, you kind of a bit more knowledgeable comes to the so you have to explain it. So when you come on this G block, G block ain't gonna restrict you from there. You have to come with the knowledge.
Yo,
like you do, you have to explain it. You have to have patience because there's things that's gonna get misconstrued.
Kel. What is Jordan knowledgeable on? Yeah, and who do you want him to bring this to? Like, what is going on? I am actually confused, man. I'm actually confused at this point. I'm actually confused. I don't know what's going on here, bro. This is a madness.
After this, yeah,
This
man, I
is
got a link that I need you to, but I don't know if you're gonna have enough time. I need to hear what some.
Yeah, once I do this.
Yeah, I want to hear what some of the Pan Africans have got to say about some of the shit coming out of fucking Kel's mouth. But yeah.
Jeez, peas, boy.
Thing is,
100%.
people don't know their religion. You know what I mean? And I can't keep kind of getting involved, etc. Because for me, like, you know, I got a different agenda, and I will be just as much as possible, but I can't abandon my people in that, because
Yeah.
do you understand what I'm saying? And that they've helped me out so much, etc. So it's for you,
Yeah.
with the knowledge what you've learned, to clarify it. You know what I mean? I'll be just as much as possible, because
I'm confused, bros. I'm confused. I don't understand this. I'm confused, man. I'm confused. I'm listening to this and I'm completely confused. Like, is he talking to Jordan the Iceman or Jordan the Muslim? Who is he speaking to? Because I'm confused, bros.
knowledge, I will be just, and I believe I have been just, to be fair, in that no one can't say Cal is not just with the knowledge, and that I will be just, but you need to do more, man. With what do you
100%.
expect?
I agree. And this was the same with the slavery topic, you know, because this is a good thing, and we've had all of the tough emotional topics: slavery, child marriage, and FGM. It's the last few ones.
Yeah.
But the slavery one, I couldn't get. And like you say, this is slavery for certain people talking about it. I get it. Like, there's no way you can sugarcoat it, even if you explain to them what happened, that it wasn't the same as transatlantic. There wasn't. I get it.
What?
But the thing is, you were bringing.
No way, man. No, I know. No, let this. Hold on a minute.
I saw you for hours and hours. You were bringing facts. You were bringing stuff from books. This is what, you know, this is how it is in Islam. This is what, and it wasn't accepted. It wasn't accepted all the way through. And you were
this guy. Oh my.
Hold on a minute. Question for Jordan. Pause. I know you're over in Veli's chat right now, but you're going to listen to this. And when you do, question for you: why the fuck would you think we want to know, want to be taking on any Islamic facts? You said you kept bringing up all these Islamic. Why the fuck should we accept any fucking Islamic facts? Why would you think that's something that we want to accept? Why would I need to accept it? It's Islamic. It goes against everything I fucking stand for. Why the fuck would I want to accept this shit?
Boy, some me no know what go on, yes, sir, brethren. Me no know what go on, yes, sir, brethren. But this needs a crowd, blood. Oh my gosh, mud.
Sent away as some kind of slavery, and they did the same to Respect, like he's some kind of slavery apologist. And I think that annoys me.
He said it was a do you know what? Actually, I'm actually getting pissed off now. And
I know. That's how I felt earlier. That's how I felt earlier.
Really wrong, bros, because I don't understand what's going on here, man. This is a bit mad. This is a bit mad still.
Because
we did
I'm
this
aware
to
that you and Respect.
Yeah, well, I might have to come back to this again, you know, Divine. Seriously, car. This is madness.
Like, you guys are on the front line, so you guys do things for your community. So
most definitely, man.
Trying to tar you with a brush like that, you know, the stuff they do to Respect, and Respect is out there, like, literally turning up to places, you know, helping the black community all the time, 24 hours. And to hear people online try and tar him as some slavery supporter, because once upon a time he said slavery is a test in an Islamic term.
No, but it wasn't in. What do you mean in Islamic term? You lot are liars, man. You're sickening, bros. Yeah, it wasn't no Islamic term. Yeah, because he wasn't a Muslim at that point anyway. He just said it was a. You lot are dangerous.
He said it on an ego fucking trip, trying to beef the fucking black blood clot community. That's what the fuck happened, yeah, fucking Jordan. He came on trying to bad up the fucking brothers, and the brothers bad him up, and all he could come back with was fucking slavery was a test, and you don't need to stop barling over slavery and blah, blah, blah. And the brothers them done his bomber clot. That's what happened, yeah? So don't remix up nothing. Don't remix up nothing. Respect never come with it with no fucking good fucking intentions. He came at it to try and dash bomber clot stone in brothers' face, and them brothers then bun him up. That's what happened. And that's why Ultra's still budding his bumper clut up to this day. Fuck off, man. I did put a link in the back for you now when you're ready. Like, I
Yeah,
can't take
that
this
gets
pussy clout.
that's one of the things that gets my gut about someone like Ultra. He's willing to
Mm.
throw people under the bus, and it may be for emotions and stuff like that, but it's quite scary to me that somebody like that would do someone who's on the front line for his own community.
The thing is, Jordan, is that I'm going to be very frank with you in that, right? When we're dealing with enslavement, remember we know that it was non-African people, and it was also unsynchronized African people as well. You see,
Yeah.
It's no secret, you know, Afro Arabs were participating in enslaving black people. You know what I mean? Even though they were enslaving their own people, because when you're dealing with the Arabs used to slave black Arabs, they used to slave white people. You know the history, and that it weren't just a thing where it's just particularly one particular color. You know what I mean? But then after that, when the Prophet Muhammad peace upon him died, that's when it became one particular color. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
like, so when Ultra sees one of his family members go into a religion that hasn't been explained properly, and the people them are still supporting certain things, he has a right to say, well, this person is going to be very dangerous. Because to be honest with you, Jordan, black people have to be very suspicious of non-black people as well as unsynchronized black people, because it's very dangerous for us. Remember, you know, black people who have followed the footsteps
Yeah.
to bring us down, they've done that. I've got the books and everything, and it's
Are
still
you
happening now.
saying a black person that converts to Islam is unsynchronized though?
A black person who
Facts,
doesn't
they are
understand
unsynchronized. They
the
are. They
religion
are.
and sees it through a non-African way, other than how it's sent down, most definitely at all, man. Because if you're going to go into the religion of Islam, right, it's for the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he came for all of humanity, right? The religion, he's made it perfectly clear. You're allowed to help your lineage, your people. You see, he's made that clear, and that you can help your family,
Yeah.
you can build economics, etc. And then you're gonna get certain particular ethnicities are gonna say, "Oh, you can't do that. You're Muslim now." That's trickery, and black people see
Yeah.
all that.
But
There's been black people.
Raspek hasn't done that. Raspek's converted and still helping his community.
I'm not saying that he hasn't done that, but Raspet is only one person, right, that hasn't. But there's been look at Speaker's Corner, right? And my son showed me about this. I couldn't believe it. You know, there was an unsynchronized African Muslim in that, right? He was calling his own people Abid. Imagine that. I don't know his name. He's in Speaker's Corner. He's calling his own people
Yeah.
slaves. That's mad.
Yeah.
You see
I
what I'm
think I
saying?
know who that was. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and then you know, you've got others, not just a Speaker's Corners. I've heard it in my own, like why are you using the same things, right, that the the Sam people use when they're discriminating or practicing unethical code of conduct on some people? And some people have witnessed that, Jordan. So that's why you're gonna get an Ultra, you're gonna get a Veli, you're gonna get a lady, etc. They have a right to be suspicious of that, because it's like it's been used against us and no one's not doing anything. That's why I can't tell them, right, to be fair, you can't have your stand, because I'm taking away their guard. It's for the Muslims, with all due respect, the European Muslims, the Asian Muslims, the Middle Eastern Muslims, to put
Vi,
down
I'm
the
just gonna let
temperament,
it play.
represent the
I'll be about
religion,
7
and
minutes, right?
sincerely to show
Oh,
some
All
people,
right.
right,
Okay.
how it needs to
All
be,
right.
and also the Sun Muslims as well, because they need to play a part in it as well. They need to stop covering for the unethics, because Islam's not about that. You see, remember, I know what it's about. You know, that's what I'm saying. So when I see certain things, I'm thinking to myself, this is not from that religion. You see, so they have a right. Unfortunately, Jordan, if you feel offended by that, I have to back that. They have to have their guard up towards it, because it's been
Yeah.
used to oppress us, man, and it's still doing now. You're just one out of the many. You see,
Yeah.
and you got to understand, like, I don't have a problem with you personally, but we have to be suspicious because of that collective power, Jordan, whether you like it or not, that your community, Asians, Middleism have. Just the way it is, it's that we have to like say, you know what, we gotta have our guard up, we gotta have this, go have that. Because
Yeah.
the moment your guard goes down, right, look what happens to black people and that we get exploited, even in the religion. Not saying the religion does that, but you understand what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
I get where they're coming from. I get it. I get it,
You
man.
know, it's important for me to hear the perspectives because this takes me back to I remember Jim, I mentioned you to once about Shekharah and Raven. So
Right.
it was back in the days of Issa Frimpong, may Allah grant him Jannah. So I was very close to Issa.
I mean,
I was very, very close to Issa. Used to meet and Respect as well. We were sort of a trio. We used to go out a lot, discuss Islam, and Respect ended up taking his Shahada. But Issa, I knew him very well outside of the park, and we developed like a real kind of a bond. And it seemed to be that Shekharah and Raven, who obviously are they Pan African? Would you class them as?
Oh yeah, most
Okay, so they are.
definitely, most
So
definitely.
so
Yeah.
it seemed to me that they were because there were videos that were coming out on Content
Right.
of Everything of them trying to convince Issa Frimpong to
Right.
not be any kind of associated with me and to be very suspicious. I think some of the analogies that we use were like a woman should be careful of a rapist, and not someone should be wary of a Nazi. And at the time, I remember just thinking, "Wow, they're just trying to create division." And I remember that Issa was always at a tough position in the park because he had the Muslims on one side, right? Because he was Issa himself. I wouldn't say Pan African, but he was very strong with his Ghanaian roots, right? His family still called him by his Ghanaian name and everything. He was on one side. He was being called like, what was he being called? So the Muslims would say he's only he's dealing with the black community too much. Now he's Muslim. He should be with everyone.
Right.
And the black people were calling him a token Arab. Like he's a sellout. He's a sellout. He's a token Arab. And this was said to him many times. And I used to speak to him about it because it was interesting as a black Muslim. He's suddenly stuck in the middle.
Right.
And I think both sides would kind of talk out against him. But yeah, I just remember, I'm just bringing this up to give context, that I remember being not very happy at the time. I found it very, very sneaky for Shekharah and Raven to, because I tried to understand it from a context of, okay, these are Pan-African people. These people obviously have an issue with the European behavior. I get that. I get that. But I'm Muslim, Issa's Muslim. He's part of the Ummah. And we have a connection. There is a brotherhood there, which they were trying to deny. But I guess, look, the reason I mention is maybe this is the stuff you just explained there could also be reasons why Shekharah and Raven were also skeptical.
Yeah, because here's the thing, right? I understand where Shakara and Ravens come through, because I have also been raised that way as well. Even my mother, who is Afro-Arab and that, she the things what she's seen how black people are treated, that she would also tell me to be very careful of white Arabs, you see, because my mum, she's not a dark-skinned woman. You see what I'm saying? And that my dad is, but my mum's not a dark-skinned woman. You know what I mean? She's black Arab, but she's light-skinned, right? And she even told me to be very careful of like the white Arabs. Be careful of the Europeans, Asian, Middle East. My father as well, right? The reason why that is, right, is because unfortunately, whenever non-African people are in any form of institution or any form of religion, etc., they have an issue with just showing justice and equality. I'll take it back to Africa, right? One of the things where Africa was brought down is that when they came with religion, Islam, Christian, etc., They wasn't practicing a religion. They would use the religion to make black people believe that everything is equal, and then they will practice deception. They done it to the Nubians, not Islam, but the Arabs did do it. There was a treaty after the Nubians defeated the Arabs, right? And the treaty was, okay, we'll allow you to trade in the land, um, and we'll allow you to have some of our people, you know, enslaved people to trade, etc., and that, right, vice versa. But then the Arabs, what they did, the treaty wasn't about invading the land. The Jews was just like trading. They went in and invaded the land. Now that's not from Islam, because we know the hadith where Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu, right? He specifically made it clear that when you're doing any form of trading, it has to be correctness. If there's one is being fake, then there's no blessings into it. You cannot lie when you're doing treaties, because you're practicing the practices of Shu'aib. And if you know about Shu'aib, there were swindlers, etc., right? So we've seen that all the time, Jordan. Look at the feminist movement, right? It's supposed to be for women. The black woman's put at the bottom, the white woman's put at the top. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they're all supposed to be women. So Brother Raven and Brother Shakara, because of upbringing, and I've had that, is that when they're telling uh uh Brother Isa, right, Allah yarhamu, right, is that be careful. What they're saying is be careful. You see, it's not really being disrespectful. It's the love and wanting protection for your own. Because in truth, Jordan, and that, right, the Muslim, I'm not going to use the Muslims, the Asian, the Middle Easterns, and the European, they really shouldn't be trying to get him to pick sides. Because in truth, in the religion, right, you're allowed to connect with your people. Let's be honest now. It's in the Hadith. You could be a Muslim and you connect with your people. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he was with the Muslims and he's also with his people. You see, and not all of them were Muslims. So for those temperaments that are telling a brother, you have to pick a side and making him feel inadequate, and that when in truth he has picked a side, he's embraced the vision of Islam, he prays in the masjid, he goes to certain types of walima, he eats certain food, he's chosen a side. You see, but his culture is part of the black side. So if he's chosen a side and he's declared it with the shahada, right? Why then is he being made to feel, Allah yarhamu, bad that you're not on that side? That's deception. That's unethical code of conduct. So that's why I can understand why Shakara and Brother Raven was saying certain things, because we've been manipulated. Even myself, I get it all the time. The moment people found out that my mom is an Afro-Arab, that was it. And the reason why they found out is because there was an unsynchronized Sudanese sister, right? And she was being very disrespectful to an Afro-Caribbean sister. And what had happened is that I know I know how that region is. You know, some would say the Sudanese are Arabs, some say they're not, right? But they definitely speak Arabic, right? And I know that they can have that conflict of that superiority over like West Africans, etc. So I literally what I did was I said that, you know what, I said to her, goes, you know what, sister, right? First of all, I understand what you're going through, and that you and I are virtually the same in that, right? Because I have that side to me as well. As soon as everyone found out about that, that's when everyone started to say you're this, you're that, and blah blah blah, this and that. I've been getting that all my life. It's not an issue, but the issue is I can understand why some of our people would be skeptical, because the Arabs haven't really been the best of allies to the other black tribes. You see, so that's what I'm saying is like I get where Brother Raven and Shakara is coming from. It's not personal to you. It's more to do with love and protecting
Yeah.
Brother Isa, if that makes any
Do you
sense.
do you think also, is it possible that they also misunderstand Islam? That they see Islam as a bad thing for, because obviously what you're saying is they're warning Isa because human beings are bad, right? They practice this unethical code, but you know that within Islam this isn't allowed, right? I always wondered, I always felt they just had a, because I got the feeling that they were, you know, just like you're saying, Muslims maybe made Isa feel a certain way. I felt they also made him feel less Pan-African because he was
Right.
Muslim.
But the thing is with Brother Raven and Brother Isa and Brother Raven and Shakara is that I've heard Shakara many times. Shakara is very just when it comes to information, because himself and myself, we work with Pan-Africanist Muslims. You see, we work with Pan-Africanist Christians. We work with the Abrahamic faith, especially in projects, etc. And so he's very just and understands that we're all in different religions. Brother Raven's organization, as you know, he also has like Pan-Africanist Muslims, Pan-Africanist Christians, etc. So they understand and they have great wisdom when it comes to that. They're more focused on the temperament, you see, nothing to do with the religion per se. Because as I said to you already, and that right, I've said this before. It's very difficult for non-African people to show justice in them religion. It's very difficult, you know what I mean? And it's a thing where it's a problem of I got to keep up with trying to control the situation. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, says that the racism will never go away, only up until the day of judgment. He says that in his own words, man. So it's not like they're attacking the religion. It's more to do with you can't trust non-African people. Now, it may seem very insulting, but in the world that we're in, Jordan, with all due respect, and I know this because I've done organization right in Morocco. Imagine this: I've gone to Rabat, I've gone to Bab el Bahr in Tunisia. I've done organization. I've helped out the Black Moroccans, etc. And I've seen things, man. In the Middle East, I've done the same thing. In West Africa, in Birmingham, etc. I've done all them things, and I've seen the way how we're treated. You know what I mean? I've seen it. So that has not stopped. So you may be a good guy in that, right? And I'm not saying that you're not, man, because you're showing me a lot of respect. I'm sure Veli, he's cool with you as well. You know what I mean? Like everyone's cool with you, it's just political and that. But at the same time, Black people have to be very careful, man, because we, you know, if we do kind of put our guard down, we get taken advantage of. And surely you should know that, man. You know, if you really are just inside, man, you should really you've seen this before, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. All right, Kel, man. It's been I'm gonna pop to sleep, but look, I appreciate the perspectives and the because I think you've opened my eyes up to a couple of things that maybe I didn't see before. So
appreciate it, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'm gonna
man.
shoot
Sell
for
them
bed
out.
soon.
Sell them out, man. Take care, man. And
Yeah,
keep doing your
right,
thing,
bro.
man. You know what I mean? You gotta, as I said, you're on your mission, man, and you got to clarify certain things. I mean, look what you did to scientific method. You know what I mean? That he's a born Muslim, Banks is born Muslim, and they don't know nothing about the religion of Islam, man. So you had to clarify. So you need to keep doing your mission, man. Big up, man.
The ex-Muslims, they are really easy kind of a target. Yeah, man. All right, man. Big up, Kel.
Yeah, man. Take care, man.
All right. See you soon, man. All right. Thanks to Kel for jumping on, man. I'm going to sleep, but we'll hopefully look at some videos next time. My apologies. I know not everyone here would be privy to the conversation, but hopefully you may have understood bits as you went. And look, man, for me, learning about different people's perspectives is interesting. It helps me with things like dawah. Helps me get more of a broader worldview. I know many of you may not agree with what Kale's saying. For me, I listen to someone. Kale is a man of kind of dignity and respect, and he respects Islam as well. That's obviously important to me. But he's coming from a different world to me. So you never know how someone's grown up, their experience of the world, their experience with different people. And I think even the points he made there, you know, sometimes we can, as Muslims, right, we can think, you know, how can they not get the truth? This is what it says. This is so obvious. The thing is, if you're someone that's been grown up being mistreated, or if you're someone that's grown up with a negative view of something and all you've been told is something bad or something, emotions and feelings are going to be attached. And there's a way of dealing with things, man.
Man, fuck this
There is
condescending
a way of
bastard.
dealing with
Hurry up
things,
when I
and
need for ya.
that's what I want to learn a bit. I do want to learn how to deal with these things properly, without just.
All right, sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, I'm
So
done with
what
this
did I miss?
pussy now.
Summarize the bit. Huh?
No, we ain't summarizing shit. Hear what we're gonna do, yeah? So we've heard what they had to say. So before we go on to what the Pan Africans have to say, I found something else in between. I just want to make sure we got some information before we go on to what the Pan Africans have to say. Yeah. So there's a little I think I put one as the first one to share, and then we're gonna go on and hear what some of the Pan Africans have to say regarding black people and religion. Let's see if it coincides with what Kel's out here trying to fucking push.
Right. Can we do that tomorrow, Bab?
Yeah, we
Or not?
can.
Let's do, yeah, man, because you know what I mean. I gotta go and do some stuff in it.
Okay.
Because you get me, since my youths come in, blah blah blah, and blah blah and blah blah blah. But in fact, I think doing that would be a good part too. To be fair, as well, Divine. Yeah. So I'll see
Yeah, make sure you
what
hold the links to Kike. I don't know if I'll be able to. Me have a problem
share
with finding
these
links again.
two. All right,
Yeah.
let me put it in the chat, and then I can go back and
Because the reason why I wanted the first one to be played, even though it's not on from a black perspective or anything, it's just a case of, I guess, I don't know who the person is that made this video, but it's basically refuting a lot of these freaking statements that these Muslims like to push up on us, and we can see clearly Jordan's doing on the panel right now with Kel. And then I wanted to go on after that to deal with what the Pan Africans themselves have to say, yeah? And I mean Africans.
all right, so I'll see it's a Dr. Umar because I want to give it some proper time in it. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah, but I didn't want to do Dr. Uma first. It was the first, I put one that says share this one first. I wanted to go over that first to kind of refute. 'Cause remember, Jordan's up here talking to Kel like, oh, it's just a hatred and some
I
and we
mean,
don't
all
know
right,
enough
I can
about
definitely
Islam.
I can let it play in it.
All right, let it play and then we can discuss it on the next show. But I want it just people to hear, because this is the kind of false narrative they like to feed us and going that we're dumb
Yeah,
and
all
we
right,
don't know nothing in it, right?
All right, bub. I'm gonna make it play, and then I'm just gonna be in the back a sec as well, right?
Cool,
But I'm
cool,
gonna,
sis. Yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna make it play still. And big up everyone for staying still. I hope you've enjoyed it. I think it's been very, and we have to come back to this still because this is a very significant thing for varying reasons, I would suggest. But let me share this device. Just give, and then I'm gonna try and. If I'd sorted myself out before I'd have been all right. But
No, sis, real life settings, man. Come on.
yeah, you don't know. All right, hold on a second. 1 second. Let's get this. Right. Okay. Have I got the right one? Yep. All right, let me just press play, please.
People. Some Muslims say that the Prophet Muhammad was black. Even Allah was claimed to be black as well.
What? Allah is also black?
Let's hear what a Muslim said to Malcolm X in this movie.
I tried to act like telling you God's words, not no hustle. And I'm gonna tell you, God is black.
God is black.
Allah is black. Islam is the religion of the Africans. Islam abolished slavery, freed slaves, elevates women, eliminates discrimination. But actually, there is no evidence of that statement. As a matter of fact, based on Islamic literatures, Prophet Muhammad enslaved people, owned and sold slaves, including several black slaves.
Wait, did it finish already? What happened there?
I used to work 9 to 5, but what made me a millionaire was working a few minutes every day at 5 to 9. Let me show
Guys,
you.
I don't know what happened there.
Sure.
Hold on a minute. I don't know what happened there. Oh, there we go.
Pleasure doing business with you, O Rasulullah. He was neither black nor African. The Islamic traditions emphasize how white his skin was. Sahih Bukhari 1, number 367. He uncovered his thigh and I saw the whiteness of the thigh of the Prophet. Sunan Abu Dawud, volume 20, number 3200. I still seem to see the whiteness of the forearms of the Apostle of Allah. Sahih Bukhari, volume 2, book 17, hadith number 122. And a white person, Muhammad, who is requested to pray for rain. Muhammad was not a white Caucasian, but an Arab man with a relatively fair complexion than most Arabs around him. The repeated statements regarding the whiteness of the Prophet Muhammad's skin are directly related to the meaning of the colors of black and white in Islam. Quran, Surah Ali Imran, verse 106. The day when faces are whitened, and faces blackened. Then, as for the ones whose faces are blackened, did you disbelieve after your belief? Then taste the torment for that you disbelieved. Quran, Surah Az-Zumar, verse 60. And on the day of resurrection thou, Muhammad, sees those who lied concerning Allah with their faces blackened. Is not the home of the scorners in hell? According to these verses, people whose faces are whitened will go to heaven, while the ones that were blackened will go to hell. If Allah decides some black men go to heaven, then their black faces would be whitened as if there is something wrong with having black skin. Allah wants to be sure that no black face ever show up in heaven.
Oh, it's not like that, bro. Those verses are metaphorical without any racist connotations.
However, there are some hadiths that link black skin and creation with Judgment Day. Mishkat al-Masabi, Volume 1, Chapter 4, Part 2, page 36. Abu Darda. The Prophet of God said, God created Adam and struck him on the right shoulder, and brought out his white children. You would say they were pearls. Then he struck his left shoulder, and produced his black children. You would say they were coals. And God said those of the right side are towards paradise, and I have no fear. And he said of those of the left side, they are towards hell and I fear not. What does it mean when Allah said I fear not? This is what he means. The expression here twice repeated, in the original La Abali, implies, I have no fear that their future deeds will falsify the sentence which I have now pronounced, seeing I have already predestined all their action. Abdul Haq. So, according to this hadith, Allah already decided all black people he created would go to hell no matter what they did, since he already predestined their fates. This hadith explains very clearly that in Islam, Allah made the destiny of human beings before he created them. He already decided to bless the extremely white-skinned people to heaven and to curse the extremely black-skinned people to hell. It's clear that Allah judges
Lady
them
D's
based on the
coming
color
with
of
the
their skin and
fucking
that for
truth.
Allah, white is
White,
pure,
listen, load
holy,
up your
clean,
seatbelts.
while
We're coming
black
with the
is the
truth.
opposite of it. In fact, other narrations even command that any person claiming that Muhammad was black be put to death. Muhammad Messenger of Allah. Ash-Shifa of Qadi-e-Ad, page 375. Ahmad ibn Abi Sulayman, the companion of Sanan, said, anyone who says that the Prophet was black should be killed. The Nation of Islam teaches that white people are devils. Their members might want to ponder this statement by Muhammad. The Apostle said,
whoever wants to see Satan, let him take a look at Nabtul bin al-Harith.
He was a sturdy black man with long flowing hair, inflamed eyes, and dark ruddy cheeks. He used to come and talk to the Apostle and listen to him and then carry what he had said to the hypocrites.
But you have to see the whole context. Nabtal is a hypocrite. That's why the Prophet called him Satan.
There were many hypocrites surrounded the Prophet, but he only called Nabtal, who was black, as Satan. How about calling a black woman as an epidemic? Sahih Bukhari, Volume 9, Book 87, Hadith 161.
I saw in a dream a black woman with unkempt hair going out of Medina and settling at Mahaya, namely Al-Jaffa. I interpreted that as a symbol of epidemic of Medina being transferred to that place, Al-Jaffa.
Ah, come on. That was just a bad dream. No big deal, okay?
Sahih Muslim, Book 10, number 3901. During the time of migration to Medina.
Ya Rasulullah, I want to pledge allegiance with you.
Oh, sure. I'd be more than happy to accept your pledge.
Thank you, Rasulullah. I will migrate with you.
That guy is my slave. I want to have him back, or you can buy him from me.
I didn't know that he is a slave. Okay, I will buy your slave with mine. Here, take my slave.
Huh? He is a black slave, while mine is an Arab slave.
Oh, all right then. Here, have another one. I lost my property because of that guy. That was several thousand dinars gone.
Rasulullah, there is another guy want to pledge allegiance with you.
Is he a slave or a free man? I don't want to lose more property.
Apparently, at that time, the price of one Arab slave is equal with 2 black slaves. Prophet Muhammad saw his black slaves as his currency. Here is another hadith about Prophet Muhammad's black slave. Malik's Muwatta, Book 21, number 21.13.25. During the year of the attack of Khaybar, Prophet Muhammad got a new black slave named Medam. When Medam was unsaddling the camel of the Prophet, a stray arrow struck and killed him. People came and said, "Oh, he died as a martyr. He must be in heaven now." But the Prophet said,
No, by he in whose hand myself is. The cloak which he took from the spoils on the day of Khaybar before they were distributed will blaze with fire on him.
Just to clarify, Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl, robbed caravans, and beheaded hundreds of Jews, but he's good. His black slave, by contrast, grabbed a cloak before the spoils were divided, so he's headed to hell.
Adverts.
Welcome to Islam. Mindlessly obeying Muslim leaders was so important to Muhammad that when he wanted to emphasize obedience, he told his followers that they had to obey even the worst leader imaginable. We find Muhammad's worst-case scenario in Sahih al-Bukhari 7142.
You should listen to and obey your ruler, even if he was an Ethiopian black slave whose head looks like a raisin.
So, the worst possible leader of a community of Muslims, according to Muhammad, would be a black slave.
Look, you're not being honest and fair here. One of the best Sahaba was Bilal, and he was a black guy who was freed by Abu Bakr. We uphold and love Bilal because of his dedication to Islam.
Bilal was a slave before he converted to Islam and continued to be a slave after that. Sahih Bukhari, Volume 5, Book 87, Hadith 99. Narrated Qais, Bilal said to Abu Bakr,
"If you have bought me for yourself, then keep me for yourself, but if you have bought me for Allah's sake, then leave me for Allah's work."
The hadith explains that, after Prophet Muhammad died, Bilal asked Abu Bakr to set him free. He wouldn't ask Abu Bakr such a request if he was not a slave anymore.
Bilal is a good slave and a great blessing from Allah. I don't think Allah wants me to lose his blessing.
Which one is the prophet? This white guy. What does Satan look like? That black guy. Now how did a religion that was inaugurated by a white prophet who had black slaves and referred to Ethiopians as raisin heads, and said that Satan looks like a black man ever get the reputation it has among African American Muslims today? Well, in the West, there's a general atmosphere of ignorance about Islam. People don't know even the most basic facts about Muhammad and the Quran. And this allows Muslim preachers to say whatever they want about Islam, because no one's going to correct them. So if a Muslim preacher is talking to a woman who's interested in women's rights,
Muhammad was a champion of women's rights.
If he's talking to someone who has a high regard for science,
the Quran is a scientific masterpiece, filled with miraculous scientific insights that were only verified centuries later.
If he's talking to someone who's concerned about racial justice,
Islam is the religion that liberates slaves and establishes racial equality.
Absolute nonsense. But people convert to Islam because they believe what they're told and don't bother reading the Muslim sources to see if the preacher's story checks out.
Yeah. So that's a bit more clarification. So when Mr. Jordan's sitting up there with Cam, whoops, no. Yeah, they like to portray this team like we're ignorant to Islam and we've just been told these things and rare. But when you go into their books and their scriptures and their fuck shit, you find out these things are actually true. It's in their hadiths, it's in their Quran. So when I'm out and I'm telling them, fuck your religion, which I stand by, fuck your Mohammed, which I stand by, and fuck your Muslimhood, whatever the fuck, brotherhood, whatever the fuck it is you lot got going, I mean it. And it ain't no collateral damage or nothing. I said what I said because look what the fuck it's done to my people. Fuck you and fuck your religion. And I ain't taking back no bumper clout chat. I said what I said.
Yes, divine. But what I'm saying is though, because I saw there's another video in the back, but I wanna give it some time though. You see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, but I don't like
Especially,
them the condescending shit like we don't know what the fuck, like we're just up here screaming for no
No,
sake of
obviously.
it. What the
Like,
fuck
remember,
are we doing?
but remember, this one I'm trying to say, but he's talking to us like we don't know what I want. Yeah, remember, our 5 years we old here, you know. Yeah, we've learned from the best. Yeah, and if that you can come on the other day, what was his name? Justice or whatever. And if he can say that he learned his Islam online, yeah, then we can definitely justifiably say that we've learned it online, speakers corner, and everything in between. You see what I'm saying to you?
We're
Yeah?
online, real life, and everything else that's happening, unfolding as we speak in 2024. Yes, we are. And we're learning more and more
And
about
some
its
people
fucking
have got
followers
Muslims
too.
in their family and all of this different type of shit. So, you know, that's what I'm trying to say. He's used to talking to retarded, uneducated people. That's a definite. And I think when Biggie said bigotry of low expectation, which I think that was definitely being practiced there. You see what I'm saying to you? 100%. 100%. And the thing is, yeah, most Muslims, I would suggest, especially the cultural ones, they probably don't even know as much as we do because they don't go as deep into it as we have heard. You get me? Yeah. Even when I've testified saying that when I was getting my little dawa way back in the day and whatever, yeah. It weren't going in depth, my girl. You get me? It was just the
They
pretty
gave
side
you
that I
the
was.
flowery tinted
Yeah,
roses side of it,
absolutely.
but they will never tell you what effects Islam has had on black people. They will never walk around and do dawah and explain to you why black people are treated so bad within their fucked up religion, yeah? And I'm not pet back no chat neither. They're not tell you about the fuck shit that their prophet was fucking keeping up, but they want to condescend and talk about, oh, you don't understand Islam. Man, fuck your Islam. What happened to them? Fuck Islam.
Yes. Son and KO. Hey.
The beloved son, sister,
I hope you're ready
All
now, because
day,
I'm not
every
gonna lie to you.
day.
I'm telling you from now, big up yourself, but I'm on fire and I'm taking
Yes,
off profit head,
yes.
religion, culture. I don't give a fuck. Anything can get it, yeah? Because when it's
Alright, I'm
black
gonna leave
people,
you
we
two because
take
I'm
all the
quick in the
slewing.
kitchen. I'm a pot of boil, but I'm here, man.
I'll
Divine's
do
got you,
that.
man. I'll be back, girl.
All right, cool. All right, Queen. Son, sister, beloved Lady D. What's happened now, beloved? What's happened?
You and your bullshit, you be doing your bojangling back dancing over on Jordan N's panel last night. What was that?
Oh, yeah, I did go on there actually. Yeah, yeah, I did. Yeah. Um, what time was that? Yeah, that was straight after. Oh, was you listening to it? Was ya? You
Damn
listened to it?
right, we just be listening to the we had to replay back that show. Can you explain to us, please?
Oh
Explain
wow,
to
you
us
don't.
what was the thought
you,
First of all,
oh wow,
explain to us the
you
thought
done a
process of
review.
going over there. Yeah.
You done a review.
No,
Wow.
we haven't actually reviewed it. We just heard you out. We're gonna give you our
Okay.
summary of it in a minute. We haven't actually
Okay.
reviewed
Okay.
it. So
Oh, you
first
haven't.
of all, let's start by
Right. Yeah.
your reasons for being over there in the first place. Like we would like to start at the beginning.
Oh, for my reasons. Oh, my reasons is basically getting to know different types of people, speaking about different topics. You know, we were speaking about what was we speaking about, me and him. Oh, that was it. I went on there yesterday, because it was in regards to what the mountain girl was doing towards the Sun people. And it was more like a thing of like telling him that, you know, you want us to be just with religion, etc., etc. But look what's happening with the Ummah. And yeah, we went into many things, man. Many things we went into. But it was more to do with that. Um, you know, I'm not gonna stop the Sun people from having certain types of feelings, let alone using political science against things where people are not practicing religion properly. I can't remember everything, but you're doing a review anyway, so you might as well play it so I can go back. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I can't
Nine's already
remember
played it.
everything.
We was playing something. We was playing like the truth about how black people are treated in Islam when you jumped on.
Oh, you've already played it already. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Right. Yeah, what else? So I can't remember everything, you know what I mean? You know, I'm getting old. So what exactly so what was the issue? What did you
Yes,
find
hold on
problematic?
one
Right.
second, brother Kel. I see Scattered Minds is in there, and he's a black brother that's a Muslim too, but you're gonna have to duck, bro, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm making no apologies for nothing coming out my mouth at this point. Because what I'm
Okay.
finding is when them so-called freaking Muslims are coming for black people and black everything, there is no show. They're not shelling one person. They're shelling my entire nationality, my entire identity, and my entire culture, my entire nation. So when I'm shelling Muslims, any Muslim can get it, bro. At this point, I'm not even gonna front. I'm just gonna keep it 100.
Okay, so what is it that you had a problem with what I was saying? You know, refresh my memory, you know, if you could, beloved,
What's that?
because I need to. Now I was going to say, what is it that you found problematic that I was saying? If you can refresh my
I
memory, because
found
I
a
can't
lot of
remember
things you
everything.
saying problematic. You first tried to
Okay, go on
justify
then.
our reasons for being mad. This like that Jordan M actually asked you, do you think they're ill informed? Like we don't know anything. Like we're just some stupid people out here. We're just stupid black
Right.
people screaming for no reason. Like, what the hell is he talking about? Has he not heard the way his fellow ducky, stinking, fake fucking Muslim brothers and sisters carry on towards us? Has he heard any of that? When they're
Yeah,
digging
it's
up
true.
black people, digging up Afrikaner slaves and fucking abids and fucking, what's it, kafirs and kufars and all these shit.
Yeah.
No one ain't hearing none of that. But you will definitely hear when Lady D say, fuck your religion. You hear that part, innit? When I say, fuck your fucking prophet, you hear that. But when they're disrespecting the African, them, talking about what's and out, your women sleep with all different men every night. Fuck that. Anything can get it then. Because guess what? They want to
Right.
talk about their religion is so fucking perfect and everything's so good about their religion, but it's producing pure rotten fucking fruit, yeah? It's producing pure. Nothing can be so fucking perfect and producing all this fucking wickedness. You can't tell me you got a perfect religion, a perfect book, a perfect prophet, a perfect model of human mankind and how to, and you're fucking producing that. You're producing a Halima. Man, fuck that. Any of them can get it. Any of them at this point. And I don't care who's getting in the crossfire. You can get that work too if you're going to defend that bullshit. But I know Scattered Minds ain't a part of that, so I'm not even aiming that at him. But the fact of the matter is, any fucking black Muslims that's going to defend that can get that work too. Because we already understand enough of them are going to have to get left behind. So it is what it is at this point.
Yeah, I definitely hear that, but I'm just wondering, what is it that I've done wrong? To be fair, and that I went on the channel, as having a very political discussion because the mountain woman was practicing unethical code of conduct. So I don't understand, what is it that I've done wrong? Explain to me on that. What does it have to do with me? Are you angry that I went on his platform, or
The
what is
fact
it
that
that
you
I've
even,
said?
I'll tell you what pissed me off in the beginning, yeah, with you, Brother
Go on.
Kel, yeah?
Yeah.
Remember, you came over here now. We asked you I specifically, Lady D, asked you a specific
Right.
question. Can you give me the pros and cons of FGM?
Right.
Rather than you answer the question, you know, the pros and the cons, first of all, you were on a whole tirade about red, black, and green. Then you start bring Pan-Africanism into it. Then you start bring. To me, that's just condescending and out of order and disrespectful. Because what I've noticed when you go over to them boy their panels, when you're on the Muslim them panels, when they ask you a direct question, guess what you're able to do? Answer them back directly. I find it hard that you struggle with the sisters. And then when the sisters get agitated at you and get vexed at you because you're just being condescending at this point. You're not trying to answer no questions. You're trying to use a black emotional card on us that we ain't running. The Pan-African card on us ain't running neither. The Marcus Garvey card, you definitely ran that one out. Now we're like, hold on a minute. So how is it you're showing these people the most respect in us, that's been the most disrespectful? But with us, you can't even answer a question directly? You want to get offensive and talk about we're doing sonology and all kind of things?
Well, Lady D, for me, I've been raised with respect. You see, when we're dealing with my father's side and mother's side, it's respect. You see what I'm saying? And that when you go into someone's house and you're around people, you show respect. When I speak to black people, my people, I've been raised to show respect. Black people respect me and I respect black people. You see, this is why we use words of brother, sister, beloved, etc. These are not fake things. These are natural things that comes from the heart, which manifests on my limbs. You see, because this is how we've got to talk to each other, and that's how I talk in my everyday life. So no one can tell me I'm disrespectful to some women. Excuse me, beloved. You see, because I show the most respect to some women in my everyday life. I was raised by a black woman. You see, I was taught by black women in the Saturday schools, etc. And that. You understand? So for black women, I've got ultimate respect. When black women are getting attacked in certain ways, and I use my security, you see, which is professional to go and do certain work, etc. And that. So nobody can't tell me I'm disrespectful to black women. I'm not disrespectful for black women. It's just that there's times where like you cannot come at me at a certain way. You see, like for example, the beloved son sister Melanie, she's always had my back online. You see, she always had my back online, right? Love the sister to death, right? However, because we're talking about a sensitive issue, because remember, it's our culture and that, right? Not FGM, but our culture, certain practice. I'm very kind of like very guarded, and when it comes to our culture, because it's been fabricated, etc. So when the beloved son sisters asking me questions, and I'm answering it, and then she said things like, "Oh, this is why people disrespect you," and that, and I'm saying, well, because people are behind the mic, and then the beloved son sister took that in a way like I'm disrespecting black women, and that weren't the case. I was saying that no man, no woman in my everyday life is going to be shouting in my face. You see, but for me, I always protect black women with the best of my ability, emotionally, physically, right, and all them things. So I haven't disrespected neither one of yous in that. Okay,
Kel,
so if
you
you can,
sit on
go
panels
on,
with us. Let me just put out your disrespect, because
go
I
on,
think what you're calling disrespect is what I'm not seeing as
go on.
disrespect, as what I'm seeing as disrespect. So hear what I'm saying. You will
Okay.
come on the panel and call us liars for the whole time you're on the panel. Disrespectful. When we're telling you what you said, we're using your own words. That's disrespectful, because now you're telling me that I'm not even hearing properly, yeah? When I'm literally giving you back your own words that came out of your mouth. That's
Right.
disrespectful. Now you're insulting my intelligence here, like I didn't hear this shit. Yeah. Then after that, when sister Melanie is talking to you, she's like, okay, brother Kel, but I'm only interrupting because I want to correct something. You're cutting up. No, 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 no. See, you don't need to control your, like, we don't have no emotional control over ourselves and no time at all. That's another condescending, disrespectful thing you love to do with us, yeah? Then when we ask you a direct question, it could be about the price of fish. You want to come and just rub up Pan-Africanism, Marcus Garvey in our face, like say, like, we got look in the mirror every day and see that we're black. We know we're black. We know what we're about.
Hold on, beloved. What does looking in the mirror? Because you do understand when we're dealing with Garveyism, right? It is also aesthetical, ancestry, and also action. You see, so it's nothing to do with taking away your black card. We don't have that right to do that. But when it comes to the action, we know that Garvey was very, very clear. And when it comes to action, you see, now when I'm saying that, use that a line, right? I'm saying you put in FGM with African culture, how they done circumcision. Now, when you keep putting that together and you're making it look like it's FGM, I'm gonna call you like liars. You see, respectfully to my beloved sons and sisters, right? Because I've told you already, I've gave the proof. You asked me the benefit. I've gave you historical proof because we're dealing with knowledge, right? The circumcision, the correct way, how we used to do things. You see, it goes back to Nile Valley. Because when you're dealing with the Nile Valley, right, Amenhotep III, right, in 1360 BC, the 18th dynasty of Kemet, right, they were practicing the circumcision. They had the remedies, etc. And the reason why they were doing it in particular in Egypt at a very old age, I would say adolescent.
No, can you clarify this
Hold
to
on,
me,
brother,
Kel?
you gotta let me
Brother
finish.
Kel,
Beloved, you
clarify
gotta let
this
me
to me.
finish, beloved. No, 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 because
Okay,
not
go
letting
ahead
me
and finish.
finish, you're missing the knowledge.
Yeah, I said go
You see,
ahead, go
with
ahead.
all due respect, right? So in them times now, it was more to do with part of like an elite sort of nobleness that when you're getting circumcised, right? Now it's a rite of passage of manhood, but also part of the elite. You see, the Khoisan used to do it as well. They used to circumcise and then throw the foreskin away to let the Lord know that we have now reached manhood. You see, in Australia they did the same thing. You see what I'm saying in that? The Yoruba, the Ibo. So we understand when it comes to why we used to do it, it was spiritual, hygiene, and cleanliness connecting to the most High. That's part of our culture. So when you keep on putting FGM, which comes from the Arabs, and I've explained this already, proof and evidence why it was used, when they did it, you see what I'm saying, and then people keep putting onto there. I'm gonna find that very offensive as an African that you're putting that there. Other Africans are gonna feel very offensive as well because that's the culture and that. My uncles and
Where did it
aunts,
go
beloved.
again? Let me
Go
pause
on.
you because where you keep
Right.
trying to mix this thing. 1 minute you're telling us that it's the Arab
Right.
practice, yeah, and they practice it on even
Go on,
culture
beloved.
is it?
Go on.
Where did this thing come from? Was FGM practiced before the intrusion of Arabs into the freaking
You cutting up.
first clarify?
Yeah, no, but beloved, I've told you with all due respect, right? The FGM, it comes from the Arabs. How much times have I got to
I just
repeat
want to make
myself?
sure we're
You
clear.
see,
That's why I said clarify.
right?
I
But
just
I
want to
know,
make sure we're clear.
but I want to make something clear with all due respect to you, beloved. I don't want you, with all due respect, to put that with our culture and that. That's why I've been very defensive, and because it's like you can't do that. I've said to you with all due respect, the Arabs,
No, listen,
right?
listen. There's a reason,
Go on.
Brother Cal, just so you
Go on.
know, there's a reason why I
Right.
asked you to make sure we're clear. So
Okay.
earlier on, we
All right.
had Brother Buddha come on the panel, and he asked a very.
Okay.
So I wanted to make sure we're clear for the audience. Don't take it everything as a defense, you know. Every time I
All
ask you a
right.
question, this is the mentality you come with every time I ask you a simple question, and I don't like it, and that gets me irritated already. So when I ask you a question, it's for a good reason. You might not know the reason, but trust and believe it's
Right.
for a reason. I'm asking you a question, right?
Okay.
So, Brother Buddha, there's your answer. It came with the Arabs, like I said earlier.
The FGM, right? The FGM. That practice came with the Arabs, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify
Okay.
that, but carry on. Sorry.
Right. So yeah, so the thing is that as I was saying, my Rasta aunts and uncles, right, who follow the Rastafarian, they're Semitic people. You should know. I know you know this anyway, and that, right? they've also circumcised my cousins. You see what I'm saying in that, right? Who are same age as me and a lot more younger. You see what I'm saying in that, right? Because these were the practices. You see, so we as African people, right? This is nothing new. But this FGM thing, right? Because there's been so many cases of it being done the barbaric Arab way and that, you see. And by the way, the European man used to do that to his woman as well, beloved, in the Roman Greco culture. You see what I'm saying? They all used to do it, etc. Right? We're gonna find it very offensive when it's put into the correct way of how to do it, you see. And that's where I feel like the issues is coming at is like there has to be a separate, because the African, beloved, we're civilized. You see, we love the black woman. You see, we don't need to trap her sexuality because she's gonna have more. We applaud the sensual and sexuality of the black women. We love them, we want them, etc. And that. You see what I'm saying in that, right? But the other ethnicities, unfortunately, that they have insecurities over their women, you see, and this is why sewing up and etc. And unfortunately, there are unsynchronized Africans, right, who have taken on the barbaric FGM, which came from the Arabs. Because I told you already, when we're dealing with Pharaoh, who is not an Egyptian but is an Arab. You see, black Arab. I'm going to be truthful in that, right? You know, the Arabs, them and the Israelite, they have conflicts. So he wanted to stop. The Most High gave him a vision that your empire is going to be brought down by an anointed one, Moses or Musa, you see, whatever language you're speaking. And then he wanted to stop that. So he in from the evidence is that if I can stop the Israelite women from being fertile and like be in a state of to be fertile, right? That's gonna protect my empire. And of course, those who believe in it didn't happen. You see, but we are civilized. We don't believe in them things for the black woman and that. You see, this is why we had
Okay,
loads of
all
black
right. Let me ask
women
you this,
married.
yeah.
You understand? Right.
So when you're saying that we, meaning us black women in the West, we are
Right.
confusing FGM with circumcision, yeah? This is what you're basically saying, yeah? We're mixing up the
Yeah,
two. And
with the
we're
African
gonna, our
traditions, right?
argument's automatically gonna be back. If you
Mhm.
cut me down there, whether it's a snip, a tuck, a cut, a slit, is that or is that not a form of circumcision?
Not because, but beloved, when we're dealing with circumcision, I told you, like Imhotep, circumcision is a spiritual uh hygiene and cleanliness
All right,
to the
what
creator.
evidence do
So
we
it
have
has
to
to be.
support this, Brother
I've just
Cal?
told, beloved, did it, or Jews, did I not just tell you
Yes,
when
but
it
I need
comes
to go
to
bit by bit,
Imhotep
and you want to
of
go on
the
these long
third,
rants, and I need to
the
go bit by
third
bit with the
Imhotep
people then.
of the 18th dynasty? You see, beloved, you've got to read up on. Do you know who?
It's
Do you
not
know
a
who
case about
Imhotep is? In it,
reading. What evidence do we have to? How do we know Imhotep was
right?
correct in what his findings? What is the evidence again? Do we have to support this? Now, I'm not saying that I'm
Beloved,
down here. I'm just downing
right?
down Imhotep and his works and everything he's done in
Okay,
medical. Of course, I'm not doing that. I just want to know what
right,
have we found since then.
right.
Time has passed, knowledge has grown. Whatever,
Mhm.
what else is happening? Things have come forward. What have we found since that time of that dynasty till now? What are
Mhm.
the findings of the cleanliness part? Is that in fact accurate? Was he correct?
Okay. Well, I've just said to you already, right? In ancient Kemet, right, the circumcision in them times and amongst all the African cultures back then, right, it was to be admitted into priesthood, spirituality. Because when we're dealing with priesthood, it's linked to creator, you see, and to be part of a
Okay.
class of cleanliness, because in them times, you've got the heat, you see, and they're having more than one wife. So that was more like a way of practicing correct consensual relationship without any form of diseases, you see. So I'm saying that is how it was back then. And Imhotep understood, right, with the female African scientists, how these things are supposed to be conducted. I'm saying now, right, now it's FGM and it is mutilating the female's private part. It's even doing it to the men as well. I told you already, some of the Sudanese, they rip off the whole skin. You see
Well,
what I'm
I put
saying
a
in that,
link for
right, to
you
the
in the
men?
back about some of the practices that are happening on our African sisters right now. I don't know if you've managed to
Yeah,
click on it yet, but I did put a
never.
link in the back for you because I'm not having none of
Yeah.
this.
I know, but the thing is, beloved, I don't disagree when you lot are saying that there are unsynchronized Africans practicing this. I've never disagreed with that. What I'm saying is, right, it's not from the correct way of the Africans. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it comes from the Arabs. You see, those particular Africans, right, that they were very barbaric. We know this. You see, but I'm saying when we're dealing with um, Nile Valley Africans and West Africans, etc., and that, and South, right? They had a different reason of doing it. Like the Khoisan, when they would do it and that, right? You see, they rites of passage understood that now I'm a man. You see, the butterfly effect, and now I'm gonna throw my foreskin in the forest to give homage to the Creator, because things where you're doing sacrifice, etc., right, is to give homage to the Most High. You see, so there's a difference. That's what I was saying. Now the FGM is problematic. I know what goes on. I've heard the story, but we're not going to put that with African culture as though this is what we do, and that because there's a lot of Africans, right, that are going to come to you and say, well, we don't practice this. This is what we believe in. The FGM is not from, our culture, and we're going to cause unsynchronization problems, you see. And that's what I was trying to say. We need to limit that, because remember, when we're following Garveyism, he had a way of understanding the different types of Africans in the movement, what they believe in, etc., and he organized us without using religion, you see. And you can go and ask any Garveyite, they will tell you the same thing, with all due respect.
I've got some Garveyite links in the back that actually disagree with everything you're saying, actually.
Okay, go
But
on then.
that's left for
with the
debate.
with the circumcision and that, is that what you're telling me?
No, with the religious part and all of that.
Okay, we'll bring it on. We can talk about it. There's no issue with that. We can talk about it.
Because other Pan Africans will disagree with that.
Okay, well, we can play them and we can see what's going on. You see, I don't have a problem with that. We're here to discuss, etc. I don't have an issue. Put it on, beloved.
Sorry, big up Buddha. Welcome to the show. I got
We
your
got some
question
brother,
answered.
Buddha. Big up, brother.
I'm getting
Big
an
up,
echo from
yeah,
you.
big up,
I can hear myself.
big up, man. Sorry, I'm not staying on for long, but I just needed to get a few clarifications here, right? Regardless of the reasoning behind the circumcision, right? Whether it's spiritual, I understand, I get that, okay? But I want to understand what the physical aspects of circumcision and FGM, what's the actual differences in your mindset? Do you make the distinction between the two?
Yes, my brother. So
Correct.
one is the ways how it was practiced before the ancient way is that you are clipping off the foreskin of the hood of the man, which is from the top, so the foreskin, all the way to the head, the bottom part of the head. For the females, the foreskin that covers, so that little, so it's just with the females, it's just a little clip that overshadows the actual clitoris. That little part, just that little bit that comes off. Now with FGM, which means female genital mutilation, that's chopping labia minora, labia majora. That's chopping up the clitoris. That's sewing up. We don't believe in them. African people, brother, but that we are civilized people. You see, we don't believe it. We love our black women. We understand that the black woman has contributed 50% of civilization and the bearers of children. They've helped out with political science, etc. You see, and we love them. This is why when you go Africa, brother, you
Okay,
see the black woman and the statue side by side.
cool.
So we don't want to reduce their sexuality because they're
All
taught
right,
these things, brother, at a young age.
all right,
Go on, my
cool.
brother.
So the next question I'm going to ask you is, what age does this generally occur to the female?
Are you on about, so you're referring to, so in Africa, so in Khmer and the Khoisan, etc., there was done at like the age of like 10, etc., and that, right? Soon as like you're on the bridge of becoming puberty, that's where it was done them times, right? And
All
in
right, cool.
Khmer,
So
there
when it's
wasn't,
done
yeah.
at the age of, so I'm only saying because I've got to jump off. I can't stay on too long.
All right,
So
brother.
at the age of 10 years old, right, when this is done, does it hurt the child?
Yeah, it's going to hurt because it's you're removing a part of the flesh, and there is going to be a little bit of pain, a bit, you know. There is going to
A
be pain.
little bit of
Yeah.
pain. Would you say it was worse than childbirth, or around the same, or less?
I can't compare that, brother. But what I will say is that, remember, with all due respect to you, son, brother, is that those were the practices. That's what they believe in. There will be pain. I can understand that because for myself, brother, I am circumcised in that, right? I'm circumcised. My brothers are. My father is as well. You know, my father's an Afro Caribbean, and you know, he believed in that. You know, my uncles and that, they do that as well. Now on my mum's side, you know, all of the men are going to be circumcised because they believe in that anyway in them lands there. You see what I'm saying? And that. But what I'm saying is making a
Listen,
distinction
I
between,
know, I
yeah,
understand that because even in Christianity, I believe it's done in Christianity, Judaism, many different cultures.
yeah.
Um, so I was going to ask you this. So in 2024, do you think causing that amount of pain to a young child is acceptable in this day and age?
I can't say that, brother, because remember, it's African people's tradition, brother. You see, so if they want their children to be circumcised the correct way, brother, right? I can't condemn that, brother. And this is where me and the Son sisters were having an argument. I can't condemn that, brother. You see, because that's part of the culture, tradition, and that. You see, if
No,
that's what they
do you
want,
know what? I
yeah,
raised the same issue. I raised the same issue yesterday.
right,
Although I
right,
can sit here and say it's barbaric, and
yeah,
I can condemn it in many ways I can. However, I can't go to their country and start a war because of their culture. That's just wrong.
right,
Can't do that.
right.
But the point I'm making is like, would you, for instance, allow your girl child to have that procedure done upon her?
So I got daughters in it, like they're in their 20s and late teens, right? None of them have been circumcised. My son, who's older, he's definitely been circumcised. He's been circumcised. My Rasta uncles and aunts, you see, because you know in
Yeah,
Rastafarian, brother, you know on the
yeah.
8th day what they do and that. You see, because when we're dealing with the Rastas, there are Semitic people, brother. You see what I'm saying? Lady D knows these things. Semitic people. So not just in Islam, in Rastafarian. You see? So for me, in my family, if we're talking about my Afro-Caribbean side and that, they all believe in that. I'm not saying all of them are circumcised, but the Rasta ones and obviously the Pan-Africanist ones that follow certain particular spirituality, etc. and that, then they're circumcised. You see what I'm saying? So as I
You,
said,
you
bro, I
know what it
can't
is, Kel?
condemn.
You know what it
Yes,
is?
bro.
It's the concept I can't understand. Listen,
Right,
like if you have a girl child, you protect her with your life, innit? You'd murder a whole
right,
fucking village to protect her, innit? For
right,
for
right.
someone to
Mm,
go and inflict that, even your own wife or your own yourself to go and inflict pain on a child, and that's not no joke pain. That's some fucking
yeah.
pain that you remember for forever.
Right,
You understand?
mm-hmm,
That's just
right.
crazy. I can't get my head around that concept. But anyway, listen, I'll chat to you
Yes, bro.
guys some other time. Take it easy. Big up.
Yes, King. Yes, man.
Yeah, yeah,
Wicked one,
big
man.
up, bud. Yeah, so here's another question I've got, yeah. I
Okay.
heard not that long ago Jordan M say he finds it hurtful to him. This is a pussy fucking EDL fuck. Oh, I can't even take it, you know. Anyway, he said he finds it gets to him when he hears those those black people, because the black people he associates with, remember, they were some next high elite
Right.
because they're Muslims, yeah. So those Muslims,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he can big those ones up, but these ones, it hurts him because they're just throwing away our whole tradition. So Nine asked the question. She asked, "So hold on, your ancestors practiced slavery and all them things. Do you still want to hold on to that tradition just because it's cultural and traditional?
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't he make that same argument for that?
So, is a
Because
thing,
we know
right?
he ain't gonna. We do understand
Yeah.
he's not practicing no FGM or no form of circumcision on his own children, you know. But he wants us to practice it.
Right.
Understand that?
Yeah, but you see, remembering that, right? Everything is political science. You see, when Garvey, beloved, is dealing with non-African people, sitting down with them, he's using political, because you do understand that in New York, he's sitting down with them. You do understand Umar Wale. Malcolm X is debating with them, etc. and that, right? So they're going to say certain things. What I get from Jordan M is that he's a Muslim, he's following Islam, right? So anything that the religion says, he's trying to guard that religion, etc. and that. No different than what the Pan-Africanist Muslims do, you see. So when I was talking to him, because I remember that, right, what I got from that is that uh there definitely is political sign, but at the same time there is like a bit of naivety towards, oh, black people should be doing that. And that's why, from what I can remember, I had to explain to him, because it's very late, that, you know, my people, they have a right to react to certain things when it comes to Islam. I'm not going to tell my people to not do that. You see, they've got their guard up, and they should have their guard up because we've been manipulated. At the same time, there's a difference between knowledge and understanding, that although you may have the knowledge, but you don't mean that you have the understanding. And in order to kind of debate with people, right, you cannot like oppose that you've got to pay attention to me. No, because people have the right to have their own opinion and perspective, as long as they don't make that as facts to say that's how it is, especially when it comes to African culture and that, because a lot of us understand that. You see, you can never go to Afro-Caribbeans who know the culture and come with foolishness, because they're going to shut you down. They're going to be like, what? This is not African. So that's what I got from Jordan M. You know what I mean? Is that, you know, we don't have to conform a certain way, you see, and everyone's debating and coming up with different ways of trying to outdo each other. It's political science. Like, this is why I'm saying it's iceology, mountainology, sandology, and sunology. I use sunology, you see, and you
All
know,
right, how
you
do you
have to do
think,
the same.
Kel, your sonology is working against his iceology and Islamology? How do you think you're comparing so far?
Well, I'm
Like, do
not
you
here
think
to,
you're convincing
yeah.
him, or do you think he's convincing you?
I'm not here to convince nobody, Lady D. For me, I'm a Garveyite. You see, I understand, right, that it's been set, you know, non-African people, they're not going to start practicing ethical code of conduct. And Pan-Africanist nationalists, we're not going to be fooled by that. I was having a very fruitful discussion with him. You see, I'm allowed to sit down, like what Garvey did, right? Like what beloved son sister Lady D does when she goes on different panels that's non-African and debates. I'm allowed to do that, beloved. You see what I'm saying? And that's all I was doing. And I went over there
Cal, don't think
respectfully
I'm
this
questioning
time.
don't think
No,
I'm
but
saying that you can't go over there. I'm asking you, what do you think you're
right.
achieving over there? That's the see what I mean. I asked you a direct question, you won't give me a direct answer. So,
And I did answer the
do you
go on,
think you're
go on,
achieving
babe.
anything over there? Do you think or he's more winning over there when you're having these so-called conversations?
It's not about winning, it's about reasoning of there's racism in um when it comes to the temperaments. They bring that in a religion. So my people are going to have their guard up. So you cannot try and force them to not go against their God. They're not going to do it. You see, so it's not about winning or losing. You see, whether I debate with non-African people and defeat them, and that, it's not going to change unethical code of conduct system. You see, whether I debate on history and things like that, which that's why I don't like to talk about certain history like Kemet and things like that, because as what the Pan Africanist forefather says, it has a way of keeping black people from actually doing the work. You see, there's projects. Are we going to Africa? We're going to the Caribbean. Are we doing certain things in UK? You see, to occupy our mind, etc. And that. You see, that's what the real thing is. But this information, which is good, it can kind of make us say, well, as long as I'm teaching and talking about things, I don't have to put the work in. You see, and that's why I always talk about political science. I know the history, Lady D, when it comes to that. Remember, you know, in the early 80s, right? It was I know you don't like to hear this, the Malachi York days. It was to do with Ben Jackman days, etc. And that we know all them things. You see, that's why I can relate
Fire
with
on
certain.
Malachi Z York,
Okay,
fire,
fair enough,
fire,
fair enough.
fire,
But
and lava for
but when
Malachi
we're
Z
dealing
York.
with the knowledge thing, beloved, remember I know about there's Afro-Caribbean scholars that's got libraries of Kemet, Sumer, and all that there. You see, we know about all these things, but now, as what Neely Fuller Jr. says, you know, it's like he specifically says that we don't just learn our history to focus on how great we was. We learn it to focus on the mistakes as well, and that's what Garvey did so well. So when I'm saying this with respect to you, the rest of you, right, is that separating politics and personal in all things. That's the way of Garvey. No one can ever challenge me and say Garvey didn't do that. Garvey united us without using religion. Garvey understood political science, and that's the school of thought where I'm coming from. If I'm debating with non-African people, I'm removing personal and focus on political and that. You see what I'm saying? I'm allowed to be respectful, etc. Because when you're dealing with our culture and that, we're respectful people. You see what I'm saying? And that Afro-Caribbean people, Africans, we're respectful people. You see, we're not coming with no disrespect and all these things there. That's not part of our culture. You see what I'm saying? And for me, that's how I've been raised. Come in the house, wipe your feet, sit down. If you want to use the toilet, ask. If you want to drink, this is the African way of doing things. You see? So if I'm being respectful, whether it's in the chat, etc., right? That don't mean that I'm all with them. What it means is I'm being polite. You see? And I'm always polite. You see what I'm saying? I know lately, you know what I mean? There's been some things where, but I'm only human, beloved. You know, sometimes I'm gonna make mistakes. Sometimes I'm not gonna make mistakes. It is what it is.
That is
But
definitely only human. We just wish you make some of those mistakes over on the other side, not with us. That's all we're saying. Make some of those same mistakes on the other side. Make it with Jordan M. Make those mistakes with Velima. Make them mistakes when you're on Go to Speakers Corners panel.
right.
Make those
hmm
mistakes there. Don't make it over here. That's all we're saying.
No, but the thing is, but in regards to intense debates, I've had intense debates with Ghost, Jordan M. We've done all that. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. We've done all that. Kale is Kale normal. You see what I'm saying? I don't need to hide and pretend. No, I am who I am. You see what I'm saying in that, right? And when we're dealing with Pan Africanism, nationalism, and that, it has to be channeled correctly. You see, I'm not going to bend the old information because remember, beloved, right? When we're going on the block and other things, right? It's about sharing, debating knowledge. I'm very well versed because African people, we're very well versed when it comes to knowledge. We can talk about female central sexuality. We can talk about cultures, history. I'm well versed in that. You see what I'm saying? And that, but the main focus is Pan Africanism. I could do that all day long. I live that life. You see what I'm saying in that, right? But I understand when I'm going on different panels, okay, I'm gonna indulge in this particular conversation. You see, when you're indulging things with the females, because you know the sun woman's not the same as the ice. I don't do this. Oh, Lady D's with the ice woman now because she's united with them on womanhood. No, I understand. You see, you're there, you're discussing, etc. But when I do it, you see, Cal is unsynchronized. Cal is this. Cal
No,
is that.
no, no, no,
I'm.
no. Let's correct it
You
because we're not
understand?
gonna have that. We're not gonna have that out in the atmosphere. We're gonna correct it. The reason why
Right.
it happens with you because the same fire and lava, the same way I can ban out Muhammad and ban out the Quran, I can ban out the Bible, I can ban out Christianity, I can ban out white people, and I can ban out Arab. You can't. That's the problem. That's the contention here.
Right.
You will have the most fire and lava for the ice people and the white people and whatever the Muzungu and whoever else you want to draw into this, yeah. But you see, when it comes to the Arab. Now it's tread lightly,
No,
dance
that's
around.
lies. That's like you
Allow it,
see.
man.
That's
See, you call
no,
him. You
no, no,
see,
no, no, no,
talk.
no, 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 no. We're not. No, no, no. We're not allowed nothing because you're lying there again. You see, you're saying when it comes to the Arabs, no, you're referring to when it comes to the religion. You see, you can't. Lady D, remember this, you know, right? I know about the Sand people. I've dealt with them. I know about the Sand people. You see, they don't get no form of laws, etc., and that, especially from me and that. You see, what I what you need to understand, right? Like for example, Bonat Christianity, but Garvey was a Christian though. The forefathers of Pan Africanism, half of them were Christians. Bishop Millie Henry McTurner was a Christian. He is the teacher of Elijah Paul, who was Elijah Muhammad. You see what I'm saying? And Nat Turner also was a Christian. So when you're burning out these religions, our forefathers, right, Pan Africanized them and done revolution. Umar Wale, Malcolm X, he was a Muslim. Leo Muhammad, who knows my relatives. In fact, he probably even knows your relatives and that. You see, he's the leader of the Nation of Islam in the UK. You see what I'm saying? And I've met with him, sat down with him, spoken everything. You see what I'm saying? That you want me to condemn, right? The Hebrew Israelites practicing, I can't, because they also helped out in the Garvey movement. So when you're burning out these religions, remember Pan-Africanists are in those religions. You see, just like you get people that want to burn out when it comes to the Igbo spirituality of the Ogwu and the Ogwuju. The Ogwu is the good art, the Ogwuju is the bad art. You see, they want to put them together, but you got to be just with the info, beloved. I'm not bunning out black people's religion. Garvey organized us, beloved, without using religion. And I'm only asking you and beloved son, sister Naifa, let's be more political when it comes to the religions. You see, let's separate
Cal,
and
brother
analyze it,
Cal, when
etc.
you
That's all I'm
heard,
saying. Yeah.
brother Cal, with all due respect, when you heard Veli play back the lava and the fire towards us, did you hear any let's be political about it from any of her Muslima Mohammedans? Did you hear any of that? Did you
beloved,
hear that? Did you hear that
right.
we can't tackle fight for Islam if we don't do it in a? Did you hear any of that passiveness? Just even an inkling. Even when you were on the panel, even when Jordan was on the panel, in fact, instead of bunning her, he turned around and flipped it in your faces, and you went back and sat over there with him and then had a good old Muslima party.
Yeah. So now you're lying again. You see what I gotta say? And it hurts me to say this to the beloved son sister who's had my back, but you're lying again. You see, because what you gotta understand is, right, I'm allowed to go on different panels and call out certain. Do you know, beloved, in the legacy and that, because that damn stupid mountain head top PMPN gal went on panel and said 104 is a dump, but she's not talking about the legacy in Newtown with black people's money that we funded, big up to Cypher, that we do organization and things in there. You see, we're in there, beloved, we're discussing, etc., etc. Right? So sometimes there's debates in there, sometimes, etc., things happen. I'm saying when I'm going on these panels, right, with Jordan M, right, sometimes I'm going to discuss certain things with him. You can listen to it. I went on there because I didn't like how the mountain gal is saying things and the Muslims are covering it. You see, burn out their temperament, right? But they want to put the religion as though it's but the religion is letting you know that is that part of it. And I said to him already, there's a lot of us who understand these religions and we know, oh, that's not from the religion. You're bringing something in there. I'm not allowed to discuss these things when our people are being unethical code of conduct is being used on them. I'm not allowed to do that. You see, because a lot of us going on panels, beloved, and chatting rubbish. They're chatting about things that are irrelevant to what we go through. When I'm talking things, etc., right, it's a problem. Oh, you're sitting down, you drink sherry and this. No, we're not drinking no sherry. We're sitting down having a political discussion on you got to sort out your what's name. You can't get angry when black people are defensive. You see, and I was very respectful. You see, and he's respectful to me because when Garvey's dealing with the non-Africans, you see, Garvey taught us how to deal with non-African people. He went on no disrespect thing, and he had his own military army in America. You see, he had all that. So when people are trying to go there, the Garveyites, they got their shotguns, etc., they're practicing military science. And so the Ku Klux man said to Garvey, said to put the word out, we want to talk to His Excellency because white life is being reduced. You see, that's all I'm doing. You see, it's not no hanky panky thing, but it's just that I have respect, right, for human beings. That don't mean that we are allies though, like that, because the reality of sand, mountain, and ice, you can't trust them. I've said that many times. Respectful to
Listen, I say it
those
to
who
everybody, I'm equal with
right.
it. I have no ally. Let me just tell you something, Kelly. I come from a very strong Caribbean culture, Caribbean practice. Everything about me is Caribbean, yeah, apart from the fact that I'm not there right now, yeah? I come from a culture that teach me, say, my enemy's enemy is never my friend. You understand? Do you know what that means? So I'm not gonna have no one straight shot for one and no passive aggressive undercover thing for another. No, the both of them is getting fired. In fact, one's getting it even more, which will be the Arabs. They're getting it even more so, yeah? Because they were doing this thing. They're the one that helped the white man to get to which part they got to. The white man just made money out of it and made it into a big empire. Yeah, but them Arab, they were practicing that shit for the longest. Castrating, sewing up, spreading their Islam by the sword. But we're supposed to just tiptoe around it because our people's in it. Well, if our people want to be in it, make them be in it. They can do what the hell they want to do. But you see, when you see your identity, your culture, your people suffering and they're getting slew by your so-called Muslim brothers and sisters, and you're sitting back and you're doing nothing, I will slew you too as a Muslim. I don't care if you're black. You can get that work too. Point blank, I'm sick of this going around pretending that we got to always be on code. We've always got to always be practicing this kind of ethics, and we got to show everybody else some form of fucking love, and no one showing us a pussy clout love back. Nobody, yeah? Everyone's slewing the black man. Everyone's killing off the black woman. And you're here telling us, oh, you lot got to make sure they're working this, their ideology, they work. Fuck all of that. I can slew back too. At this point, I'm not here for no tampering around no one's fucking emotions because they're in a fucking religion. Fuck that. Because no one ain't tampering around my emotions and my identity and my culture and my nationality and my people. So fuck it, anyone can get it. And the same energy I'll have for the fucking white man, I'll have it for the fucking Arab, but I'll have it for the Arab even worse. Worse when you're laughing in my fucking face and then telling me it's not fucking raining. Like, what are you doing? What are we doing here? You got Jordan M sitting up there talking about, well, Benny, you should have just jumped off. No talking about what the actual girls actually done, you know? No slewing of the things that they've been saying. Girls had that bitch up there for 2 whole hours slewing my fucking people them. Slewing them. So when I start slew of fucking Islam, when I start tear down Bamba Clock Muhammad, when I start tear up your Quran and done out your fucking hadith, don't come crying. Because there was no crying tears when you lot were sending for us. There was no tears. There was no sympathy. There was no apologies. So I don't want to hear no fucking bawling. I don't want to hear it. And that's me, Lady D Sessa.
Okay, but as I said to you already, what does that have to do with me? You see? Because last time I checked, as I said to you already, either we do it Garvey's way or it's not going to work out. I said this before, and that Garvey was a genius when it came to politicizing the culture, politicizing economics, politicizing um, um, when it comes to political agenda and that. I'm saying his way is better, you see, because he brought the national into it. Now you're coming to me as though I favor with the non-Africans and that. It's very clear I don't. You see, I'm just diplomatic. You see, with all due respect, a lot of yous are friends with these people. I'm not friends with them. In my everyday life, I've told you this already. Because when you go and ask Sister Naifa, she'll tell you about Beanie Brown. Beanie Brown is her uncle. You see what I'm saying? He don't deal with all that mingling and mixing, etc. And that. I'm coming from that for. It's just that when I go on the panels, I have to be respectful because it's people's platform, etc. These people are from Speaker's Corner. You see what I'm saying? I'm not from Speaker's Corner. Now. The last time I went Speaker's Corner was the late 90s. You see what I'm saying? And that. I don't go Speaker's Corner because I understand that when you mingle with them, etc., things come out. Look how comfortable they are in that. You see what I'm saying? And that they're comfortable because they're all your friends, but you're pushing it onto me as if I co-sign with that. With all due respect, I don't. That's why you hear them, Kel's racist, etc. And you know that I can't be racist in that. You see, because when we're dealing with the definition, right, what Trilla's saying about superiority and that, black people collectively we're not superior when it comes to things. But the caste system in the mountain people, that's superior. The caste system in the Middle East called the Kifala, that's superior. The European caste system, Jim Crows, and all these things and that, that's superior. So they can't call me unethical code of conduct because I haven't done any form of denying or controlling any form of non-African people's human rights in all them things. So we can throw that, put it in the cannon, and fire it in the stratosphere. You see? But for me, lady, I understand we don't have any friends. But when I come on the panel and talk, sometimes some of my people, Cal, you shouldn't be saying all this. It's not time for this, not time for that. You're being this, you're being that. But I'm being myself though. You see, because people want to choose when they want to be friends with non-African people. I'm saying all the time, right? Let's be uncold. You see, I'm always uncold in that. I'm just very diplomatic, like Garvey. You see, Garvey was very diplomatic. That's why he's a genius. You see, but some of us are not. So because you're not diplomatic and you're being too personal when it comes to the information, they're practicing political science. So I'm not gonna come off Garveyism and that. I understand what Garvey did. Shakara, all the Garveyites in America, the Garveyites in Africa, the Garveyites in the Caribbean, etc. They understand diplomatic. They understand them things. Some of us don't, with all due respect.
Yeah, Melanated, I'll ask him some of your questions in a minute. Hold on. Give me a sec, Brother Cal.
Yes, beloved.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so there's a question, Kel, in the chat. Okay,
Right.
ask him if he ban out homosexuals. There are Pan-African homosexuals,
Go on.
Pan-Africans, but do not being, but you not being political. Then, okay. So how? Okay, so how do you deal with the the Batman then?
Okay, so it is the thing, right? I'm not gonna mention anything. It is true. They will call themselves. I'm not gonna. There are. There's some of our people, right, who they they want to be Pan-Africanists who practice those particular practices in sexuality and that, right? And in truth, it is definitely a contradiction in that because Pan-Africanism, the first principle that all right, we're all one family, etc. And that. However, for that one family to be able to go on, it has to be with the man and the woman and that, right? However, I can't, for example, um, restrict them from learning about the culture, etc. and that, right? But we do go against that particular practice, you see, because some of them will call themselves pro-black, you know what I mean? And that is how it is. You see, some of us are lesbians, some of us are homosexuals, and it's a very tricky one. But I will say, especially, there's been times where, like, in the legacy, that there've been those who you know, made it perfectly clear that's what they do, what they're for the cause, etc. And that, what do you want us to do? And that, we let them know that it's not African and that it's not part of it, but what you expecting us to cause harm to them? I'm just wondering what beloved Melanated Goddess wants us to do about that.
Well, I think she's trying to exercise that. When is it that what I think the question is then at that point, is that political then? Is that being that exercising of being political and implementing political science? I think that's the point she's more so getting at.
You have to be Lady D. Everything, unfortunately, right? Our reality is very political. You see, religion is political, gender movements is political, um, all the institution it's all political. Food is very political and that. You see, it's marketing. So you have to know how to tackle that. You know what I mean? The black woman is political, the black man's political. This is why I try and use political science as much as possible, because anything that we do gets marketed to go against the best interest of ourselves. So Garvey understood that. You see, so to con to condemn their practices, definitely, but to condemn their Africanness of it, that's where you're pushing, you're crossing the line. I can't tell a homosexual lesbian that you're not African and that. Aesthetically, they're African, ancestry they are and that. You see what I'm saying? I can't do that and that. We got no right to tell people who are African, you're African. But when it comes to the action, we can definitely grade on that. You understand? And there is a lot of us, Lady D, and that, like, who practice those those practices. There's non-African practices. You know what I mean? Which is no benefit to our liberation. But what can we do? You know what I mean? And that, but they are there. I'm not going to harm them. You know what I mean? I'm not going to attack them, etc. And that, you know, but they do understand that this is not going to help with our liberation, because if we're going to go to war, I know you that don't believe in destroying the unethical code of conduct system, but how is the black man going to fight in war if he is of that particular energy of being, a homosexual? It's not going to work. And vice versa with the females and that. You see, it doesn't add up. But I understand because there's trauma with it. Because unfortunately, some of us, have been molested. You see, some of us have been hurt by men or hurt by women, and when you talk to them, like I've spoken to the lesbian sons, and they'll tell you and that, you know what I mean. This happened to me when I was younger. I was with a man. This is not being done correctly, and it's more safer to be with women. You see what I'm saying? And that, right? There's been times where homosexual son men, you know what I mean? And they've said, like, this happened to me when I was younger, blah, 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 this and that. And, you know, every time I'm with a woman, this blah 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 has happened. I want to be with a man now. Okay, it's sad, but we have to build up the race. You see, but I can't just none of us can kind of chop their Africanness down, and that's not part of like that's not part of using wisdom with political science and that, man. You know what I mean? Condemn the practices, but not condemn their Africanness. I can't do that, man. With all due respect, I can't do that.
Oh Lord, sorry, I am here. I am here. My bad. Judge, I'm doing so much.
Yeah, it's all right.
He
And
changes
that's what I
points
was.
when he's comfortable. Okay, so this I don't think you're still connecting with the family and cause the family's like, okay, but you're still moving the goalposts, in other words.
Well, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? To me, it's just kind of unnecessary. To be fair, in that, you know what I mean? It's very clear. You know what I mean? And we got to be careful of certain dialogues that cause unsynchronization. You know, I'm not here to. That's why Garvey again. You see, when we're debating, he had a method how to do it because some debates are unnecessary. It leads to unsynchronization for us to not like each other and that. You see, and I like to keep away from that. That's why people say, "Oh, Cal, you're very soft, etc." No, Cal understands marketing. Cal understands the black woman's been marketed, the black man's been marketed for us to go against each other and make a show of it. This is why black struggle has now become a commodity. I understand them. I've been raised on them things. So if I'm humbling myself, that don't mean that you can take advantage of me and that. That means that I prefer to think about the race not being exploited than thinking about my ego and that. You see, but if people are going to behave a certain way, man or woman, right? I have a right to let them know. You see, I was speaking to a brother, right, who's from London, who's done a three-way WhatsApp thing, man. People know him and that, right? And he was saying to me that he doesn't go on the panels no more and that, and he's a roadman, right? And I was listening to him, and I can understand that he's coming from a background where like people don't talk to him a certain way. You see, just like from those who coming from a background where there are, Pan Africanists, civil rights movements, as well as those who are on the road. You see, so when I first came on YouTube and that, right, I had to understand it because it's like in my head, it's like, how are you talking to me like that? And Lady D, there's been some mistakes with myself. I got drawn out twice, you see,
Oh, I get
before and that.
drawn out every
Because
day listening to some of this
yeah,
madness.
yeah, because it's like it just literally overwhelms me that because I'm not used to that in my everyday life. I'm not used to talking to non-African people in my everyday life. I'm gonna keep it 100. You see, got my own business, etc., etc., etc. And that if I only need to see them if I have to, for example, if there's certain trading things, but they're not in my house like that. So when I'm on a panel and the way how they talk, etc., and that for me, it's like, how are you going there with me and that? You wouldn't be doing that if we're off the panel, etc. and that. So I have to come to terms with that. And then I said to him, like, oh, we're behind the mic, you see? But here's the thing though, beloved. I understand it's the speaker's corner type of mindset. But if that's true, which it is, you've brought that on the YouTube. So if we're meeting up, because sometimes I'm in London, North and South, predominantly where my blood relatives are from, and you see me in that, and you bring not you per se, beloved, but I'm saying that energy and that, right? I have a right to do whatever I want to do after that because it's no longer YouTube. It's from Speaker's Corner, YouTube. Now you've taken it to another level, and I'm not going to tolerate them things anyway. And that I'm not that type of person. You see, I respect, and neither are you. And that I know that. I know a man can't go to you or a woman offline
Listen,
and
I'm
that. I
telling you, if
know
I
these
saw
things.
Halima
Yeah,
today, I'm knocking
yeah,
that bitch the
of
fuck out and
course,
I'm taking her hijab and
right.
I'm tying her up. I'm telling you straight. I will take the whole blood clot, burkra, whatever the fuck it is that they wear, I wrap up her pussy clot. You kind of know the fuck she thinks she is, like she's some bad girl out here. And then you're using patois while you're dissing us. Man, go
That's what
suck your mother, my girl. Yeah, 'cause anytime I catch you, make sure you got the energy for the brothers, innit? But you need a sister to pull up on your fucking ass and show you what the fuck it is. Miss Bad Girl.
And that's what I was saying. Like they need to shut her down. And that's what I was saying to Jordan, is that, it's not represented properly, because how are those co-signing what she's saying and that, like, comfortable to say we're slaves? I've got the knowledge like any other African does. We know that the East Indians were enslaved. We know this. We know that they were enslaved. We know what they went through. So how are you going to call us, right, slaves when you were enslaved as well? We know how you treated your women, but because a lot of us don't know the knowledge, right, it can be very intimidating when you're hearing, "Oh, you're a slave," but you were enslaved too. You see? So that's what I'm saying. We have to educate ourselves and put these people in their place. But nevertheless, the Muslims, they need to be shutting these things down. But they're not going to do it, lady. I told you already. When we're dealing with the temperaments, the
Yeah, but
temperament comes
it's not
before
even
the
an
decision.
intimidation. Sorry to cut in because I'll be out
Yeah,
again. But it's
sure.
not even an intimidation when being said that. You get me? We just know it's just blatant disrespect, bro. No one ain't intimidated by that, Kale. Like for real, for real. It's blatant disrespect. Yeah, we know. This is what I'm trying to say, like Kale, because I was listening to Jordan M. Like he was talking about us like we're retarded, bro. Like we're uneducated. Like we don't know who the fuck we are, and where we come from, all the rest of it. You see what I'm saying to you?
Okay.
That's what I took umbrage with.
And you know what your response was to some of it, Kel. But you
What was
see, with
that?
my people, right? You see, you got to see a thing with our people. Like you're what?
What's wrong with that?
Oh
What's
my
wrong with that?
day.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Because I just found out, beloved son, sister Ivy, that you that you were listening to the show that I did. Like I didn't know, I only saw the show today, and I thought, let me hop on and talk to the son sisters. But I didn't know you was doing a review like that. But what I can remember is that from his perspective, and he said this, he says, well, he's around spiritual Muslims. That's spiritual Muslims, you see. And what I did say to him is that when it comes to my people and that, they have a right to have their guard up. It's true. You see,
No,
I have my
but
guard up
Kel, but
when it
listen,
comes to
okay, yeah,
non-African people.
listen. No,
Yes,
I hear
beloved.
that, Kel. But what I'm saying, yeah, remember, yeah, I'm addressing him more time, you get me? But I'm
Right.
saying, yeah, and obviously you're in the conversation, you're with me, and you lot are, you lot are doing your thing in it. But I'm telling you, Kel, that he was
Right.
taking the piss. You get me? Because Veli called it bigotry of low expectation, and I'm in complete agreement. When you've got an Iceman, remember, you using your terminology, an Iceman, saying to us that I feel sorry for them because like, they don't really understand this. Oh, what? This is a fucking former EDL man, yeah, that's found Islam, yeah, and then he thinks that he can come and talk to me or us about our thing. Or because he's left fucking Hitler and now he's on Muhammad.
Right.
Nah, bro. Nah.
But remember, beloved, Garvey in his philosophies.
No, listen, I don't. With
I know, but
due respect, now,
Sister Sister
no,
Naifa, all non-African people practice unethical. All of them doing that. You see,
yeah, but
and
I
this is
didn't hear
something
you
that
ban
we
him
don't
out, bro.
understand.
I didn't hear you ban him out. I'm expecting you to ban out the Iceman at that point.
Hold on. I never. Hold on, beloved. I never mentioned that. Not all of them practice. I never mentioned that on the show. I never
Say that
said
again, bro.
these things. So you're saying that I never mentioned the reality when it comes to non-African
No,
people?
yeah, definitely. You said at the end of the day,
So,
you
beloved,
get me.
why are
No,
you?
wait,
With all due respect, why are
let
you
me
doing
finish.
that to say that I'm not bending? Okay, all right. My apologies. Go on, beloved.
Listen, don't put words into my mouth, right, Kel? That's the first thing. Yeah?
Go on.
Please don't do that. Okay? All I'm saying to you is, and I'm not sure if you caught it, but to myself and maybe a couple others, yeah. One, I'm saying he was taking the piss out
I
of
say he's
us. Yeah.
condescending and disrespectful.
He may have respect for you because he believes that you lot have got some sort of unique knowledge, quote unquote, between you, yeah. That me and Jordan ain't got. I don't know what that is. Would you like to tell us what that is? But in fact, we ain't
Islamic
do that.
knowledge,
Yeah?
So let me
Arab
correct you with
knowledge.
that.
I don't
How
know.
does
Which is fine, yeah.
how
But what
does
I'm
he have
saying is,
respect for
Kel,
me?
look,
And
let me finish,
how
bro.
does he
Let
have
me
respect
finish.
for me? Go on, beloved.
Sorry?
Go on. How
Go
does
on,
he
ask
have
that question
respect for me?
again.
Yeah.
Why
How
does
does
he have
he have?
respect for you?
No. How does he have respect for me? And that from politically, if you can explain that to me. And that.
I think he has respect for you because you're knowledgeable on Islam. And
Does that
in your
mean
conversation, there was a few points where there was unison in the we's, and I couldn't understand
Yeah,
what the
I
we was.
couldn't understand who the we were. I was like, who's this we they keep
Iceman,
referring
you're a
to?
sun man, and there was a few
right?
we's. So I don't
Okay.
know.
So the only thing we can put it down to, considering you're supposed to be a sun man, he
Right.
or a sand man, whichever one you want to put yourself on, then he's supposed to be an ice man. You don't have
Right.
nothing in common in that sense. So the only thing left that you lot could possibly have in common is either
Right.
Arabic culture or Islam.
Mhm.
That's the only two things. So that's therefore we're out the fold. That's you lot. You
So
lot have got
when
this.
Garvey sat down with the Ku Klux Klan and they agreed that we must protect our race, was Garvey co-signing with the Iceman?
Did Garvey ever
No,
mention the
Carol,
word
I
we?
swear.
No,
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 we're not
no,
doing
no, no,
that. We're
no,
not
no,
doing
no,
that.
no,
We're not
no,
doing that.
no, no,
Did
no, no,
Garvey
no.
ever
No.
use the
Hold on.
word we?
We have to do
Did
that
no, no,
because
no, no, brother
when you read
Kel,
the philosophies of Garvey,
with all due
no,
respect, brother
beloved,
Kel, did
go on.
Garvey, don't try to use that
Right,
comparison, because Garvey never used
right.
no word we with no Ku Klux Klan. Let's not do this. Let's not
But
insult my
Garvey
intelligence
did.
here.
No,
Let's not
you're
insult
insulting
my
your own
intelligence.
you're insulting your own intelligence because when Garvey understood, he sat down with the Ku Klux Klan man and they agreed we have to come to an agreement to preserve our races. What are we doing, sons sisters? You see, because here's the
Yeah,
problem
but the
with some
problem
of our
is,
people.
Carol,
Hold
listen,
on,
bro.
hold
No,
on. All
I'm
due
gonna
respect, hold
quickly
on, because
interject
we're
before I
going
forget.
left and right.
No, I'm gonna quickly interject before
Go
I
on.
forget, Carol, right? Because I'm hearing you in it. And like I'm saying
Mhm.
in it, Jordan M obviously thinks that we're very uneducated, yeah. But I'm an educated this. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? And the analogies that you're trying to do, they're not right, Kel, because the Ku Klux Klan was the Ku Klux Klan.
Right,
They were white, very this, very that, very that. You're talking
right,
to Jordan M, who is a former Ku Klux Klan, but now he
right.
represents Islam. Yeah.
Okay.
So they are not compatible, but they're not comparable, should I say? They are not
This makes no
comparable.
sense.
Because of course it does,
This
because
does.
Ku
No,
Klux
it doesn't.
Klan, no,
Mhm.
Ku Klux Klan was anti-black, anti-Jew, anti-Muslim, anti. Yeah, okay. That's why it don't fit. Yeah, you're talking to a Muslim. You're talking to a white Muslim man.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying to you? So that clothes that you're trying to make, it don't fit.
Mm. Let me
Does
explain
it?
something to you. If
No,
the
hold
Ku
on,
Klux
hold on.
Klan,
Does it?
hold on,
Wait.
no, you've made a mistake. If the Ku Klux Klan were anti-Jew, why were 75% of the slavers in the transatlantic trade, why were they all Jewish people? Have you not read The Secret Relationship with the Jews and the Black? 75% of them
What's it got to
were
do with the
Jewish people.
KKK?
What it's got to what because
What's it
what it's
got to
got
do
to
with
do with
Garvey
they're
using the word
all
we?
united together. Here's what you got to understand, right?
Kel,
When we're
man.
dealing with knowledge and discussion, political science, the opposition believes because you have a, a unity or some form of understanding of the knowledge that it's a collective thing, right? I understand as a person who has sought knowledge is that we can say that yes, we agree upon this school of thought, we agree upon that. That has nothing to do with allies, and this is what I'm
Yeah,
saying is
but
that
the
we're not
word
using
we, but the
political science.
word we,
Hold on,
brother,
I haven't
let me just
finished. Hold
interject
on,
here. I know
hold
you
on.
haven't, but
Now,
let me just say this to you from
Yeah,
the listening and the
it don't make no
outside.
sense.
Yeah,
It
but let me
doesn't
just
make
hear
no
you,
sense.
brother. Just hear this out from listening from the outside in. When you're saying that to us
Right,
right now on this panel, you still got
right.
to take into factor we are hearing you and Mr.
Mm-hmm.
EDL/Muslim Jordan fucking pussyo
Right. Yeah.
using the word we. Now, when we're hearing this as the outsiders listening to this conversation in a replay,
Right.
where is
Mm-hmm.
the we? You are a whole Pan-African, self-proclaimed Pan-Africanist, black first, red Marcus Garvey, red, black and green, and all that good stuff, yeah? And
Right.
he's
Go
a
on.
self-proclaimed Islam first, Muslim this, that, the other, Muhammad, whatever, and his white culture. He makes sure he
Okay.
make us know from Venice show the other day, say he's all
Mm-hmm.
about his white culture, his Western culture. Cool. And he meshes
Mm-hmm.
well with his Islam. He told us this, yeah? So when we're
Right.
looking at you as a Pan-African brother, and we're looking at
Right.
him as a white Muslim that loves his culture, we're trying to figure out, well, how did they come to a we? Now, the only thing left in between that we to make you two become a we now at this point is Islam. Yes or no?
When it comes to the knowledge
Yes or no,
that
brother, please?
if I know a certain knowledge, and it's been agreed upon, and he knows a certain knowledge, then based upon that, there's a we of an agreement. You see, based upon that knowledge. You see.
Yeah, but Kel,
when
we know about Islam, and he doesn't rate our knowledge.
What do you mean he doesn't rate your knowledge?
He doesn't rate our knowledge. He don't rate our knowledge on Islam. You know that. So let's not be stupid about it.
So what? Okay, so when you're talking about what knowledge on Islam are you referring to in that?
Whatever little bit that we know, Kel. The important
like what?
bits.
Like what?
Yeah.
Like what?
The point I'm making, Kel, because you said that the reason why you lot can gel is because of your knowledge on Islam, right? You said that, right? Or did I get that wrong?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
no. You're right. Go on.
Alright, cool. So I'm saying there's many of us out here that are not Islamic, we're not Christian, whatever, but we've got good knowledge on Islam because we've been out in these YouTube streets for the last 5 years. You get me?
Okay.
A few years previous to you being in these YouTube streets, innit? So you may not even know the knowledge that we've received in it. The dawah. In fact, we'll call it dawah. We're not even gonna call it knowledge. We'll call it
The
dawah.
black dawah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying to you. But I'm saying Jordan M, he don't respect our knowledge. For some reason, he respects your knowledge, which is no problem. You see what I'm saying to you? And you know what I mean? Obviously, you're very knowledgeable for whatever reason. You get me?
We're Africans. You know how it is.
Well,
We've
I'm
always been
African.
knowledgeable.
I've not got the knowledge that you've got. But at the end of the day, added to that, I am from a Caribbean, Afro-Caribbean background, innit? So we come up Christian. You get me?
Okay.
So it could be that, innit? Because obviously you're saying you're Afro-Jordan, and obviously over Dessa, it's Islam. Innit? So we can even say that foundationally, you're Islamic and I'm Christian. Would that be a fair statement to make, back?
No, it wouldn't, because there are, remember when we're dealing with Islam, we've got the Nation of Islam that's been great contribution with certain.
All right, let me try. Kale, when I was growing up, I went church. Where did you go?
I went church as well. Church. Sometimes I'll go to the mosque, etc. And that, yeah.
Excellent. So pause there, so Kel, right? Yeah. Excellent. See? And is that as a young man, yeah?
Yeah, it was because obviously I've spent different times.
No problem, Kel. Excellent.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying though, Babby, is that's what I'm trying to say in it. So fundamentally in it, because we're talking about primary school, we're talking about young age, right? And I'm saying at that time I didn't know nothing. Islam, I hadn't even heard the word Islam. I don't even think I knew the word Muslim in primary school. Right. Yeah, I knew the word church, I knew the word Christian, I knew the word Catholic and all that. I'll be real, I knew Hindu. Yeah, well, do you know what I'm saying to you? But what I'm saying, it wasn't prevalent. Yeah, I'm trying to say to you, bro, right? All right, and obviously, like I was saying, we're coming from Afro-Caribbean, so even in Jamaica, Muslim was not prevalent. No, there was no Muslim as far as I was concerned. There was church. As far as I was concerned.
Okay. All right.
Kale, you see what I'm saying to you, bro? Because as you would know, Jamaica had the most churches per square mile at that time. You see what I'm saying to you? So Islam was not a thing. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You get me? Now, in 2024,
in Trinidad.
But I'm not from Trinidad, bro.
Portland,
I'm from Jamaica, bro.
No, I know, but I'm saying there's certain parts like Portland. There's a couple of them back then, but I hear where you're coming from. Majority is church. I agree with that. Go on.
Well, exactly. Okay, so just you know what I mean. Obviously, there may have been what would you call it, like fringe, because in Jamaica there's all sorts of fringe movements. Kel, you get me?
Yeah.
You got POC. You get me? You got POC. You get me? That might not be spoken about. So I'm not saying that it wasn't there. I'm just saying I never knew about it. Yeah, and I know that my peers didn't know about it. That's all I'm saying in that regard. So I'm just really trying to say that, you know what I mean? Because obviously you've got a good I was going to try to use a Muslim word, but I'm not going to do that. But you've obviously got a good range of knowledge when it comes to Islam, innit? And not only just the knowledge, you got the wording, you've got the intonation and all of that. More so when I was listening to you and Jordan. You get me? You get me? I know Jordan's slightly jealous, isn't it? Because he wants to be able to talk like you, but he can't, innit? You know them ones? I saw you say.
Well, yeah. It's
but,
you know,
well, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is, isn't it? But I'm just really making that point in it that you know, let's not be silly and not accept that you got a good take on Islam for whatever reason, innit? You see what I'm saying to you?
Also,
Now, going
also
back to
with
what
the
we was,
Christianity, also with
absolutely
the
no problem.
Sikhism, also with the other spiritual. Because remember, beloved, when we're dealing with
Yeah, but
104,
Kel, don't
etc.
do this
No,
to me, because now
no,
you're
but
trying to go on like say
right.
like it's not unique in your life, bro. And we've already heard you say the settings in it. So don't do this,
Yeah,
innit?
but no, but it's not. But there's many other Pan-Africanists like that. Because when you're
But
dealing
I'm
with
not
the Malachi
talking about
York, hold on,
Pan-Africanists, bro.
beloved, when you're dealing with
Yo,
Malachi
Jordan M, you
York,
little shit, yeah. I know
Nawapians,
you're in the fucking chat.
etc.
I saw what you
Hold on,
type on Veli's chat. Jordan M, you're a pussy. I just want you to know this, yeah?
yeah,
Fuck
because
you and fuck your religion, Jordan M. You're a pussy.
okay, right. Because Sister Night, when we're dealing with the Malachi York movement and Nawapian, you do understand that he had a way of basically it was like Google, you see. So if he had the ability to kind of look at it from a Muslim perspective, Christian perspective, or whatever, and that right, and to have the knowledge and to be able to give the exegesis in that way. I'm coming from that, see, because when you're dealing with Dudley Road, right, that's where everything was happening. So, but if we're referring to pronunciation, remember my mum is an Afro Arab, beloved. You see what I'm saying in that? So obviously, she's gonna talk to me in her language, etc., and that talk to my siblings in that language. You see,
But that's what I'm
but
saying, though, Kel. That just
okay, right,
reaffirms that
okay,
just
cool.
reaffirms my point as to why there's going to be a
Okay,
better level of respect. You get me? Because you're coming from the real thing. Remember, he's trying
right.
to learn it. Yeah, it's your natural parlance. You get me? It's not a disrespecting, you know, Kel. We're just establishing facts in it. You see what I'm saying to you? That's all bad. Because going back, so this is circling back to the whole Jordan M argument as to why, you get me? He's going to show you a better respect into the knowledge than us. That's all, bad. And I love that. I got no problem with that. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, we love the knowledge. You get me? But all I'm saying is that he thinks that we're stupid, bro. Yeah, I understand what I'm saying to you.
But bro, this is unsynchronized of you to think that, because when we're
I don't
dealing
care
with,
if
hold
it's
on,
a
beloved,
synchronized. I'm
we know.
telling you.
But why are you thinking right the concerns of the non-African? We know you are
No.
educated.
The
We
same
know
reason why. No, Kel, don't do that. The same reason
no,
why you went
I have
over
to,
there.
beloved. I have to. Go on.
No, but
Jordan
Kel,
Gang, let me tell you why we're concerned with the Iceman and what he's doing, yeah? Number one, you self-admittedly sat on that panel and admitted that you know that Jordan M is knowledgeable in Islam, yeah? Then you said, I know you're also a part of the Dawah team. Do you not think Jordan M's using his freaking political Iceman science on your brothers and sisters when he's doing his Dawah, getting information from you so he knows what to feed to your people to get them into his fucked up religion? Do you not think you're helping him at this point?
Sister, I think you need to understand the correct dialogue of what we're dealing with. You see, we're talking about knowledge-based ruling on circumcision, etc., etc. That's what we were speaking about, right? And he's asking about why people are resistant towards Islam. I made it perfectly clear on there why some people are resistant towards religion. You see, but at the same time, in that right, the non-Africans can only manipulate if you allow them to do that. You see, Garvey made it perfectly clear: the European is European first in all things. Chinese are Chinese first in all things. The Arab is Arab in all things. So if the
let me
African
ask you a
is
question,
African in
Kel. With
all
that being
things,
said,
go on,
is Jordan
go
M
on.
Muslim or white first?
When it comes to I believe that
When
he's
it
finger
comes to
first.
life,
He's European first. I believe all non-African people practice unethical code of conduct. I've said that many times. I believe in that. Remember, it's used like to shut me down sometimes and say no dosa, but I already know already. I've been raised on that. You see, my mom, she already made it clear already. She already told me you can't trust the white Arabs, the Europeans, the Asians, the middle. She's told me that. My father is done told me already.
that's the next
So I know
So if
already
your mum, even if your
all
mum
of them
this
acknowledges that,
practice
then
thing,
Kel,
bro.
unethical
if your
code
Because
of
mum
what
conduct.
we
acknowledges,
So
learn,
hold on,
hold on, sis,
hold on. So
because he's
you
got
can't
two
come to
strikes
me,
already, you know. He's got two strikes. He said his mum told him, you
you
know, don't trust the
right?
what, basically the Arab man, the white man.
Yeah.
Jordan's already two of those, you know, two of
Okay.
those.
And what and your point is what? Your point is what?
The point is, my guy, this guy's working tricks over there, man. Slimy little bastard. He's working tricks.
No, he's working. No, he's working tricks on those he can work tricks on. You see, because I said to you already, there are those who live that lifestyle. You see, when a lot of my people for years like to convince, oh, no, you can trust non-African people and that because they're this and that. They taught me how to read. Oh, they lend me this. We Pan-Africanists naturally understand you can't trust them. So don't come to me and try and think that I believe in all that. I done said it long time before even me and after me. All non-African people practice unethical code of conduct. When you got their celebrations, they all practice that. You see, they don't believe in justice and equality for African people. I believe in that. I live that. So you
So
can't
do
come to
black
me.
Muslims practice unethical codes of conduct?
How can black Muslims practice unethical code of conduct, Sister Naif?
What do you mean how?
That's very
How
easy,
do
brother
they?
Kel. What are you talking about?
How? What collective power do we have as a people to be denying or
No, Kel,
controlling?
listen, Kel, please stop. You see, Kel,
This is when you move the
you
goalpost
do
to
this
collective.
thing as well, you know, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
the collective thing
like,
ain't gonna
I
run
don't
right
know
now.
you like I'm gonna be trying to really be respectful, bro, but sometimes I think you speak to us like we're fucking retarded, bro. Yeah. How are we gone from ethical code of conduct to power based? Like racist? Like what are you doing?
What do you mean? What am I doing? That is the guideline when it comes to racism. We don't go by the white man's definition of racism with superiority because
But
that
no one
defeats
was
him.
talking about racism. This is what I'm trying to say.
So
Like,
why are you using racism, right? And black people cannot be racist. We cannot. You see,
Kel,
because when the
this
black
is what
Muslims are in those religions, they get exploited. How is a black Muslim be able to practice unethical code of conduct when we have no
what do
power?
you-
This makes no sense.
Exactly,
Makes no sense.
because so let me just get this right. In your Pan-Africanism, yeah, because like I say, I'm learning in it. So in your Pan-Africanism, a black Muslim cannot practice an unethical code of conduct. Is that correct?
Cannot, nor can the black Christians, nor can the on black people. Absolutely
Okay,
not.
so then.
This
Pause.
is actual joke.
So just for me
it's actually
again,
politically
I'm
correct.
learning.
You are the one that's pretending to be
No
retards,
problem,
and I don't
Kel,
understand
no
why are my
problem,
people
Kel.
acting stupid online. It just
I'll
doesn't make
tell
any
you why
sense.
we're acting stupid online, brother Kel. I'll help you out. I'll help you out. Okay.
No, wait, Divine, please, just wait. Kel,
go on.
Just define to us, please, when you say an ethical code of conduct, can you please give a definition, what it means to yourself, please, sir?
Okay, so unethical code of conduct is codes based upon unethics to deny or control the African human rights. It's used with the facial expression, the body language, the mannerism. These codes are used in institutions. It's used in gender movements. It's used in all the fields that's run the world to keep the African in their place, right? That's what I'm referring to in that, right? Some people will call it racism. We don't use the word racism because it doesn't really bring the correct definition. As you know, Triller says, it's when you have a superiority over another on that. But then when we go for the caste system of the Asians, the European, the Middle Easterns and that, all of them have that particular code. We don't have that because when you go into the Africa, we don't control Africa, we don't control the Caribbean, and we definitely in the African American neighborhoods, we don't have the collective power. So you can't use that on us. Can we be unsynchronized? Of course.
Right.
Most
Okay,
definitely.
I've got you. So unethical code of conduct means, all right, I've got you, bro. Thank you.
So, because I was having a conversation with Jordan, and I was explaining to him about, I said, because my son showed me something in Speaker's Corner ages ago, and it was an unsynchronized Muslim African descendant that was calling black people slaves, you see. But I understand that because he's unsynchronized, he ain't Pan-African, he's going to do them things, you see. But no way is he going to have collective power, because when you go in them religions and you don't Pan-Africanize yourself and that, you're going to be subdued to their way of thinking. I know this. This is why we're in the situation that we are in. And Garvey understood that very well. So, yeah.
Just one more thing, and big up
sis
yourself, Mel. Big up yourself, Mel. So just one more thing, Kel, yeah? You see, if Garvey was here in 2024, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you think that he would tweak his blueprint at all?
Say that again. I didn't catch that. What was that? Sorry.
If Garvey was here in 2024, living the life that we are living, yeah, because obviously the life that Garvey lived and what we are living are two different lives, yeah.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Garvey would, and I told him
Well,
this, and brother Terry told him this already. He would.
Yeah, but Kel, nah, Kel, are you saying, Kel, that as black people we're experiencing the same thing that Garvey was experiencing at that time, Kel?
We don't have collective power. We don't control the
That's
Caribbean.
not what, bro. That's not what I asked.
No.
No, you know
That's
what
the
it is,
reality
Kel?
of
You're
it.
gonna answer my questions. You're not gonna answer whatever in it. I asked you very specific questions, yeah, and you're giving me different answers. Okay, so we're gonna try again, please. I beg, yeah.
You may get the same answer though. Go on, below.
But then that's not an answer, then, Kel.
But that's the point, brother Kel. You don't do this with Jordan. You answer his questions directly. Why can't you do that with us?
Because Sister Naifa is saying things that don't make no sense when it comes to Garvey. Why do you think Pan-Africanism, nationalism was formulated for us? Garvey understood he ain't gonna see the fruits in his time, but perhaps in after him it may be. We haven't changed not one bit. If anything, in Garvey's time and that, they definitely made work. They were on cold in that time there. You understand what I'm saying? And that they were on cold. We're not on cold in that time and that. When I go to Africa and that, right?
That's not what I'm saying,
Go on,
Kel.
go on.
Yeah, that's just not what I'm saying, Kel. And this is what I'm trying to say when sometimes I think, yeah, like I said to you, yeah, okay, let's go Garvey in it. Like, I don't know as much about Garvey as you, but let's just try. Let me just try and use my logic, yeah. So we already established, Kel, that Garvey only met American Muslims. Is that correct?
Yeah,
he didn't meet no white Muslims, did he?
No, it was more around the black
So what would
Muslims,
he do if he was to meet, like, okay, good, right? So remember Garvey's philosophy, wherever this, wherever that, white people, blah, 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 blah. All right, cool. So, and then you're saying that he dealt with, I mean, he accommodated all religions. What would Garvey do with a Jordan?
What would Garvey do with Jordan? What, do you think Jordan will be allowed in Pan-Africanism?
No. Well, okay. Let me ask you a question. Would he meet with but wait though. This is what I'm trying to say. Would he meet with a Jordan M?
Did he not meet with the Ku Klux Klan?
Yes, he did. Okay.
Is there an answer? Or is that another question?
No, that's
I'm just trying to understand because I don't know what you mean by that, so I have to ask. Was that you just asked? She asked the question, and then you asked the question. So where's the answer to her question? Because she could answer your question.
Lost in
Did he meet
space
with the Ku Klux
somewhere.
Klan? Yes. So where's the answer to her question? Is he like an answer, like a real answer, not like a inferred answer?
To be honest with you, and that to honest with you, it's a question that refutes Sister Naifa, and that's why I don't understand.
So you know, but you can answer, but you can still answer. It's respect. It's just not respect. With all due respect, we say that all the time, but there's never no respect. No. It's a panel. No, it's not an individual. You got her number? I got her on WhatsApp. Call her on WhatsApp. Call her on WhatsApp. Call her on WhatsApp if you want an individual question, conversation. But this is a panel. This is a panel. She let me on the panel. She let me. I don't care what you prefer. You could just not talk. You could just not talk. It's a panel.
Let me get this.
It's a panel.
Brother
It's a
Cal,
panel.
this is why I have a problem right now.
So just drop off and talk to your white boy. Drop off and talk to your white boy.
Sis, let me say this, yeah? Brother Kel, this is why I've got a problem with you right now. This is why I'm really trying to hold it down, but I've got a problem. This is irritating me right now as it's happening. And this is what I was saying. When I point out this, don't call me a liar. Don't do it ever again in your life, yeah? Because when I point out,
I will do it if you're lying, though. If you're lying, I will do it.
When I point out that you don't do this,
you didn't call out Halima.
Right.
You
when
didn't
I
call out
point out
Halima.
you don't do this, brother, when you're with ghosts and them.
I don't.
When
Hold on. I don't call out
you
Halima.
don't do this with
I don't call out Halima.
Don't call me a
Lies
liar.
again. Lies again. Lies again.
Hypocrite.
Lies again. Lies again.
Your little soft calling out. Get out of here, man.
The sister said I don't call out Halima.
But you got mouth for me.
Sister
you
Naifa,
don't got
this is
mouth
foolishness, man.
So then drop off. Bye,
It's
Felicia.
foolishness, man.
Yeah.
you drop
Bye.
off. I come to see Sister Naive
All
and
right
Lady
then.
D.
Well then,
Right. So
take the
you drop
heat.
off. Don't
Take
tell
the
me I
heat,
need to drop
brother.
off. Are you all right?
Take the
All
heat,
right,
brother.
Let's get back. Let's get back
all
to the
right, all
thing.
right, all right,
Yeah,
all right.
let's get back
Let's
to this
calm it
thing.
down a bit, not too
Right.
short.
So,
Yeah,
Brother
go on.
Kel, here's the question again. Let me try asking it this time. What
Go
would
on.
Garvey do with somebody like a Jordan M or a Halima, or how would Garvey tell us as black people to move around him? Do you think? Just guessing now. 'Cause remember, he's not here.
Well, in the philosophies of Garvey, he made it perfectly clear that there should be separation. He also said that it's a waste of time for us eloping with one another, because when we do that, it seems to offend the non-Africans. So he was saying that we should really be separated and focus on our own agenda. That's what he says in his
And
philosophy.
so, bro, if you think he would say that separating, what do you think will happen to those so-called black Muslims? Do you think they could separate like that?
No, you're
Remember the
asking me. Hold on.
religion
Remember,
now.
no. You asked me about
Yeah.
Jordan M.
Yeah, I know,
Remember?
but I'm saying,
Right. No,
if we were
hold
to
on, beloved. We
separate,
got to stick on topic. We got to stick
yeah,
on
I am
topic.
trying to, but let me get it out. So I'm trying to stick on
Okay,
topic.
go
So
on.
you answered the first part that he would advise us to separate, yeah. But then now this leaves a dilemma, because remember you're saying that we've got brothers and sisters that are in Islam, right? So even if they're witnessing this, how are they within the religion? Remember, I'm not a part of the religion, so I can separate and cut them off, and it don't bother me no way, shape, or form. But now we've got to think about a brother or sister who is in that religion, and if they've got a Pan-African mindset, how do they separate the two? Remember, you're part of a religion, but at the same time, you're trying to protect your Pan-Africanism, basically. How do they decipher this? Like, how are they supposed to navigate this?
I would say for you to read up on Garvey, because I've said this so many times. I've said it so many times, and it's like you're hearing, but you're not listening. Garvey was a Christian. Garvey understood separate religion from politics. You see, that's the thing. Remember, he's the only African, right, who understood how to do that. He organized us without using religion. You see, and I've said this many times. The problem is you
Yeah,
don't
but the
want to
thing is,
accept that. You
Kel,
don't want to
let me just
accept it.
no, but
Go on.
Kel, let me just cut in though,
Just let him
right?
finish, though. Let him finish.
No, but I hear him, I hear him. We understand the flow. We understand what he's saying, isn't it? Right? But at the same time, Kel, what I keep trying to do respectfully, right, is trying to bring us into the 21st century, yeah? Because rightly or wrongly, things don't stay the same, right? Now, to me, what Marcus was facing and what we are facing are two different things, yeah? They're still the same elements, don't get me wrong, racism, this, that, and the other. But remember, like, Marcus couldn't go certain places, innit? Like, at that time, black people couldn't even vote and all these various things, yeah? Okay? So let us not
I think she's saying, Brother Kel, now we've got freedoms and stuff where we can maneuver, we can do all of these things. Like, it's not the same times, and that applies, the same practice applies. So therefore, how do you think he would operate the same red, black, and green thing, but in today's times, not back then
and to add to that as well.
But I know, but you see though.
Kel, let me just
Marisa,
add one
can
more.
I ask you a question? Right?
Go on, Bob. Go on, Bob.
So can like Marisa or Lady G tell me Muslim people what group of Muslims, right? Separate their spirituality, their religion from politics. Where do those Muslims? Where are they? What part of the
they
world are
don't
they
exist.
in?
They don't
I'm just
exist.
trying to understand, like, this fairy tale nonsense, right? That somehow these people are doing, like, it's almost like we're not making the separation. No, they're not making the separation between their politics and their religion, because they can't step out of their religion and be like, you know what? But guess what? Our people got to sit at the bus. You know which Muslims that do? They're called the Nation of Islam. The one that people call that people say are kafirs. That their form of Islam is not even a real form of
That's a
Islam,
fact.
right? Those are the people
All the
there
Moorish
that
all the
hold
5%ers, all
those
any
are the
of the
ones.
other Muslims.
Those are the ones that stand as black people first, right? that they don't put their spirits, but the other Muslims. So this talk here, like we the one pushing that, we the one that's not saying, oh, you know, their spirituality is very political, very political.
Look how they
It's
used to
damn
deal
near
with
the
the
same
brother
thing.
what's his name? Esau, one with the black telek. Yes. Look how they used to handle him. Look how they even cast him out and said he's not no freaking Muslim. Look how they handled Ahmed when Ahmed told him that he's a Quranist and tell him he's not no Muslim. Listen, them people are dangerous.
Look at how they
Jordan
deal
them,
with
fuck
the
your
Orthodox
Islam.
Moor.
Fuck
The
your
Orthodox
Islam, Jordan them.
the Orthodox Moor can't be a Muslim. Oh, you know what I'm saying? They talk, oh, you don't got a book to how you know to pray. Is that your version of it? Man, they gang banging on Islam. They need to fix their freaking household. They can't even be damn black. The name is Hakeem Barrington, whatever, Aiden, Rockwell. No, now you Abid and this and Muhammad and Ali and all this stuff. You got to change your name. That's political. That's political. Your name is it. How's that not political? Why you can't be Olo Tume? Why you can't? Why you got to change those names? Man, please miss me with all of that nonsense over here being an apologist because we want to stand for us. We want to stand for our little girls. What about the Muslims, right? The black Muslims who went and captured the spiritualists and sold them into slavery. Oh, we can't talk about that, right? Because that's not Pan-African. This shit really did happen. It really did destroy our people. And you want us to stand aside and just let it continue. And more get converted. And our traditional stuff, because I don't hear no banging for traditional stuff. You might say a little comedic this, that, and the third, but no, you be banging hard for Islam. Banging hard. Not for African spiritualists, for Islam. And I'm gonna call a spade a spade. If you was banging hard for the community, for all of the community, for the little girls and their vaginas, and for them not to be married off and all that other kind of stuff, then I'll be banging hard with you by your side. But you acting like an ops, you're gonna get treated like an ops. Point blank, period. I'm on mute, y'all.
Yeah, they don't rate us. They don't rate nothing about us, but they want all due respect for their thing. Man done their thing.
So we're gonna go by the opinions, with all due respect to Melanated Goddess, right, of the non-Africans, how they view the Nation of Islam and the Moors. You see, this is the difference between synchronization and that, and you doing it as well, Lady D. We do not validate the opinions of non-African people when they say Leo Muhammad, you see, and Louis Farrakhan and Yaj Mohammed is not Muslim and the Moors. No, we work with the Nation of Islam and Moors. And I've told you this already. We work with them. You see, we know them and we work with them. I don't care what non-African people say, they're not real Muslims. You see, that's their opinions. But I don't understand, what does this have to do with me? That's what I'm wondering. I don't get it. You see, what does it have to do with me? You see, we're on YouTube, right? And we're discussing certain topics, etc. I go where I'm going to go. I told you my reasoning going on Jordan's panel, right? First of all, in that debating. And number two was what happened with Halima. You see, because me and Jordan M always tried to explain to me and that, right? How I need to embrace Islam, how I need to, but the reality of it is that that's not going to happen. The reality of it is that I understand when it comes to non-African people, right, they can't show justice and equality. You see, when it comes to the African spirituality and that, we've spoke about that on the G block. I'm always advocating on that on the block. When I'm talking about African spirituality and how you get Sister Naive, all due respect, but they don't want to hear that, Brother Cal. You see, but I'm saying, but this is for the Sun
No, you're
people.
lying now.
This is
You're lying.
no, I'm not. No, that's for the
No,
Sun
Virgin.
people. Hold on,
You're
you see, you gotta
lying
let
now,
me
Brother
finish.
Kel.
You
Allow
gotta
it,
let
allow
me.
it.
No,
Don't allow it. No,
You
you're
gotta
lying
let me
now. You're
finish.
lying.
You gotta let me
Don't let
finish. You
protect
gotta
the
let me
pressure pot,
finish.
you know.
You gotta
When
let me
have you
finish,
ever heard me talk like that, Kel?
sister. When I was talking,
Kel.
hold on. When I talk about the soul, hold on. Remember, I was talking about the soul, what they view, how we have a soul. Because remember the topic, in Nile Valley, how they view the soul, etc., and that, right? And I was going through there, and people were mocking and laughing because the topic was soul. Because you're getting non-African,
And
right, trying to
I
tell
said what,
us.
Kel?
And what you said is, well, yeah, but Kel, this is not the place to be talking about the soul, the not listening, etc.
Well, that's
It's
a
on the clip.
whole different. You see what I'm saying to you, Kel? Listen here,
Right.
Kel.
Go on,
Words, sound,
go on.
and power in a bridging. Yeah.
Go on.
And that last statement you made is a complete different statement to the initial one you made. Yeah. Like seriously. And this is why sometimes I got a pause in it. Like seriously, yeah. The English language is a very powerful language, and the way in which you use words and what fucking order they come in is very important, bro. Yeah, because the way in which you said it initially is like say, "I'm dissing the thing," yeah, as opposed to me saying, "You know what? This might not be the place at the moment. This, that, and the other." Doing what you are doing, it like protect you and this, that, and the other. Like, so be careful, Kale, innit? I'm telling you, man. Yo, you know what, sister? Let me just feel me.
Yeah, you chill out, man. You fall back. You're getting worked up, sis. Fall back.
I'm just saying that I speak about. You see, I got relatives who practice the African spirituality, and I know about these things. So what I'm saying is is that if you're angry with me for going on Jordan N's panel, I went on there to discuss. And
Wait, you think we're upset that you went on the panel? You think we're upset about the way that the man was finessing you, and you were just passively just sitting down there? Yeah, but you see with my people, yeah, and you see with my people, yeah, and the problem and the trouble with my people, yeah, that's what we're pissed off about.
Sister,
here's too hard, Them don't want to serve God. I understand, Jordan. We understand, yes. The people, them just reprobate mind, yes. Like that's how you was carrying on.
Here Jordan them Dana, but the Pan-Africans that I know of and the spiritual Pan, they're nothing like those ones over there. I was like, watch out now, disrespectful blood clot, dirty stinking English EDL pussy old boy. You can't chat to me.
What the thing is for you, beloved son sisters, is that when we were talking about certain things, I defended it very well. You see what I'm saying? And that I defended it very well. I defended my people. I gave proof and evidence, etc. And that's final. You see, because when Pan-Africanists are talking about certain things in different arenas and that, they're respectful in the conversation. You see, so there's no finessing at all. You see, the only thing that got finesse is when you lot are listening to and you're taking what you believe is that, and it's not that. You see,
so
because
Brother Kel, by any chance, when you was talking with Jordan last night, was you even looking at the chat while you was chatting?
Why am I looking at the chat? Why am I looking at the chat when I'm supposed to be
asking you a question? Listen, don't ask me back another question,
I
brother.
guess the answer is, are you supposed to guess what the answer is? But see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I brought up, that issue. Like, everything that the Sun Sisters are saying, the words are literally in opposition. So it's always being confrontational, right? If you say, "Oh, have you thought about that?" Why would I think about that? But when someone else says, when someone else says something, whether it be a man or a non-Sun person, right? Then it's like, well, no, I haven't. Now it's ethical code of conduct. Now it's political science. Now you gotta be. Now you doing Pan-Africanism. You ain't doing no Pan-Africanism when we talking at all. Because all you said was, "Have you thought about this?" Why would I look at the chat? What kind of that's not an answer. No, I did not look at the chat. Yes, I answer a question. So far, every time one of them say something to you, you can't get an answer. That's crazy. That is really crazy. And you should hear what I'm saying and actually look at your actions and your behaviors instead of getting defensive and just, why do I need to do that? Bruh, that's because it's communication. And if your intent is not to offend, if you are not trying to be offensive and the person is telling you you're not answering my question, you should make changes in your behavior. If you're trying to offend, well then know that you're doing that. You are offending.
Well, the thing is, son sister Mele, God, is I found the question very obtuse, because if I'm having a dialogue
You always
talking
find it
with
obtuse. Only when a son
hold
sister
on,
asks it.
sister, can I finish what I said?
Only when a son sister asks it.
Can I finish what I said with all due respect? So if I'm talking to Jordan M, why am I looking at the chat? You see, so I found it obtuse. That's why I thought, why am I looking at the chat for? What's the
So
agenda of
you
me
could
looking
have
at the
You've
chat?
never
answered the
been on
question. So what
panel.
you could have done, let
Right.
me help you out here. So what you could
Go
have
on.
done is
Go
answered
on.
my question and then turn around after you answered it and say to me, Lady D, why did you ask me that question? Rather than assuming wherever I'm going to go with it. That's what you could have done. But you chose
Okay.
to do your sonology. You got it, man. I see you. I see you.
Okay. Well, sister, as I
And
said to you
and
already,
another thing is,
go on.
I want to answer the question. I think that you would look at the chat because I've been on panel with you before, and you have looked at the chat. So I don't see that conversation being any different. You've been on panel before, and you've been commenting in the chat while you're on panel talking. So yeah, that's my answer. Why would you? Because that's what you do. You've done it before, Kale. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So what I'm getting from the Sun Sisters, um, big up to me, brother Cal, who went on there and represented, defended my people, defended Pan-Africanism, explained, and I'm very happy for myself and happy for what the ancestors will. I get what it is, Sister Naifa. I didn't know you was doing a review, but all due respect, and you know, I always will come on panel, and you know, as much as possible. You know what I mean? I'll be there
So,
for you, Sun
Kel,
Sisters,
do you
offline and
think?
online, because you know the thing. Yeah, go on, go on.
Yeah, big up, Kel. But listen. Don't be leaving here hurt and whatever. Because at the end
No,
of
no,
the
I'm
day,
not leaving. I'm not leaving, beloved. I was just saying. I'm staying.
You know what?
I'm just
Big up
I'm
brother
just
Kel
saying.
for going on
I'm
Jordan's
just saying,
show.
man.
That's what you
I'm just
want.
saying that's
Okay.
what
Big
all
up
I
yeah.
brother
need is.
Kel for
Yeah.
Because
going
as
over there.
well,
Big
yeah,
up.
what I will also acknowledge, right, Kel, and this is something that I've
Yeah.
said of recent, yeah,
Right.
and maybe even goes back to a couple of things that you've even mentioned previously regarding your Greco, rare, right? Because I think sometimes, yeah, we may think, let me talk for myself actually, get me, because I don't want Divine to take off my neck. But
I won't it.
what I was about to say,
I want to take off his neck. Where's that dirty
like,
jar?
sometimes, and I think this is applicable across certain variations, for want of a better word, yeah. But I think sometimes that's like we think that we are not fighting the same. Say we think that we're on the same journey, the same road, isn't it? The same motorway. You get me? The same motorway. Let's call it as melanated males and females, yeah. But sometimes it steadily becomes apparent to myself that it might be the same lane, but it's a different speed. You get me? And along that lane, we may be seeing different landmarks and different scenery, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And you know, back in the day, there was a book called Men Are from Mars, Men Are from Venus. I was like, yeah. But I think maybe as I'm getting older, more things are becoming apparent, because maybe as men and as women, we just don't see we don't see things the same way. Maybe, you see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Maybe I'd rather leave it there than anything else. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, because there's definitely a I don't want to use the word division in it, because it's not that, but a seeing of things differently. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And when I listen to you, and you know what I mean, obviously, you know, and maybe you're gonna say that we're Western.
Big up my Western African brothers and sisters.
Here with my
Don't ever be claiming English out here. Don't you ever do that.
And my car outside. You know what I'm saying to you?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want you to take this offensively, right? But I'm gonna be honest.
And hold on, we're not done yet. You get me? And every piece of my nanny intact. You get me? Yeah, that's even after childbirth.
That's a fact.
Even
that
after
is
childbirth,
a fact.
they can't take away a pace. But obviously, That's
Yeah,
not
I'm gonna.
obviously, Kel. I'm
No,
right
we're just
this
taking
one.
the
This
piss,
is,
Kel.
I'm
Seriously,
No,
we're
no,
just
no.
taking the
I'm being
piss. Yeah.
fucked up with the
I'm
Kel.
gonna be honest with you, right? I don't take this offensively, right? Although you see, use lot. I'm just saying, for example, in that use lot could be my wife and that, but I see use lot as sisters. You see, so I have that kind of like protectiveness over black women ever since I was young and that. So I don't like to see black women in certain situations. So when I says right, you don't feel protected, etc., and that, that's love, because I understand coming from, especially on my father's side and that, right? The household where Caribbean people are marrying each other and that. I've seen all that. You see what I'm saying and that, right? So it's a thing where it's like, you know what, the sisters, they probably got to tend to their kids, or they probably got their husbands to deal with. So that was a way. That's part of, like, that's an African thing, isn't it? Like, so you don't get too distracted with certain things. And I felt like I've been kind of disrespected because of my values and upbringing of, you know, household of, because I came out of a household of marriage, mom and dad, etc., and that, right? So that's what I see. Even melanated goddess and that, right? I have that protectiveness over black women. You see what I'm saying? But it's not where I'm trying to disrespect you and feel like, oh, you can't defend yourself. It's just that that is how you know, us men are, the synchronized one and that, right? So I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to get you away from your values. It's just part of the tribe thing, man. I just want to put that out there.
Brother Kel, we don't feel that, don't ever feel that's what we're feeling. I think, let me just try, let's speak for myself in particular. Yeah. So I can't speak for Mel or for Nine, but for me, it's not even a case that I can see your intentions are very clear and pure. But my thing is, at the same time, I have to question your intentions sometimes, and you leave a lot of questions out there. So when I come and I confront you and I say, Kel, for instance, when you had that conversation with Dave Smith, I was like, what the hell was that? You were immediately on the defense, immediately trying to come back with you like, no, you're literally saying to Dave these words. You're saying to Dave, okay, so I can forgive one because one's I don't even know what it was you was trying to relay. The other one, I can't. So then Dave turned around and said to you, so what? So the fact that they're Muslim, is that what? And you were just giving him something. And I'm like, what the hell is Kel doing? And this is where your biases really started to show. So I felt the need I had to call you out on not what people are telling me, not by hearsay, but what I'm witnessing and seeing with my own two eye and ears. Yeah? I can hear this, I can see it. It's physically there. So when Veli jumps on and then confronts you and he's calling it, I said, okay, so it's not just me, one, that noticed this madness. You were kind of you now when you're explaining it to Veli, we can hear what you're trying to say, but that's not what it's doing. That's not what it's giving. So what your intentions are and what you're giving is not the same thing. For instance, when we had that same a while ago, when we had that same argument, and we was talking to you about the mixed race thing, and I was trying to explain to you how us taking on mixed race as black is very detrimental to black women, and how white women can you weren't trying to hear. It's like you don't hear sisters when sisters are talking to you. It's your way or the highway. When sisters are showing you how this affects black women, you're not listening. When sisters show you what's going on with black, you're not trying to hear it. It's like you're taking this, whatever. I don't know if you're reading from a textbook or whatever, and you're just trying to make it fit. And to me, it's not working. And I'm showing you, say, yo, the way you're thinking and the way you're trying to apply things ain't it, Kel. And I'm showing you as a black woman, it ain't it, and you're not registering what we're saying. So then to me, I just say that you're just kind of condescending at this point, and you're going like, we ain't got no frigging sense and we don't have no brain. So what is this? That's how I feel. I don't know, Nine. You might have a different take. I don't know.
Okay, so we know that when you seen the philosophy of Garvey and that, right? He mentioned there on one of the pages he mentions his problems what he had with W.E. Du Bois and Randolph, who were light skinned Africans, right? And when he was working with them, he understood that the brown paper bag tactic was practiced with them, and he says that when it comes to the classes, is that the white supremacists were on top, and then it had the buffer class as the light skinned Africans, and he used the word of the biracial ones as well as the light skinned ones, right? And when he challenged that, he had some problems, which is why he done the UNIA with Charlotte Base, his co-president. However, he didn't remove and dismiss that they're not African. What he did mention that, you know, you have to be careful because of the power dynamic, you see, which is why, like in Garveyism, and this is going to be very controversial, is that we believe that the dark skin should lead and the light skin should be supporting of that leadership, you know. So when it comes to the biracial Africans, I said this before, Lady D, I think last year, etc., and that I totally understand, and I'm on board with that. You see, where you have to be very careful. But when we talk this way and we be truthful to help our people, we get attacked. You see, I don't understand it. Like when an African is bringing information which is correct to protect the race, right? The African shouldn't be getting attacked because how you feel towards certain information that may be related to you and that, right? So there's been biracial Africans in the Pan-Africanist movement. For example, Walter White, he was a very light-skinned African. In fact, he could pass as European. But Walter White helped out by reducing the lynching. He could pass as a European, and Garvey was very skeptical of him. But then when he tracked down, on what was going on, Garvey embraced him. You see, Nat Turner was also a biracial. Bishop Henry Minnie. There's been so many. So I can't take away the ancestry or the aesthetic, which is genetic dominant, right? But we go by the action. Yes, we understand that the biracial African females, right? You know, they are very they've been worked on, and like what Garvey said, they do use that buffer class thing on the darker hue, you see. So I'm not going to say that you shouldn't defend yourself. What I'm saying is that we need to channel it so it doesn't affect the synchronized biracial Africans who are not practice that. And that's what I've always said, man. You know, I mean, we're dealing with genetic dominance, lady, because when the non-Africans see us, they see these people can wipe out our race if we sleep with them. Now, I'm not going to sleep with any one of them, right? May the Lord forbid that. But what I'm saying is that's how they view us, you see? So that's what I'm saying. We use genetically dominant. That's why we're one of the things racism is upon us, because we have that ability to breed them out, and they understand that, right? But I'm not attacking you up personally. I'm just saying based on the information and how we need to be politically and that, let's do it that way. And that's all I've said, to be fair, man.
Okay, that's your side. Okay. 9. I don't know because I spoke for a while. Yeah, Kel, you're gonna have to put in a bit more work here. That one dead Judas kiss you gave my sister ain't happening. She ain't here for it. She said, "Fire on you and your Judas kiss." Yeah, that's what she said.
Tell her it was the kiss of the red, black, and green flag, man.
Do you think that do you think that the man and the woman's got the same goals, Kel? Or the same? No, not even goals. That's not even the right word, because like I said, the word sound and power. The same objectives.
The objective is different, I will say. Different.
Right. Excellent.
Yes.
So that's a really important. I think that's a really important. In fact, you know what? For me. That's probably not a eureka moment, but yeah, that's a join the dot sort of moments, right? Because I think because we have different objectives, different things are apparent and are a priority. Is what I'm saying to you, because I think, and going back to your whole Roman Greco vibration, I think one of the things about our beloved brothers, is like power in it. Get me? Power. Yeah, power. By any means necessary. Yeah, and whatever that power looks like. You see what I'm saying to you? And I think as women, we're looking for longevity. As obviously we're nurturers in it, so we're looking. We want to be here at the end, isn't it? You get me? We want to preserve. We want to nurture. And I think that's where the clash is, isn't it? And even when I hear some of your, I think like, you know what I mean? You're Pan-African, I'm pro-black, whatever. But I think we would go about things differently. You see what I'm saying to you? Because, and when I really clock it and I listen to it, I think that's where the sort of crossroads are. Like, I think man them are looking for power and we're looking for, like I said, we're looking for, I can't surmise what we're looking for, but I know it's not different, but it's not the same. Yeah, that's why I asked before about the objectives. You get what I'm saying to you? Because I feel like the man then will want to get to wherever they want to get to via whatever. You get me? Whatever. Via whatever route. You see what I'm saying to you? Whereas the woman them, we're trying to probably get to the same thing, but we sort of remain constrained in a certain route. Although that is changing now because the women coming up, they're like, fuck it. You get me? They're not on it. Like they're not on what we're on. The girl them coming up.
For instance, let me break it down a bit more clearer for you, brother Cal. In other words, the older generation, my generation upwards, we were more loyal to the black man in that sense, yeah? We will hold him down no matter whatever. But the treacherousness that we're seeing today, it's causing the generation from underneath me down to say, basically, brother, with all due respect, F the black man. That's what the sisters are saying. We would rather go and start looking for white man, Asian man, even though we already know what they're all about, you know. We would rather go Dessa because of the treatment of the black man is not up to par and it's not where it's supposed to be. That's what's basically happening. That's what she's saying. Yeah, man, you lot need to stop being treacherous, man. Stop being treacherous. You treacherous souls, you treacherous Negroes. Stop being treacherous.
Not quite. I was trying to show about a different reason or whatever. But I mean, what Divine is saying, obviously that is happening as well, in it. But you get me? I wasn't trying to cut that deep, you get me? But I was just really trying to acknowledge, because I do, one thing I do is listen, Kel. You get what I'm saying to you? I do listen, you see what I'm saying? And yeah, man, once upon a time, yeah, but yeah, the vehicles that are being used are different in it. But I definitely believe that, like I said in it, I think man them are looking power in it, and they're looking at power via whatever in it. But as Malcolm said, by any means necessary. And I don't think women are necessarily looking for power, quote unquote. We're just looking for, like I said, I still can't even find a word to surmise it. But I do know that whatever it is that we're looking for, it's like we want the man them to be involved as well. And I'm not sure if it's the same vice versa. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying I'm not sure, because at this point it's sort of like power versus culture, or power versus longevity, or power versus, you get me? And yeah, it's mad. It's like, yo, you know, so I've got people out here trying to tell me, say, we're done out here, you know, okay, but I'm resisting, boss. I'm resisting. Hey, but boy.
Colossus. That's all I can say. Colossus.
To be fair though, Kel, you see, as long as we hold on to religion, there'll be no pan, bro. There'll be no pan, man.
That's a fact, and that's one of the links. I wanted to play the Dr. Umar link next, you know. That's the next bit I was going to go
so
to.
lovely. I'll be back.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Man. And big up yourself for passing through anyway, man. You got bollocks, man. We give you that. You got bollocks. But yeah, man, I don't know, Divine, man. I don't know, man. It's these books, man.
It's funny. I've told Kel before, and I will tell him again. As long as religion is there, he could forget this whole unity thing. Allow it, man. Because all you're doing is papering over the cracks, and you ain't doing with the root cause of you can go and start up a whole brand new organization tomorrow, as we've seen being done plenty of times. And then they will separate under the guise of religion. you're Sunni, you're Shia, you're Christian, you're Rasta, you're
So,
Pan-African,
so
you're a
divine.
baboon
So wait,
worshipping,
wait,
you're a
divine.
baboon
So
worshipping Kemet.
divine. Wait. Let's keep it thingy bobby as well, yeah. So, in your opinion, yeah, as we are at the moment, do you not believe that we can unite as under different religions? Remember, because Kale's sort of Pan-Africanism is one where, I mean, obviously this is the theory, right? One where you can leave your religion behind and unite upon, obviously Pan-Africanism. So do you believe that's a fallacy, Bab?
So it says, show me the fruits of that. If that has worked, if that is what was
I'm
working and
just
has worked,
asking the question, girl.
I want an example. I want a working example of it. That's what I can say. Then I can answer your question. Show me a working example. Show me we're in the black community where that's been possible and it's been successful and it's worked. It's not worked. That's my contention. It's not, because then we wouldn't be in a position we are today. Look how long ago Marcus Garvey was. Why has it not worked? He's given us the blueprint? He's given us the foundation. He's spoken about it. He's traveled about it. He's all got dipped behind it, karate. He had the whole Black Star, everything. Why are we here today then? Why are we still in this? Why are we being called a beat and chariots and kuffs and kuffas and kaffers and all? Why has it not worked? Why am I not the unsaved? Why am I not? I'm not a born again Christian. Why? Why would I not? Why am I going to the pits of hell? Why am I the black devil? Because the Quran says the devil's black. Why? Why has it not worked? Come on, man. Why? Someone give me a working example of it, and I'll shut up.
Garage door.
Your garage door talk to you, my girl.
Yeah, my bad.
What? Just in case you forget, it's a garage door, yeah.
Just in case you in the house, you want to know your door opening up, and you ain't authorized that opening.
Security.
Yeah.
Come on.
Let you know people's home, but I think that the chances of us unifying, it has to be around a particular topic or issue, because when I think about the things that Black Americans they unite over, people from different belief systems, something like being FBA or ADOS, I feel like within that movement, you got Hebrew Israelites, you have, quote unquote, Abos or Indians, you got Moors, you got Christians, I guess you could say Orthodox or like regular Muslims, Nation of Islam, like everyone, because they're coming together based off of having a shared experience here in America, history and a claim, right? So I think it's possible if something was structured in a similar fashion, if there was, if everyone is coming together, under being a diasporan, and we just focus on the fact that we're diasporans, we're the diaspora of the continent of Africa, right? So, and we just leave it as, you can be a part of this as long as you are, you acknowledge and you accept that you are from the diaspora of Africa. Then we could have gay people, and we can have men and women and single women and people and men who with children, and people who have a god, people who don't have a god, people who have 15 gods, people who dress modest, people who are half naked, people who are whatever, what I mean, like, because they're all from the diaspora. If the more restrictions to you being part of the group, then the smaller the group is, or the less people are going to be able to qualify to be part of that collective. But so I think it's possible. I just don't know like what will be that thing that people that will bring people together. Is it being from the diaspora? Is it
Right, and that's the point, sis. Just sorry to cut you there, because I heard the
mhm.
point you make. You know, when you first came up and you first started speaking on FBA, and I was going to point at them, but I want you to flow still. I was going to point at them. That's a section, and even that is not even a good example, because if you was to go now, or all of us was to go now to the FBAs and say to them, would they want to link forces with the Caribbeans in this? They tell you straight, no, separation right there, sir. Right there, sir. So even though you might have
When
the
you say join forces with the Caribbeans for what?
for
Like
reparations,
for reparations from who? It's two separate reparations claims. Like their claim is not to the British government. Americans aren't seeking out. They're not going before the Revolutionary War. They're not seeking reparations from Britain. So that's why they view it as being separate, because they're literally petitioning the American government.
and that's worked from Marcus Garvey's blueprint, and it's not here, sis. It's just not here. We can't, because we're always going to have something in between to divide us.
But
And
there
nine
is,
times
but
out of
no, but
10,
there's other things to
yeah, go
unite.
on, go on.
I'm saying if they don't unite, like if if I can't, you can't say, oh, you know what, melanated, you don't wanna go with me. I asked you, do you want to get in the car and
Mel, you
drive
cut
with me
out,
north?
sis. I'm not sure if you know.
Oh, what? You said what?
Oh, she's gone.
I'm gone.
Oh, you're back now. You're back now. You cut out for a bit. Go on, sis.
For real? I've been right here. My bad, y'all.
Start again. Start again.
I'm saying if I think the U.S. and the Caribbean people uniting over reparation, like I think they could support each other's separate claims, but they can't join the claims. I understand why they stand firm on saying it doesn't make sense to join the claims. But I get, I'm saying I can't join in a claim for a car accident if I wasn't in the car. You know what I'm saying? Like I could hope that you win your case, and you could hope that I win mine. But we weren't in the I can't jump in on your claim. I wasn't in the car. I wasn't involved in the accident at all. So it's just two separate claims. But there's still, but
Right.
we
So
are all we are.
what would then? So we can't use that as example. Right. So we can't use reparations there as a thing to come against. So that's one struck off the list already.
But the
What else then can we
identity of
come up
being a
with to get
descendant
united
of an
on?
enslaved African, we have the identity of being the
Right.
descendants of enslaved Africans, and if we can work together under that identity, we are the aftermath of what our ancestors, the greatness that our ancestors left. Those from in the Caribbean, those in South America, those in North America, those in the UK. You see what I'm saying? Like we're all of us are descendants of those people, and we could come together under that identity. And that wouldn't mean like, my American, if I'm a Black American, I'm better than those in Brazil, and those in Trinidad are better than those in Jamaica, and what I mean? Like
But guess
we're
what, sis?
all.
Guess what, sis? I hear you. And guess what's going to happen then? So even if we unite under being descendants of slaves of Africa, yeah?
Mhm.
Then you're going to get the continental Africans. So you lot think, and this is what we've been seeing happening. We'll have a Betty come along. We'll have a Reggie come along. So can't use that either.
But,
We have to do
I mean,
something else.
but there was going to always be, just listen. The Black Panthers had a movement. You think all Black people supported the Black Panther movement? No, but they started programs. They fed kids. They help people. Like you can't because there are those detractors, because there are those haters. That doesn't mean that you don't.
No, I'm not using them to say that they're haters. Or and listen to what I'm saying, sis. I'm saying so it can't be that banner we could unite upon, because by us uniting upon being descendants of slaves, then what happens to the continent? People, remember, we're talking about Africans across the diaspora, so it can't be reparations and it can't be
No, you can't. We
being
can't
descendants of
because
slaves. We have to
we
find
come
another
from them.
thing.
We're related to them. If you're the diaspora, where you're the diaspora of where? So you're definitely saying we came from there, from the continent. So they're included if they want to be included. It's literally whoever want to come, they who meets that criteria, the diaspora and the continent. Like you wouldn't just leave out the continent and that's where we came from, because it's the people who are acknowledging their
Yeah,
ties
no,
to
I
that
get it. No,
place.
I get it, sis. I'm just saying we
Yeah,
can't use we can't use the banner of being descendant of slaves to unite upon. So we'd have to find something else that's, remember, I'm trying to think of something that's
I
inclusive of
think it's true.
everybody.
I don't see how that disqualifies it
Because
because
they're not gonna want to be deemed as descendant of slaves. They're continental
they're not
Africans.
descendants of slaves. We are we are the descendants of enslaved Africans. Not I don't call them slaves. They were enslaved Africans. That's why I don't like the term ADOS, the descendants of slaves. No, you're the descendants of an enslaved African, an enslaved person. They're Africans. My ancestors they weren't slaves of China, slaves of India. They were slaves of enslaved Africans. So that's where they come from. That's where they came from, Africa. So it's a tie to that continent. That's a connection that whether I speak the language or whatever, I eat the food. I went to Gambia and they just kept saying, "You're Nigerian, right?" I'm like, shit. You know what I'm saying? They looking at my face like, "You Nigerian." So whether
See for me, sis, if someone was to ask me the question, sorry to cut you again, yeah, but if someone was to ask me
Mhm.
the question, what is the thing that you would use to say we all unite upon? Obviously, if it's not obvious to anybody, my answer is going to obviously be in the fact that we're Africans. Forget the descendant part, forget all of that. I'm not going to use that because that's not something we can all unite upon, but the fact that we're Africans. But then I would also be silly to use that because, as you've heard many a times before, they will tell us that we're not Africans, we're how many times removed, you're not a continental, you're a Caribbean. So literally, when I'm trying to deep conversation here, I'm trying to really scrap my brain to figure out what is it we could unite.
I think that
Even know your tribe, you don't even know your mother tongue, like we always hear. So we can't use that. We definitely cannot use religion. Dash that in the bin because we're all in every different religion. We can't use reparations because not everyone's entitled to reparations. So literally, when I'm deep in this thing, what is it that we can really unite upon? Now, the obvious thing
no,
what
I
everyone would
think I think
say,
those
not
comments.
everyone
I
wants to be
think
called African these days. These days, they don't even want to be known as African. Some are saying, nope, I refuse.
But the ones who don't,
Afro-American. I'm this.
but Lady Divine, I don't think when
Yeah.
you say unite,
Yeah.
you're saying you're making it that because there are people who would be against uniting, that there's no point in uniting. And I'm saying that's literally not that's not how you start a movement.
I know this, but I'm trying to say what banner? What I'm trying to get is to remember
Any of those that you mentioned that you just
Kale's thing.
disqualified.
No, but listen, Kale's thing, remember, is to unite across the diaspora. So I'm looking at it from
No, no, no.
Kale's
I'm not.
paradigm.
I'm not with no Kale. Whatever Kale.
Right. That's what I'm trying to
No,
show
I'm
you. If
saying because
we
Kale changes. He changes the language from blackness
But work
to
with me though,
to
sis. Just
to
try
to
work with
African.
me. So, but sis, try work with me. This is what I'm trying to do here. I don't know if you realize what I'm trying to do. So I'm putting Kel's thought process in my brain, and I'm trying to see how his thing will work under the. Remember,
Oh
he's
no.
giving us all this Marcus Garvey stuff and all of that. So I'm saying, okay, if we were to work with Kel's thing and stick with the Garvey plan, what is it we unite upon that will get his plan going? And when I'm deep in it, I'm seeing it can't be religion. It can't be under the descendant of slave thing. It can't be the reparations that he loves to speak about as well. It can't be under that because, again, as you pointed out, not everyone's entitled. Not everyone can make a claim. So when we're talking about it now as sisters on the panel, I'm thinking if we were to go with Kel's plan, What is it that we will unite upon? And my obvious answer will be African. But as we hear, not even half of the brothers and sisters even want to deem themselves as African these days.
But
Or
that's
some
not
Africans might not even want
true.
to deem
When
us
you,
as
you just
Africans.
said half. You said not even half. I mean, I don't know which what are you guys called over there? Are y'all African British? Is that what
No,
they call
African
you?
Caribbean. African Caribbean, sis.
African Caribbean.
Yeah, that's what I label myself, and that's what I am. I'm an
But
African that
like
happened
so
to end
in
up
your
in the Caribbean.
country,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
in your country, you're just they just would say, like, if they were to
They would just say African Caribbean or Black British. That's the way they will deem it. Those two terms, or yeah, Black British. That's the other one. Yeah.
so Black British, is that the more continental Africans, and African Caribbeans is
See,
the.
sis, that's an example right there. Look at Brother Kane in the chat. So if I would say to him, "You're African," he's gonna turn and say to me, "Lady, you take the piss. I'm Caribbean." That's the case and point I'm trying to point out to you. So we can't use that. This is
No, but
literally what you will
I
get.
mean,
It's
so
literally
listen,
happening
he's
right now in the
Caribbean.
chat.
Do Caribbeans have no? It's very simple, sis. It's very, very simple. By him saying, if you are African, right? By her saying you're African, that's why I
Him,
say
but sis,
African
that's him.
descendancy.
Yeah.
That's why I
And that's
say
what I would
African
say. That's what
descendancy
me and you,
because,
obviously
but
me and you would say that. But what I'm trying to show
no,
you
but hold
is
on. But I think that most people in the Caribbean understand that they have African descendancy. I
that's a
mean, you go to
fact.
Carnival and you can see where the culture came from. It didn't just be there like that. That no, ain't no our that ain't Arawakan and Taino culture. You know what I'm saying? So like they understand it as African, but they feel like it's removed. It's far removed. But if you say, "Are you an African descendant?" they would
All right, let's try
agree.
it. Let's try it, sis. So, Brother Kane, would you prefer if I was to say, if I said you're African, how would you feel about that? Or how would you deem yourself? Would you say you're African Caribbean, African descendant, African, or just straight Caribbean, nothing to do with Africa? How do you see? 'Cause I can't speak for you.
I wouldn't even. He don't have to call himself an African at all. Would you participate in an organization for African descendants? That's a better question because you don't got to walk around calling yourself an African. I'm just saying, if when it's time to do the work as African descendants, are you pulling up? Because he might not be. Whether it's a Caribbean organization, everybody just ain't about pulling up. Everybody ain't about doing nothing. Some people just want to sit around and have people do stuff for them. So, if you want to do some, you as long as it ain't saying the pagan organization or the fuckboy organization, so it got some crazy name that you like, I don't want to, the Bati Boy organization or something like that. You know what I'm saying? As long as it don't got no crazy ass name, you like, all right, I am an African descendant, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't been to Africa. I don't speak no African language. I don't, but real talk, I know I am. So fuck it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna show up. As long as you ain't saying nothing crazy. I just don't, cause you're not gonna please everybody.
That's a
I'm sure there
fact.
were people who
That
was
is a definite fact.
in the African Methodist Episcopal Church they probably was like, I ain't really no African, but they was going to the damn church. You see what I'm saying? Like it's like, I'm sure of it, but eventually they understood where it came from. They probably was like, oh, my great grandmother was, yeah, she's from Angola, so I guess that's what that means. I'm supposed to be African. Like they probably were feeling so they were feeling like they were American. So I get
Yeah,
it.
I
There's
don't
people
know.
who.
Sis. I hear you, sis. You know what it is for me? I'm just trying to figure out how does Brother Kel feel like, because he keeps, you know what it is for me, sis. Let me just be honest. When I'm talking with him and I'm trying to ask him questions about certain things on certain subjects, and all I'm getting back is this Pan-Africanism, but then I'm not seeing this Pan-Africanism grow to where it should be at this point in time after Garvey. Yeah, it's not there. then now I have to start looking at this Pan-Africanism, not to say that I'm banning it, but bro, why is it the same way I would say, the same way I've got the same smoke for the Muslims, yeah? The same way you hear me say, if your religion's so perfect, your prophet so perfect, why is the fruit of the Islam not perfect? So if Kel's saying Garvey laid out the perfect blueprint and it's why is the fruits of what Garvey's laid down not happening today? Why is it not perfect today? Do you see why I will have the exact same energy? I'm not going to be biased with it. The same way I will question the Muslims on how come their their Mohammedans ain't moving like no damn Muslims. I can question the black people on why are we not following the lines of Marcus Garvey and why is it not showing up today? Why am I not seeing this so-called black unity today? Where is it? In fact, I think we're more mixed, disorganized than ever. So definitely it hasn't worked. It definitely hasn't worked. So I've got the right to question this, innit? That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm keeping it 100 and questioning every rotted thing. Religion, your prophets, the black thing, everything me I question. I don't care how unsynchronized it sounds. Let me unsynchronize. Cha.
Yes, yes. You really unsynchronized, Lady D.
I have to question it, sis, because I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing it. When I'm seeing the madness that's going on and I'm looking in the reality in the real world and I'm not seeing this so-called unity that we keep going on about, I'm seeing brothers dying, man's getting locked up, gallon
Well,
breed.
we
I'm not
already
seeing
know that
this.
everybody's not coming to the barbecue, right? So I guess what you're saying is, sometimes when we have these Pan-African conversations, I think the intent, right, is for everyone to come to the barbecue. But at the end of the day, we know for sure everybody's not going to. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be those traders. There's gonna be those, Uncle Toms. There's gonna be those people, the kumbaya yars. You know what I'm saying? White people ain't did nothing to me. I like white people. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be some people that's, oh, my husband is white. Oh, my wife is white. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Well, everybody's not coming to the barbecue. Everybody won't get on the boat with us, right? So to me, Pan Africanism is really like a calling out. It's the back call for the like-minded folks. And you know what I'm saying? Out of a couple of billions of us, that might be a couple of 100,000 of us. And we gotta understand that reality, that chance that it might just be a small few. I'm saying a couple 100,000 as a small few, but those people can impact the greater population. You know what I'm saying? By the work. Imagine, look at the things that one person did, Marcus Garvey, or one person did, Elijah Muhammad. Like, as far as the people that they impacted, and as far as business and so forth, and the plans that they came. Imagine if we had 400,000 Marcus Garveys. How many black people worldwide would be impacted? A lot. That's how we got to think. Like, it's not going to be every single person on code on. That's not how that's going to work. It's not. We don't even need to be like, it's just not going to work that way. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's never going to work that way. But that's what I'm saying. I think some of us are living in a fairy, rose-tinted world where that's the dream and that's the goal. But the facts of the matter is it's never going to be that way. We're always going to have unsynchronization. We're always going to have coons. We're always going to have people that are puppets to really. We're always going to have that. The pipe dreams up. That's the point I'm trying to get at. This is the reality. This is what it is. Some people are going to come together and some people simply ain't. It's just that there is never going to be no one global unity. That's the point I'm trying to highlight here.
Someone in the chat on social, listen, that's what it is, social. Said Kale defending Islam for Pan-Africanism Wordplay is the new foreplay. Wake up, ladies. Well, that ain't no foreplay for me, cause you see what I did with that kiss. You can stick it where the sun don't shine.
Melanated
That-
said lava and fire. For
yes,
Judas. And he say big up Judas.
man.
Yeah, big up.
I mean, I'm just saying, like,
Damn
you know, when
connection.
like
Yeah,
it
big
was
up brother
real
K man.
easy.
I saw what you wrote.
It was real easy, like, you know, we've had circles where we've been around people who practice who are Muslim, right?
Muslim
And
guys.
able to deal,
But
but
yeah, I
they
don't know,
don't,
Cal. We'll have to
but they,
discuss this whole.
yeah, but we don't gotta be out here like, you know, you agree to saying, look, just
And when I
leave
bring up
your spiritual system at the door. I'm gonna leave my spiritual system at the door. We're gonna talk about. We could talk about housing. We could talk about food. We could talk about starting a grocery store. We could talk about transportation. We could talk about protection. From outsiders in our community. We could talk about a whole lot of things. We don't gotta. I don't gotta be like bowing down to you and your deity and tiptoeing around. Oh, I guess I can't say this, and I guess I can't because, and you don't got to do the same thing with me. You know what I'm saying? And my spiritual systems, you know what I'm saying? You could just, I'll withhold any sort of comments. You withhold any sort of comments. That's not the focus of what we coming together for anyway. It doesn't even, there wasn't even times when it came up. What we talking about God and all that other stuff for? Like you do that in social hour. When it's time to talk about the real stuff that we're facing, you know, just talk about it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it, oftentimes some religious people feel they gotta bring their belief system into. Oh, did they bully me when I first came online? I think people tried to, you know, but I don't be letting them like that. Like, they had little nicknames for the goddess. They ain't like that, and especially because my the second part is goddess. So
Oh,
a
of
lot of
course.
Muslims were saying that they couldn't even call me goddess.
You
So
can't be divine. How could you consider yourself as godly like? I remember all of that. I had to show
then
Nine.
it's
Listen, I
like,
had to
oh,
jog
they gonna
Nine's
call me
memory
Mel
yesterday,
G,
sis. Yeah, yeah,
melanated.
yeah. Yeah,
Then
yeah.
they just started calling me melanated or
Nine,
Mel
you ain't no
G.
god, gummy. Nine, you ain't no goddess.
I'm like, okay, like the people in my community don't got a problem saying that. So the name is for them. It ain't for you. Call me what you. I mean, as long as you call me something similar, Mel G, I'm cool with that. I ain't getting offended. I ain't gonna try to force nobody to, say something that they feel is against their religion or nothing like that. But just don't give me no, don't start calling me Amina or Aisha or something. You know what I'm saying? Don't just be like, you know what I'm saying? Just don't change it up like that. I'm good. Big up yourself, XDDM Tech. Big
XDM
up
Tech in the
yourself.
house. Yeah, yeah, man. It was a madness still. Cal defending Islam before Pan Africanism. Wordplay is the new foreplay. Wake up, ladies. Oh, man. To be honest, most of these movements are lacking funds. Islam, Christianity, Democratic Republic, Republican, Labour Conservative, pro China all got $1 million propaganda machines behind them.
Ain't that the truth? So like when
That
you
is the
think about
fact.
so I would say, Kane, yes, I agree. The money is, lack of funds. It's a barrier to progressing some of the things that we want to do in our community.
But I think also to those people, the people who get propped up in leadership, always end up taking advantage of the community. So even when they have the resources, like for instance, I know what you call it, Kale's probably gonna say I'm being unsynchronized by saying this, but I'm gonna just be unsynchronized because I ain't trying to synchronize with whatever Kale is on anyway. So, like Brother Umar, you know what I'm
Oh, I
saying?
want to get to that video next. I really
How
was
much
trying, but
money
nah,
has
it's
gone
busy.
through Umar's hand, and he still doesn't have the tangible thing, right? And I know some people could say like, "Oh, well, he had this hiccup and he had that hiccup," and it's like, listen, man, the amount of time, the amount of how many years it's been? It's been like 10 years. That's a long time. 10 years to resurrect one school. That's a long time to still keep raising more money and more money and more money. Nah, fam. Like that make Pan Africanism look like a freaking joke. Like y'all can't all come together and put one school. That look bad.
Hmm. But this is again my point. If Garvey gave us the blueprint and everything, and the Pan Africanists knew what they were doing, they got the blueprint. Why are we not seeing again? I'm gonna be unsynchronized. Okay, we should be seeing the fruits of that now. We should have about 20 Pan-African schools, big like Umas across the Americas. 20 of them bitches up in Britain. About 50 of them bitches in the Caribbean, all over the different islands. Like they're supposed to be everywhere. We are not, again, I don't care, I'm synchronized, I'm sounding right now. We are not seeing it.
Right. And I mean some of that has to do with the funds. See, look, he put it again. See? A lot of it has to do with the funds, but yo, black people got money if they want to. But when they put their hands, when there's this Pan African leader that raises their head and says, "Hey, I have a vision to do X, Y, and Z. I need you guys to support." And then that person starts molesting kids and impregnating little teenagers and stuff like that, and want to have 100 damn kids, and not feeding people and not treating them right and making them sleep on the floor, and they start doing all this culty crazy weird stuff, what I'm saying, that has happened all these years in history. And it's
Yep.
like, you know what I'm saying,
But
like,
then since they do say sometimes, too much knowledge is not good for people. And that's what I think is going on. There's a bit too much knowledge going on to the point that it's all just getting confused. And this is what the end product is.
listen. Y'all go on this Facebook group. It's a black travel Facebook group. You can see all the places the black folks is going. You know, $5,000-$10,000 vacations.
Oh, wow.
Black folks got money. You know what I mean? They're going all over.
So why are we not seeing us do better? You know what it is, this as well? Because the other day I was talking to Born Rich, yeah. I know you're listening somewhere, you little junkro, yeah. Bring back my black card, you little shit. You know I'm not even in IC3 no more, sis, by the way. I got demoted to IC9 or 6. I don't even know where I'm at
Why?
now.
Because you got that Somali DNA.
Born Rich snatched
Oh
my
no, you
black
got
card and
Italian.
bust out.
You
Listen,
got Italian.
he told me about 20 times that one night, yeah, the last show, that I'm a he said you're cooning, Lady D. He went as far as to call me Lady Divi. Yeah, okay, I'll hold that. But I'm letting Born Rich know, yeah, you got my black card. Bring it backside, come back here. Because don't let me have to come look for you. I don't know where in America you're hiding out with my black card. Bring it, come back. Because I'm getting back into IC3. I'm telling you that right now.
Why he took you out of IC3?
Born Rich has got my black card somewhere.
Because you was doing what?
He said I'm cooning for white supremacy in it, so he snatched my black card. It's a wrap for me. I'm out the fold.
Wait, he said, what organization above? He says the funds to push Pan-Africanism across the world and promote Saudi Arabia's got $1 billion promoting their form of Islam. Every organization above has got that, but they got the funds to promote the positive things. I don't know, man. You know, maybe we need to. One thing I know that people will patronize black folks, and that's some food. Maybe we need to just sell some food.
Sell
and
some
then
food, you know.
Sell some food, man. Yo. Oh Lord. Listen, I gotta help my uncle buy a plane ticket. He going to Panama, and I gotta help him out. I'm gonna try to come back. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you now, sis. See what happened?
My uncle telling me I gotta help him buy a plane ticket. He's going to Panama.
All right.
He just called me. I don't know what.
Okay, sis. I hear you.
I'm gonna try to come back. But you know how old people is.
Pick up yourself.
Yeah. All right. Peace.
All right, bless up, sis. And Cal, can we get some more groveling done, please? Because sisters are not happy. And Borich, can I get my black card returned? Because this ain't right. Yeah, you ain't going nowhere with my black card. I don't know where you're running, which part of the dirty south you're at right now, but bring my black card right back into the UK. Thank you very much. Please and thanks. Somebody get that memo to Born Rich, because I'm not playing with him. Okay, let's see what the chat's saying now. I don't know where Nine's at. Oh, the chat ain't saying much. Oh, I don't know where Nine's at, and I wanted to. All right, good night, Brother Kane. I'm doing over the block. Oh, he's going over to the block. Okay, so everyone's going over the block. Nine, you might have to meet us over the block then. Okay, look like the block is. Let me see what the block's saying before I go over there. Hold on. Let me find the block. Cha. Get ready, guys. It might get a bit loud. Let me turn it down a bit. Hold on. What is the block saying? Who are this?
Front door hasn't been.
Oh, Randy's over there chatting shit. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to hear no fucking Randy. That's for damn sure. Yeah.
Did you hear about the thing in New York City, Divide, where they found these what do you call it? Fucking hell. Like alleyways between like a mosque and somewhere else. Did you hear about it? And the police stormed it.
No.
Yeah, in New York City. They found like some underground tunnels. That's it, underground tunnels between. I think they call it not 702, but I think it's 702 and somewhere else. And some people are even saying that it might even be a trafficking ring and all them type of different shit.
Oh wow!
Because remember, I don't know if you was here one time. I read a report where they're saying that in some hotels in America, there's basically exits out of it that goes wherever. Do you know what I mean? And that's how they can traffic the youth them and that. So yeah, man. It's very, 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 and that's what I'm saying. When we think about all this Epstein Island stuff and all the rest of it, and when some people still believe that certain things are quote unquote conspiracy theories when it comes to children, it just amazes me, man. I'll tell you what also amazes me: how the McCains haven't faced any sort of charge. I'm talking about Madeleine McCain's mum and dad. I know I've gone off piste, but do you remember that story there?
Yep, and the child's never been found.
The child's never been found, and the parents have never been prosecuted for nothing.
Nothing.
Not even child neglect, at the very least.
Or leaving a child unattended with no adult.
Or leaving, exactly.
Which is classed under abandonment.
And the whole child's gone missing, never, and has not still been found. And they're out here making money, doing interviews and this and that. It's crazy, man. And
It's a madness.
You know, oh God, man. If for me or you that happened to, boy, jeez, you know, really, very, very fishy, that case there, boy. Very, very fishy, man.
It would have been a whole different story if it was one of us. I can tell you that much.
Not even, yeah, not, yeah. I mean, it's crazy, crazy. They face no type of penalty for leaving their child unattended. Boy.
The thing is it because it's underneath the what country was they in again at the time? Is it because it's underneath their law as to why? Because you know in the UK they can never close cases like that. Like I think those cases stay open permanently in the UK, like unsolved murders, all those kind of things. They stay open.
It's Portugal.
Yeah, that's it. Portugal. I can't remember the country. That was it.
I believe it's still open, man. I don't think, or maybe the Portuguese police have closed it, but the case itself is not closed. Unless
okay, I don't know how their laws are in Portugal. I know in the UK they can't close these cases, but I don't know how their laws stay over there in Portugal. That's why I asked.
And I know up until quite recently, I can't remember what the actual figure was in terms of the cost to the taxpayer. But it was definitely over, you know what I mean, in the million, mum.
So were the other kids that they have removed out of their care, or do they still have custody and get to keep custody of those other kids?
What? As far as I'm aware, they maintain custody of them, mum.
That wouldn't have been the story if it was one of us. That definitely wouldn't have been that story. Yo,
I agree. And the story goes, because I've watched a few sort of different reports on it, and some people suggest that they drugged the children. You get me? When I say drug them, like give them a light, you know, because obviously they were doctors, to make them sleep, you know. And some people say that one theory is that they overdrugged the child. But yeah, that story, that situation is absolutely crazy, man. It really is, man. Absolutely crazy, man. And like I said, they've made so much money from interviews and newspaper, this and that. But they definitely
it's a madness. It's definitely a madness. It's definitely not handled in the way it's supposed to be handled. There's a lot that was going on. Remember, you got the media was involved. It was just a madness it was a mess from the beginning. Like it was just you could see, yeah. Let me show you.
But yeah, man, I don't know. I can't remember how many years it is now, but it's like over 10 years. Then you got that boy. I don't know if you heard the story of the boy that went missing in England, and they found him in France walking in the mountains.
Wait. What boy?
I can't remember because I didn't know of him. But a couple weeks, I think maybe about a couple weeks before Christmas, an English boy was found in France. Like I said, just sort of wandering aimlessly, sort of thing, and he was picked up by a French, driver. He was working at, doing some night work or whatever. But it basically turns out that he was a boy from London who had been taken out of the country by his family several years ago, and basically had been living on sort of kibbutz type of places since. And yeah, he left his last place of residence, as it was. I think they said he just had a backpack Did he have a
How old?
skate?
Hold on. How old is this you?
A skateboard. I think he might be like 15, 16 now. I think they said he left when he was me. I can't remember all the details, but he left when he was a young, a toddler sort of thing. And I don't know if he left with
So
his
what are you saying? Do
grandma.
you think Madeleine McCain is still alive, or do you think, yeah, that's a wrap? That was been a wrap.
Oh, boy, I would love for her to be alive, but I would suggest it's a wrap still. If they were doing their job, if the Portuguese police and whoever else were doing their job still, you'd have thought that, because if they don't, I don't know, man. I would like to think she's still alive, but boy, that whole case is just very, very, very strange, man.
Hey, yo, Fifth Nine, what do you make of this Epstein listing that came out recently? What do you make of the names that's on this list?
Oh, yeah, I just think that list is just hiding the bigger list. You know what I mean? That list is the lamb to the slaughter list. I think the bigger list, or the list that's not coming out, is what's, more telling than that. That's my personal thought.
I was very shocked at some of these names. Naomi Campbell, Michael Jackson, Mr. Howard below. You know what?
Well, quite a few of them, like Naomi Campbell, her name had been leaked from before. Like quite a few of them had been leaked from before, but yeah, like I said, I'm more interested in the ones that didn't make the list, because they're probably the more interesting ones. Although they're probably not even names that we would know for real. But
They had one family of brothers on this list. When you look, they all had the same surname. I was like, oh wait, the whole family's involved in this thing, yeah? It's beer man with the same list, the same last name. I was like, what was the family's name, guys? Someone remind me in the chat.
I think we've got to be not careful, but like, it's not necessary that everyone that's gone there has gone there for the same thing still. Do you know what I mean? So,
But Chris,
yeah,
you do understand on this list, yeah, it has every person that's on the list, because I was watching one of them American brothers that was breaking the list. They actually have the times that they went, the days that they went. Prince Andrew must have went one time. I think it was about 9 times in the space of like 1 month. Like they had log-ins of when they came in, what they came in, what time they came. That it's actually logged, It's not like they can hide that
he's
there's
as
not just
dodgy
names on the list. They
dodgy
actually have
as fuck,
incoming and outcoming times.
No, yeah, definitely. But they've got evidence on him. You know what I mean? He's pictured with underage gal and blah. I was I've got the what's you called it? I've got the I don't know even. I can't remember what they called it now. The dossier, anyway. At least.
Oh, you do?
I downloaded it, man. I've not read it, but I've downloaded it still. And it goes to all the different defendants, and yeah, it's a bit crazy still, man. Yeah, coming in, being asked to be a masseur, or team this or team that.
Madness. They had girls. We had the logs of where the girls would move to, where they were going cross state lines and shit. I was like, what the hell?
Exactly, man. By the time you're in too deep, boy. Because all of these girls are pretty, man.
Social Blade said Kel was upset over Oprah Winfrey, like she's not been a sellout long time.
Say that again, Bab.
No, I was reading Social Blade in the chat about Oprah Winfrey, and I was laughing.
Yeah, I mean, there's been dodgy rumors of her from quite a few years ago regarding her school in South Africa.
Yeah, you see how them girls were getting treated. They were all coming up pregnant and all sorts. Like she's been dodgy. So I can't understand what Kel Shock's about. She's been dodgy. Yeah. Another thing I found weird about her school is what I noticed in the beginning. None of these girls that were just like girls from the local area or girls that were, these girls were all hand-picked by Oprah herself. I was like, blood cleat.
Oh, I didn't know that still.
Yeah. There's a whole. I watched the whole deep dive on Oprah and that school thing, sis. There's a whole. I'm gonna send you the link to it in your WhatsApp, yeah. But there's a whole deep dive. You'll love it. That's what I found out the most, like the things that was going on within the school. The first girl that got pregnant and how Oprah handled it. Like I don't want to spoil it, but I'm gonna drop you the link in your WhatsApp. It is good. Sorry, can you tell I'm rubbish at multitasking, guys? Can you tell? Okay. Yeah, Social Blade is in the chat saying Whoopi Go. But yeah, that was another name I saw on that list. Man, there's some listen, character. Listen, the whole of them people there in Hollywood are just crazy. Especially with this whole thing going on now with Diddy and there, man. A lot's coming out. What am I doing? I'm hungry, people. I'm not gonna lie. I'm thinking of what to eat.
What y'all gonna eat now, my girl?
I mean, I know, sis, but my belly, a ball. Talk one bad. You the thing that punk. You know it's rumbling, right? I need to go find something to eat. My belly's talking Japanese.
Yeah, man. Well, let's leave it there still. I think at least Brother Kale came on and, you know what I mean? So,
Brother Kel's all love, but I'm burning fire, yeah. I'm not having none of it. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. As long as disrespect is coming, expect it to be going right the way back. And who I for not, Doc. But I'm telling you, it's got beer shelling, I'm shelling. I'm not having it now. I'm not with this passive, take the higher road, turn the other cheek. Fuck all of that. It's smoke for smoke, gunshot for gunshot, bomb for bomb. I don't grenade for grenade, whatever you want, call it. So go. Whoever don't start nothing, they won't be nothing. It's just that simple.
Said by any means necessary, boy. Ooh.
I tell you.
All right, well, we'll leave it there then. I ain't going to sort out your belly.
Yeah, man.
I think we've done man. Good show. It is now 11:15, so yeah, man.
Good timing still, good timing.
Yeah, man. Listen, big up everybody in the chat. Thank you for remaining with us. You get me? Hope you enjoyed the ups and downs, the symphony, like go already. Hit the notification bell because you never know when the line's gonna pop up. And again, big up to yourself, Divine, man. You know what I mean? And big up for everyone for passing through. Have yourselves a good evening. And yeah, man, until we meet again. This has been the 90 for 99. Take care, one love, and out.